Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are continuing as Austria here in 1472. Last stream, we mainly asked questions, I think, or answered questions. And this one, we're going to try and make a little bit more progress. We have coming up, we just completed the tech for both the paper workshops and the bookmaking workshops. And this is a really, really strong tech. It doesn't look as strong as you might think. You just look at this and you look at the PM and you say, okay, we have half a fabric, 0.1 wood, it's a PM. And then we look at this one and it's, okay, half a fabric, roughly 0.1 wood, and then 10% more, and you're like, this isn't even a thing. And it employs more guys. But it allows you to build a higher max level, which allows you to get more efficiency from economies of scale, which makes it way more powerful than it looks. You do have to upgrade through, but because you have more economies of scale, you will get to have more production efficiency. And the production efficiency increases just straight output. And so when you get 6, 7, however many production efficiency, 5, this improves the profitability of the building by much more than 5%, especially if it's starting to operate very close to the margins, which we are. A lot of our stuff, or a lot of our economic opportunities, are making less than a ducat, except for the new paper stuff. The new paper stuff is popping off. But the next most profitable thing, our most profitable building of it in our capital, which has 100 market access and 100 control, is 1 ducat. And so what we have now is we see that some of our printers' workshops are making 3 ducats. And they weren't making more than the tools before. And so these are all becoming way more valuable, even though we have like 50% more of them. And this is a really, really powerful tech. So we're expecting to really pop off economically. I think that it's a little bit subtle when you look at it, because you're like, oh, this is 10% better, that's it. It's really 200% better. So, hey Yankees fan, how's it going? Being alone is part of the human condition, big true. And so I think, and then we get our advanced research. I think actually we do want to think about what war we want next. So let's maybe, here's our diplomatic situation. Jesus Christ. Why are we so big? What the hell? It's not even 1500 yet. I don't know what all that's about. And thinking that we go after these guys again, we could cozy be the Papal States. We certainly could fight all these guys. I don't think we want to fight Milan yet. Alternatively, we could fight Venice, which also gives us a crack at Florence and Pisa. Kind of like this. Either way, we would get a crack at the Papal States. But we could subjugate Pisa in here. Which is something on our kind of thing. And we also get a little bit of a crack at Ulm. And we could cozy be Ulm for free. We have claims on province. Ooh, just kidding. We don't like this. Venice and Pisa. So we gotta find someone a little bit lower stuff. Hello, I'm 3 minutes behind. Hello, 3 minutes behind, I'm Dad. Okay, Generalist, you're really answering questions. Your title, are you ready? Oh no. Maybe we should have made the title ignoring questions. Spitting straight facts. Why does this give us -10? Oh, this just hasn't updated yet. Yep. Yeah, maybe we just do this. I think we would, well, the reason not to do this is we would not want to take just full chunks out of boho But honestly, boho spread out. So if we take chunks over here and chunks over here, overall it's less antagonism. Yeah, I think we're into this. We do want to get also upgraded cavalry. I think we already have it queued up. We have an unused trade capacity CB coming in. Or not CB. Venetia market is, we're worried about food. I mean, it's automated, guy, for the most part. Okay. RGO missing employee, we ignore those. And then, what is the war goal here? I think that's this over here. It's gonna be one of the two. It's not this one. Oh wait, where is it then? Oh, it's this one. We're already there. Wonder what their maintenance is like. They only have 40%. Hey Gene, how's it going? Are roads even remotely worth it? They're stupidly expensive on roads are super worth it. Roads are however good you think roads are, they're better. I've yet to unpause my Naples game because I feel so lost. What should I be doing first as Naples? We've been thinking through doing a video on this, like stuff to do on pause, so we can actually answer that question kind of well. In general, before I unpause, I kind of like to evaluate the terrain, and look through the resources and this type of stuff. Although your ability to kind of figure that out might not be really there yet, I advise like looking through, you know, kind of perusing. What you have is pretty good resources in the silk and the saffron up here. You also have like a lot of pops. Just kind of like poke around some of the conditions there. I do have a tutorial on all the map modes I have keybound, and I think if you bind all those and you just kind of poke through like this type of thing, that would be a good start. And then usually kind of take a look at the balance, just try and see what's going on, and in particular, you're looking at fort maintenance is high or buildings is high, and if that is the case, you look for maybe buildings to close operation. I don't think Naples has any crazy buildings that they start out with, but usually deleting every fort but the one in the capital is good. And then you come in and you take a look at these. You look for any one that is extremely bad. I don't think Naples starts off with an extremely bad estate privilege, and that might not be something we can really evaluate anyways. And then you want to put 2 or 3 of these in. You don't want to put too many in because it's going to hurt these and your legitimacy, so you want to kind of piecemeal them out. In particular, stuff that gives trade tax efficiency is really good. So there is this one, which is kind of like a must-have, and there's a few other burger ones that are particularly good. But consulting your budget, if you have if you put this on automated and it goes to 50%, then and you still have more available max tax, then that means you should probably give out privileges for those estates because they give satisfaction, and the satisfaction effectively lets you tax people more. And it's like, okay, that's kind of what we're thinking about. And then in particular, you do want to make sure you have an army and a navy, and you assign to both or each in the early game a member of the crown, because you don't start off with very many crown power modifiers. And so the ones you get from having crown people in charge of the army or navy are extremely good early on. Also works the same for being in cabinet. And then kind of want to look at our values, and early on, you want to figure out a way to get to max centralization. And then you probably want to figure out whatever else you want to push. And this is also going to inform what estate privileges you want to give out. So in particular, even though it's pretty good, and you do want to give it out, you may want to wait for giving out. There's one that gives prosperity. I swear there is. That's this one. Because it gives decentralization trend. So even though you really like prosperity, early on stacking a bunch of centralization can be good. Probably the most common estate privilege that's bad that ones start with is communal lands. And it's not bad in the abstract, it's bad because you're trying to push centralization really. Something like this. It crashed. I would recommend after you do all your pre-game actions, that saving is kind of a decent shout for that reason. Based on streams list, how does harbor capacity and maritime presence regarding control? Does maritime presence only matters for sea to sea, but not sea land to sea or sea to land connections? Trent, only harbor capacity matters. Well, harbor capacity matters if you are going in or out of a sea zone. So, let's take a look. So, harbor capacity matters exiting here. So you see harbor capacity and a bunch of other things are getting the discount on the base 40 cost. And it matters for entering here. There's no harbor capacity, so it's really expensive to enter. And so you lose a lot of proximity going in or out. What maritime presence gives you is the segments in between. Maritime presence reduces the cost of these from like 40 to 5. And so it's these segments, and so if you just if you're like playing someone like Venice, and you're going into a sea zone, and then you're not moving anywhere, and you're going directly to a land zone, you will not use maritime. Would like things not to forget before unpausing. Yeah, I think I'm going to record that today after the stream. I have to get rid of this. Where should you build cities and where should you avoid? We're planning on doing a video on that today too, if we have time. Generally speaking, if the resources are really good, you shouldn't build a city over it, so that's why we would not build a city here. And if the terrain is rough, you don't want to build a city over it, because development is important for cities, and you really won't get much out of the city if there's woodland, or if it's mountain forest. And so we won't have very many mountain forest cities, but on farmlands we kind of like to make cities. And then you also... The reason you don't want a city over good resources, let's actually maybe clarify that, is because the rural settlement modifier is plus 100% max RGO size, so we have way more silver mines potential if we don't urbanize, whereas this does not have anything remotely like that. Do you recommend expand RGO to the max limit? Is a little more nuanced than that. Some RGOs are better than others. You eventually do want to just max out RGOs, but a lot can be not very valuable. And if they're not very valuable, you don't really max them out for a very long time. So here we've had this wild game for forever. We're not maxing it out. What are some good buildings to start making money? It depends on where you are in the world. Generally, fine cloth is pretty good. But not always. But almost always. We'll raise levies in one location here. Do roads and rivers stack? No, they do not. But if you have a river that you're going downstream, which we have, for example, these segments, we're getting minus 30 on prox cost, and road gives prox cost flat reduction. Rivers will allow you to build a bridge, or building a road over a river will let you build a bridge, so it's still going to be worth it. How can I increase control in places far away from the capital? You can build bailiffs. They will give you 20 proximity, which will give you 15 control, but there's not much more than you can do for that, and those can't be built overseas. What's the process for breaking free as a vassal? I haven't played as a vassal, so I don't know the exact best process. I think you just try and get strong and then deck on your overlord with alliances or something like this. Would be my kind of way I would try and approach that. I don't know if there's specifically some, like, way to do it. I think there's, like, a support independence modifier or thing, so you can, it's easier to procure allies, especially with the people who, of your overlord, they are, what is it, rivals or what have you. Since you're playing as a state, the focus politically is doing anything you can to increase crown power at the expense of the nobles, right? Well, not everything, right? Because sometimes what the nobles, sometimes the concession or the trade-off's not worth it, right? But yeah, I mean that's a good enough way of thinking of it. A bunch of infrastructure stuff coming in. I wonder if that's actually going to increase our proximity. It's important to have a capital with a big harbor capacity. Yes, absolutely. But you will get a bunch of other bonuses. So it's not that it has to be like 100. Because you will get pretty early on 30%. Like in the second age, you will get 30% harbor capacity. And you will get some of these other bonuses, like if you have centralization, your administrative ability won't be, like, 0. Right? And so, like, maybe the floor or absolute lowest you would comfortably want to have is, like, 55%. For your capital. What's the best way to revoke estate privileges? So generally speaking, you want to keep most of the privileges, but some are really bad, some are really nasty. In particular, banal lordship. That's like the kind of really annoying one. The cost to revoke, you right-click to revoke, the cost scales with the power of the estate. And so the commoners ones are easy to revoke. We did mention communal lands not being very good. But if you want to revoke specifically from the nobles, very often you have to push into plutocracy for that reason, because this gives you a lot of nobles, which makes the nobility powerful. And if you push away from this, it dilutes the power, or it gets rid of the power of the nobles. And if you push spiritualist, which has its own downsides, I think Humanist is generally better, you will dilute it by having more clerics. And if you push plutocracy, you will dilute the power by having more burghers. And so diluting the power of the nobles as much as possible. You can also, there's a parliament that gives like minus 15% cost to revoke. And then you can also specifically push communalism as well, which is kind of like your only early source of revocation cost. Is there preferred sequencing to assimilation or conversion after conquest? I like using subjects. So we don't have anything that we're converting, and we have subjects integrating territory. And then also, we made our subjects swap to our culture, or some of them, so they're also culture flipping these places. So you see, they're flipping Lower Bavarian, these guys are flipping, or sorry, Danube Bavarian. So those aren't our, we don't own those locations, right? We don't own Box, right? But they're flipping Danube, and they're doing this because we force culture flip them. Makes them really disloyal, but so you have to keep an eye on that. That's why we have this, and in particular, telling them that they can't enter your wars or giving them scutage is a good idea if they're going to be super disloyal to you, because let's maybe do this because they can separate peace if they're disloyal, and this can be annoying. So if you make someone really disloyal and you're calling them into wars, you better make sure they never get occupied, because otherwise they're going to give up land. I gave up on Kashmir and started playing Sind instead. It's poor but easier to conquer with big levy. Also being close to the coast is nice. What are good resources? Gold, silver, spices are kind of like the super premiums, but kind of the way you check is you hover here and you look at this. And that'll give you the easiest one. What's up with the secret map modes? Why aren't all of them available on the menu below? There's only one secret map mode. And that's this one. The rivers map mode. What's this insane border gore around Prague? I don't know what you're talking about. Have you ever been to Prague? You should check it out. Stopping bailiffs on isolated mining locations is good. Yep. The way I play anything is that, here, let's go, like, speed 3 and, like, try and play chat. Or, sorry, play the game and talk to chat at the same time. The way I play, I build anything is profitable, and book industry always is. Is it better to specialize and then import whatever needed on top of that? No, you kind of want to build your own stuff. There's not enough trade capacity. Trade's not cheap enough that it warrants, like, super uber specialization early on. I think later you can specialize a little bit more, but not early. Have you seen the latest Vic 3 dev diary? I skimmed it. Brain is a little bit fried right now. I honestly don't remember what was in it. I remember being like, wow, this is cool, but I don't, like, actually remember the substantive content of it. I remember being excited. I'm gonna do, I have to record that today, too. So I have, like, 3 things I want to try and record today after the stream. How do I most effectively increase promotion speed of the peasants to laborers? There's a lot of things that go after promotion speed early. Positive stab is one of them. Another one of them is literacy. Whatever the literacy of the peasants is, you get 10x, or sorry, not 10, twice that to pop promotion speed. And those are some of the really good sources. Another early good source is free subjects. And then the flat source that's available early, because the base value is 10, the flat source that's available early is going to be the library, which is another 10. And so all of those are kind of the early sources. Should you open with Vorf on your capitals on the coast, or is that mid-game building? Well, at the very open, you will not have enough maritime presence to really push naval very well, so I wouldn't recommend it, like, as an opener, as something that's important, but eventually it's really important. Where's the Vicky 3 Passionate stream? We've been abandoned. I had this stream scheduled for 9:30, but I am planning on doing a dev diary rundown. What's the dog doing? Is he this in Africa? Wait, what? How do I send stuff to my colonies? Not sure what you're asking. Wait, what? Bro. Why'd you do that? We don't want that ish. It's gonna give us antagonism we don't want. That's the shit we don't like. We were helping him out in a war and he just, like, gave us stuff. Is there a point at which RGOs are no longer worth investing, or are they kind of always good? Well, they don't have any input goods, so they're never bad. Yeah, they're just, like, never bad. I think that's just, these guys leaving. We don't care about that. Yeah, we do care about anyone else leaving, but not Central Macedonia. We had them as a subject anyways, we released them. Oh, do we even win this? We might not win this. Tragedy if we don't. We have way more units, but they have way more guys. They have way less morale. I don't know if we win this. I think we don't. Regulars are so bad, man. I think overall more of them are dying, their morale's lower. If one of their fronts collapses, which it doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon, they will get super waxed. Maybe we win this? God, we have so many more units than he has, and it's just because regulars are so freaking bad that we can't, like... We should have just conscripted more, but with one of those units, yeah, with one of those breaking up, then we're just gonna... We're gonna still get the win. We're gonna be relatively pop efficient. We should have just conscripted more because we would have waxed them faster. But, like, it's not like we could have gotten more guys on the front anyways. So... Very, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. Is that, wait. Very written? Yeah. You can easily spread control over a mountain, onto a mountain, just not over it? Yes. Mom said Vicky's turn with the funny streamer. God bless. They think I'm funny. EU4 is going to be tough to beat. Will be interesting to see EU5 a year from now. When you build a building, should you only take into account RGO producer the location or the whole province? Whole province. Whole province gives the bonus. Yeah, we will replenish after occupying this. He's won a lot of battles. We should have maybe... Yeah, we should have actually just conscripted more. EU5 patch notes. I'm not going to do a video on that. I read through it, kind of. And I don't think it's video material because there's nothing too crazy to like talk through. Maybe I should have done a video on it. We will refill the garrison. That is the Wargle location, so Defender's ticking right now, but this is the province capital, and I don't think there's any fort that's going to block our ability to give it, so we're just going to come over here, and we're going to link up with this guy, and we're going to auto-balance. We didn't auto-balance. It's probably another reason why we didn't, or sorry, we didn't manually rebalance. It's probably another reason why we didn't do so well, but... And then we're just going to kind of look to take this out so our subjects could actually make meaningful progress, something like this. Vicky patch, election fraud and slave abuse edition, that's what it was. I knew it was something we could make jokes about, and it's no joking matter, but, you know, making jokes about. Is this... Oh, we don't want to get caught, actually. I'm not sure we beat him on this terrain, on this... Actually, no, we're defending because it's not a fort. May I ask how you keep track of your progress relative to other nations? Your tech progress? I don't really... I just kind of know. You mean, like, if you have mill tech? So, just looking at institutions is often, like, gives you kind of a good idea. But also... We can do this and this, I think. Yeah. And I can see that they're using men-at-arms and peasant levies. So men-at-arms age 2. So I know they don't have an age 3 guy, and they're working on peasant levies as well. So I can know kind of to some extent what they're working with. There's a run speed penalty for being overstacked. Maybe we just should stop getting huge fat stacks. The problem is like, per man, our army is actually really weak. Or sorry, per unit, our army is really weak. And if we split our unit in half, which we could, we would have enough frontage, but then I think we'd actually be kind of weak. Sorry. How can I speed up institution spread? Importing from someone who has the institutions, one of the good ways, and also building roads and infrastructure of various kinds is also going to be helpful. Like if we take a look at the institution map mode, why are you like that guy? Let's look at some place that's spreading. If you hover this, you can see a bunch of things that are affecting it. In particular, location size is kind of a funny one. Oh, what are we about to step on? 1 dice. Alright, this might be bad for us. How do we evaluate when we build production or RGOs and when to build more trade capacity? So you could look at the buildings, you can look at list, and then you can look at the most profitable thing, and you can ask yourself, do I want to build it in the places where it is profitable? Like, this is actually building overseas in our subjects, so maybe we don't want that. Also, we're looking at the wrong market. But we can look at this stuff, right? And so we can see that, hey, we could get 3 ducats a month from this. And then we can... But it is printer shop, which is more expensive. So on a per ducat basis, this costs, like, significantly more to build. And so that's worth keeping in mind. But we open the RGO builder, we can see, hey, you know, some of these are really productive. And generally, you're not increasing the price of inputs because there's no input costs, so RGOs are going to be even better than they look. And then, relative to trade, you come in and you look at, hey, what are the trades that are actually happening? And you look at, like, the least profitable ones, and that's how much you're going to get from getting one more trade capacity, basically. And so that's kind of the way you can compare all 3 of them. Hello, do you think there's a lack of flavor for nations? No. Especially not on release. Like, you're expecting them to add flavor as time goes on, but, like, there's a lot of flavor on release. There's a lot of different situations, there's a lot going on. Do we lose this? Oh, we might actually lose this. This is kind of just like the last fight, though. The thing is that they've brought all their stats to bear already. And we have stats in reserve. And, like, this is... Yeah, levies are just so much stronger than regulars, even in the 3rd age. This is going to be better once we get our cavalry upgrade, because we have H2 cavalry, we have H3 infantry. But as these guys fill in, and these guys dilute out, we should start doing a little bit better. Since you're in a war, can you explain how combat works in EU5 versus 4? I don't know 4 that well. So I can't... I'm bad at compare and contrast, but... I could say that fundamentally what you're trying to do is you're trying to bring as many stats to bear on your opponent as possible. And this means getting guys into the front as quickly as possible. Initiative helps the guys to get into the front. However, battles are kind of long now. And so generally speaking, you get on the front pretty easy. And then once we break through one of these, we're going to gain flanking advantage. Our cavalry have a lot of flanking bonus. And then in the center and specifically... they are going to have 2 guys on the side of them, so secure flanks bonus is really nice, because there's, you're doubling up in the center, so kind of put cavalry on the sides, infantry in the center. From a scaling perspective, cavalry is better than infantry, like the first 3 ages at least, and maybe the 4th age as well. And then infantry gradually starts getting better, and cavalry just kind of stays the same throughout. And a similar thing with cannons, where cannons early on just really suck in combat, and as time goes on, they get better in combat. Vonzana, thank you for the follow, big nice. Early on, cannons aren't really combat pieces as much as they're utility pieces. And so, yeah, we do eventually win, but at what cost? That's kind of rough. We lost a lot of people there. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. 4th memes. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. Where to build cities and what to do with fur? Well, you build cities kind of, you try and exhaust your profitable opportunities, especially close to the capital, and as those start to get exhausted, that's when you start urbanizing. Like, if you're in the capital, you have a complete lack of burgers, right? You can't build more in the capital then. And then if you've already expanded good RGOs, you can't really... You urbanize when you don't have profitable opportunities, and the urbanization gives you more profitable opportunities. Is kind of a good way to think of it. Is there a way to get rid of an idiot heir? Yeah, put him on a boat and sail the boat into the horizon. Can proximity of coastal provinces be improved via buildings? Similar to how roads improve proximity? You kind of need to engage with the maritime system, generally. It depends on exactly what you mean for coastal, but you need to establish maritime presence to reduce the cost across sea segments. It's going to be important. How to get rid of a privilege when it costs 250 stab? I assume you are talking about the nobles. You have to make the nobles weak. Generally, the best way to make the nobles weak is to push away from aristocracy and towards plutocracy. Universities help with institution spread? Yes. Bless your shiny head. Thank you. Should you open with a wharf? It's more... I wouldn't call it a mid-game building, but if you don't have the ability to build enough ships to push maritime presence, a wharf isn't going to push the needle very hard yet. Any updates to the AI? Yeah, there was an update that went through today. The patch notes are up. I made a colony in Africa where I made timber RGO, but it requires them to use tools. How can I send them tools to use? The RGO doesn't need tools. It only needs tools to build, not to construct. I assume you mean that you can't construct it, but you could open the trade map mode, right? If you have some available trade, you could use that. You could go to current trades and cancel some trades if you don't. That's kind of like how I like to approach it. And then you just go tools. And so you need to have a market somewhat close. Or you go to goods, you go to tools. And then you go export. We don't have any surplus tools, but if you have surplus tools in your market, you can export it and then take a look and try and get it down to Africa. I hear the rains are blessed there. Let's start building a navy, actually. And we're just thinking of an ability to transport our army in terms of navy value here. If we do transport... No. No. I don't know where exactly in the tree the next level of transport ship is, but I think we want it. We already have Lancers queued up. There's the Carrack. Is it the flute? I think it's the flute. We did Kosi be the Pope, man, but we might take some stuff off of him. We don't need to take his land to do that, though. We're gonna come in here, because this is our allies' territory. We will be able to replenish our troops so much. Alright, we integrated a territory. I think we're gonna hand this off to Bamberg, because they're gonna be able to make better use of it, and they'll integrate it for us. So we do have a free cabinet action. Let's see. We're assimilating area, we're recruiting Diplo, we're doing Diplo Core. I don't think we have any values to really push. Looks like they finished they fixed Synthesize being a thing. We could push more towards communalism, but I'm not sure we want communalism. Communalism's like one of those values where like both sides of it are kind of okay. And I'm not sure we want to slow the migration speed. Oh, we wanted to push humanist. We can't really push that hard, or like, we don't have a positive trend though, so any push we do won't get locked in, but we could push like 15 towards humanist. Maybe that's okay, but... I mean, it's never bad. Constructionized workforce is actually super cute right now, because right now it's actually, I think it would actually be really useful. Because we're building all these things. We never use this ever. But this should make these constructions happen way faster. We just have to remember not to put it in. We don't want to have incompetent diplomats. We want to peel off the month tick sitting in some home territory. We also want to clip some of these stacks. Where are you headed, brother? We want to clip their wings. Looks like that guy's already been clipped. Are there strats to get institutions in reasonable times in Southeast Asia? You can conquer the Maldives. And then pull the institution from Mecca/Yemen to there, and from there pull it to Southeast Asia, but that might not qualify what you mean by reasonable. You'll probably still have bricked research times on the second age, or on the second age ones, and maybe even the third age ones. Alright, let's try and grab this guy. Now he doesn't have a numbers advantage, so we should be in good shape here. I'm totally new to the game and I have no idea where to start. I would just kind of start clicking buttons and trying to figure stuff out. We don't have a video of like what to do before unpausing. We're planning on doing that today. So I don't have like necessarily that super good a video for, but I would say most importantly, like, don't be afraid to like make mistakes and just restart. And it's just like a learning process. Wasted Gamer, thank you for the follow, big nice, much appreciated. What did you got, dude? Is this a bunch of... He's got H2 cavalry, men-at-arms, men-at-arms. He's got a bunch of regulars in here. We haven't seen too many regulars from him. I guess he's just got a stack of regulars and a stack of levies, and he's just not mixing the two together. Like, we're taking a lot of damage here, but I'm pretty sure we just win this. This hurts real bad, though. Is he... Maybe we just have shit combat bonuses. Is that what's going on? I don't think that's what's going on. He has 14% discipline, we have 21%. We have a kind of shit leader, though, because we appointed our guy, Nepotism. Is that what's causing us to kind of get dumped on in these battles? It might be. He's got a really good general. It's just like, we have more tactics, more morale, more discipline. Even with this guy's figured in, we have more discipline, right? And we have mostly regulars too. And we have plenty of cav. Why is he dealing more damage a tick to us? I'm so confused. Does the macro builder not work? I tried with the hotkey, nothing. Do finished goods that are inputs give production efficiency? Yes. Oh, finished goods give production efficiency in the location. No, no, no. Only RGOs. It doesn't matter. It has to be RGO specifically. So even if you like, even if you produce like lumber mill raw material, you're not going to get a lumber bonus. How do you know cultural investment is working to make better art? Don't worry about art. Art's not very good. I think it... we can come in here. Let's see. It's been a while since we've kind of checked, because it's just not important to check. I think you hover this. You can see what your artists are doing, and they make more progress if you have investment. And what they're working on. Is there a way to move slaves or stop slaves from going to the capital? You have a slave center in your capital, you can delete the slave center. The slaves will, when you enslave people, they will go to a slave center location. So, you probably have slave center in your capital, or like a slave producing building, slave market, slave center, something like this. If you just delete that and you have them elsewhere, they'll go elsewhere instead. Your artist is stuck on 0%, you don't have any cultural investment. I think that modifier is required to make progress. Does it show progress? But again, like, I don't know the artist system that well, because I know that works of art just actually aren't very useful. You're a bit behind for World Conquest by 1500, womp womp. Will you do more self-restricted runs? Maybe? I'm not sure what you mean by self-restricted runs. So it depends on what you mean. Alright, we're finally starting. Just kidding, we're not doing more damage to him than he is to us. I mean, eventually we just have more guys than him. I think we want to, like, link up. Oh, I think we probably... What are the malices for being overstacked? I know you move slower. There's not a combat malice, is there? You don't win that, my friend. Pretty sure he doesn't win that, so we could just let him come. UI is not very helpful in this regard here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna do more damage to him. He's got more units on the front. Maybe he does win this? What are good privileges to give the nobles? Ones that don't give you bad trends towards values you don't like are kind of one of the important ones. Still confused about manual trade, hoping for a tutorial soon. Also, what's the best, where is it best to build buildings? The most profitable is the capital. Should I focus there? You should focus there until you start getting throttled from building in the capital, which eventually will happen. What are the reasons you don't want to push crown power super high? It's not that you don't want to push crown power super high, it's that the investment required to push crown power higher and higher increases the higher you push it. So the crown power percent modifiers required to go from 25 to 30% are a lot smaller than going from 30 to 35%, like a lot. And the opportunity costs are eventually just like too high that you just don't want to do it. Any tips for playing Muscovy? Don't play that as a beginner nation, I would say, but you're going to want urbanization, this type of thing. Svanka, hi, how you doing? Only 1337 hours, what to do? Well, the truth hurts. It do be like that sometimes. You're so right, bestie. It's actually like 1400 now. Dumb question. Why would I want to move my capital? Is it just to get control? Yeah. I mean, where you have your capital is actually really important, and you want to have it in kind of an area where where you can push control to other areas. So at the end of last stream, we looked at moving the capital to grass because it's in between 2 silver. And so this would be good from the perspective of getting access to silver, but the terrain is rough there, and it's surrounded. Graz is the farmlands, and so what this meant is we actually really couldn't push much proximity anywhere. Whereas here in Vienna, we're like along this super highway of like grasslands, right? We're in this vein of grassland and this. And there's a river, and so we can push control along that very, very easily, and so as a consequence, we have some decent proximity. Have you been playing EU5, Svanka? Need expert opinion, won't spam you too much today. Would you build a town and a city in Sweden? Because it's the only place in the iron and copper, or just spam it all in Stockholm? You sometimes want to, you want to have, for the most part, in both kind of, without looking too closely at the locations themselves, you kind of want an urban clump around your capital, yes, but then you also want to kind of spread it out based on locations that are pretty good for having them. Can you put your units in the formation, just like it looks like on the UI? Not right now, because they're fighting. And we're slowly winning that fight. We don't have any cav on the flanks. We also, you know what, this war we didn't like, we said to ourselves, we probably don't need to, we could just auto-balance. Honestly, we're kind of getting waxed relative to before, and I think it's because we didn't put cavalry on the flanks. Historically accurate nepotism, basically. Have you seen Russia form naturally yet? No. Since it seems, what PM is better for fine cloth, wool or wool into cloth? Wool into cloth and a fine cloth. Never have I ever given a damn about art, culture, and a strategy game. Some games it matters. This game is just bad. Art is not very good. So, yeah, we need the Morgan wrote. Where just when we needed him most, I forget the name of the modder. He abandoned us. I saw him playing earlier. Have you tried playing his roads yet? No, not yet. Is the wharf worth building earlier capitals on the coast? I think this is the third time you've asked this or it's been asked, but the answer is no. Not very early. It's not very useful early. You need maritime presence before it starts getting better. I'm losing fights to smaller armies because I had 3 blocks of frontage. Logo over my army banner that was preventing my units from reinforcing. I'm not sure what's causing it. 3 blocks frontage. Oh, I'm not sure what you're referring to. 3 blocks frontage over my army banner. I mean, you can only enforce so much width. Just in general. I think we're gonna wait here for the month tick and then reoccupy some of this stuff. We still have the war goal, so... Playing's Norway's been fun. Start with almost no economy and no military. How do we get more burgers? You build more urban buildings or you push more plutocracy? You've been playing Hansa? Very nice. Lubeck was my main in EU4, but it's cool being able to play a Hansa at the start. The Hansa's really interesting. A little frustrating to play against, because they're immortal. Or the banking nations are immortal. We're actually going to care about formations, and we're going to move the cav to the sides. Because I feel like this might be why we're getting waxed. I don't know. Like, they're way better on the flanks. Where can I find this mysterious river map mode? You have to assign it to a hotkey. You have to go escape settings. You cannot find it. This is someone was like, oh, I thought you were joking that you couldn't find it normally. You cannot find it normally. You have to keybind it. It is not down here. This is not a joke where it's like, oh no, the children, don't let him see the river map mode. No, like, you actually cannot find the river map mode unless you do this. It's not down here. 100%. This is not a drill. This is not a joke. If it was down here, it would be in the geography one or something like that. It would be in here. It is not down there. You must... Yeah. About self-restricted runs, like, for example, would you do significantly less expansion? Oh, yeah, we could definitely do that sometime. I'm just trying to play, like, relatively efficiently while answering questions here, without, like, any specific thematic goal or this type of thing. We're starving. The food, the pals. Alright. I think we do have to siege this down, though. Is inflation that bad? It's not worth it to eat inflation, generally, but in the short term, over-minting can help you in a lot of spots. Like, minting a ton, in general, seems way better than taking loans. So if you're approaching a position where you're gonna have to take loans, I would just mint a ton. Because loans seem worse. What FPS do you get? I don't know. Minus prox cost is moving into, didn't think of that. Yeah, I kept asking, missed the answer the first 2 times despite rewinding some. My bad. Oh, okay. I was starting to think you were messing with me. I was like... It's not important early. It's only important once you start getting maritime presence. We get the sticky thing. Basically, for the most part, it's only useful then. Unless you're, like, playing actual, like, Venice or the Ottomans, like, specifically. And then it's probably... Actually, Venice, it doesn't matter because you start with 100% harbor capacity. So, Venice, it's no good. And Ottomans... I think Constantinople's also 100% harbor. Yeah, so it's... for those countries, it doesn't matter as well. Frontage icon, there's like 3 brown bricks or building blocks, one on top of the other 2. The icon appears telling you a 50% penalty to deployment. Does it say what the source of that is? I'm trying to figure, is that like an overstack pendency and I'm just not missing it? I think now, especially before the release of EU5, people really like to see massive numbers and huge expansion, but it would be very cool eventually. Yeah, I mean, the videos that are doing well right now aren't even like the runs or the playthroughs, because like, there's like actually not a broader context for what the hell is actually going on with those. Why do you build scriptoriums? I completely forgot. They're generally profitable, but also early on, eventually, you're going to want libraries, which are a useful piece of civilian infrastructure, and you need those before you can build libraries, so... Oh, we might even have enough to piece out here, so... we should probably think through that. Is that Lubeck themselves? Generally speaking, getting market capitals or pinching market capitals is pretty good. We have it occupied, and also removing people from the map is good. We could take over the market capital, which would actually just wax them. We can't actually take the location unless we occupy Praha, but... Occupying Praha and then taking it's maybe not terrible. I think that we're not going to do that, but it was something to consider. I think we want to take Lubeck and then use it ourselves, then Hamburg, and then just release Hamburg. As a subject. Papal States managed to... Oh, they did manage to move their capital down here. Where are we annexing right now? Are we annexing Brescia, or... I think we're annexing them, Tyrol. We'd like getting Parma off the map, too. We keep having to improve relations with them. Releasing these guys also makes sense if we just have a ton of war score and we don't want to take more stuff. I think we want to get this guy the rest of his province, though, because they often use Dev province. And so this gives value. Newmark we can feed some stuff. There's also a big-ass releasable that we could release. We can feed stuff over here. The spreading it around is useful, because that does effectively not give you as much antagonism. We see the people who are getting upset here, so we're going to improve relations with them, because we're actually not using our Diplo as effectively as we should here. Or I'm not, I apologize. So that was Baden, we have Stettin, Wurzburg. Wurzburg, Opoles, we've also already been improving relations with. And so this gives us, by slotting these in, we get an idea of who we need to improve relations with. I don't think we have relations with him at all yet. Wolgast we just released. We don't have a diplomat, but we will soon. Is it going to be harder for making campaign with how long each game is? I mean, I kind of just do multiple episodic stuff anyways, so I don't think it affects me that much. But yeah, you're going to see a lot of content that's just like the first 50 years, I think. Or like, just very scuffed, like economically speaking, I don't know. Depends what people are into. When do you recommend investing in art? Say if your artist was free to come by. We're investing in it just to get this, the prestige, and the only thing we care about really is the antagonism change modifier. Diplo rep is like kind of okay, and this is decreasing the amount of antagonism we take. But like it's these two things. This is what you care about. And like the artists, how it affects culture, this type of stuff, you don't care. You don't care. The bump you get for producing a work of art towards your influence is very, very low. You get a ton of cultural tradition, and cultural tradition is just generally not useful to use the player, except for it gives you espionage resistance. It'll be useful in multiplayer, but hey, Zach, thank you for the $5. Weird issues. I'm in a union with the Sudiids, who are vassals to the Jaliarids, and being annexed. How do I free them? You declare war on the Jaliarids, and you release them from subjugation. Would be how you would approach it, which might not be the sexiest. Are you on the new patch? Yes. I was playing Muscovy and Golden Horde. It doesn't allow you to attack other members, but I saw that other members attack each other. How is this possible? That might be because you're head of the yoke, and they're not? I don't know. Home regions exists in CK3 and Vic3, but not in EU5, but larger region is. Okay. Does the game work properly? Because there's so many countries which could cause FPS drops. I mean, we have a pretty solid rig now. Does it look like it's working based on what you consider working? Like, we're not going max speed right now. Is it worth it to change PMs to increase demand for inputs used in certain buildings? Oh, in theory, probably. I think that's probably I think that's not something at this point in the game. At this point, you sweat when you're trying to figure out the game. I think that's a really, really marginal case. But yeah, in theory, I think that would be the case. But I think it's too marginal. Ooh, little offensive action from Naples. Don't see that too often. Or haven't seen that too much this patch. The offensive call-in. We can take the market capital here. That's actually somewhat attractive. Now that we've created this stupid exclave. Alternatively, feeding that to the subject also feels like it probably makes sense. You know what? Our Navy's, like, not useful at all. This guy's got terrible stats. Let's do this. Because you also get a 25% bonus if your entire Navy is led by a crown character. And we're going to put this guy in charge of the Navy. That nepotism is going to be less harmful to us. How much troops can we... We can have 1k. Alright. Morocco's got the maps we need. Morocco has what we need. We need these things. We're gonna go back to speed 3. It says peace cost to free them is 150-ish. Is there a way to get that down? Ooh, yikes. They're big then. There's a couple ways, but 150 is a lot. You can have a better CB, but, like, you're already... Yeah, you're already in it. There's a prevent annexation CB. Sorry for asking, maybe I didn't hear you answer. Is Brandenburg area still strong for a capital and economic base? Yeah, Berlin's pretty good. Berlin's pretty good. Pretty solid. I haven't played much, but I've noticed I'm struggling to promote peasants very quickly. Is this intended? Early on, this is intended. Eventually, you can kind of get some things that allow you to push through this, but early on, this is going to be something that throttles you. Do you see the Vic3 dev diary? Interesting stuff coming? Yeah, I was very excited when I read it, or skimmed it, because I get access to it early. I'm going to be recording a React video to it later today. Is there any mechanic you feel is totally missing from the game? like, that I think is super high priority? Or you just asked if there's totally missing. Not something that's totally missing. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think could be marginally improved if you added it. The thing, actually, so what I want the most is, okay, you, for urban places, you think through what's going to be good for specializing in that place. For example, this is specialized in paper, and you want to expand that there, and then very often what will happen is the area will grow in population or what have you, and more building levels will be available. Going back over and adding another marginal building level is really, really tedious. I really want auto-expand from, like, what you can do at Vic 3 as a feature. That way, I don't have to... Like, auto-expand would reduce by so many clicks the amount of effort it takes to, like, play properly. Or not properly, but, like, if you're gonna sweat the eco. Why not urbanization only near your capital? Why would you want a town or city past your core capital area? Sure, let's talk about it. A lot of it is chasing production bonuses. So here in Graz, this is not super far from our capital, but we don't have coal anywhere else. So Graz is the only place we can get a production efficiency bonus that's really big on the weapons. So this is a reason to do it. Also, there is a modifier for population growth that is large food storage in province. It is easier to get a large food storage with urban areas because the town themselves have a modifier. Does not show us the town modifier here, where it will get local food capacity, and then you need to have an urban area in order to build granaries. And so having like one town per province is maybe something that's reasonable, so that you can push up the number of granaries you have there. So this is the entire province, and while the rural areas specifically themselves do get more population growth, you can, for all the other rural areas there, start to push up the modifier you're getting from this. For this, though, you can also build villages, like farming villages, which is maybe something you want to do. We have been expanding those out a little bit. Let's actually build some farming villages. We're building them in rural areas where we're not expecting to urbanize. Plateau forest. Maybe we urbanize that. But we're not going to urbanize, like, the mountains forest, I don't think. Generally won't be that good. Sturdy grains is kind of a terrible resource, though, so we might end up urbanizing over that. I heard Nevera got purged this patch. What are the changes exactly? I don't look at the changes exactly, but everyone was just flipping Nevera. Nevera was very overtuned with their country bonuses, yeah? In general, Iberia is overtuned, though. And Iberia, it's not surprising that it's overtuned, considering a lot of the devs come from Spain. Is there any yeah. I have 31 hours playtime already. I will catch you, Mr. General. You very well might. Have you noticed any issues with the patch? No, not yet. Spoil it. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, my friend. Yeah, might have to let them go. Kind of annoying. Yeah. Actually, if you, like, wipe out their army, the Jalurids kind of collapse, I think, because they're an army-based country, so if you wipe out their army and then piece them out, I think they implode. Maybe that works. Where can you see your AE? I forgot, like, 2 seconds. Well, there's the antagonism map mode. Kind of give you a visual. Loving your videos. What general time frame do you find yourself breaking from the Broken Horde as Muscovy? I don't have enough reps on Muscovy to have, like, a general time frame. When I played Muscovy, regulars were really good, and I basically broke from them when I got professional army. I was like, okay, we can win this now. You could also wait for them to, like, rev, and so keeping an eye on the Rebels map mode, and, like, waiting for a timing window I think I played it twice actually, and one time I waited for professional armies, and the other time I waited for a rev. Sweden was OP during EU3, now it's Spain's turn. Yeah, except Spain's actually like big. Spain's OP as well. Spain's got some of the best bonuses, but like in my top 10 European nations, like 3 of them were from Iberia. And like one of the reasons why Aragon in my top 10 video, why I listed it as being good, is because switching to Navarre is easy. Like, so it do be like that sometimes. Are the advances shown for each category? Admin build Diplo on the new age page. The only unique advances for that category. Yes, you add like those 10 texts. Those are the only texts that get added, and the 20 that you forego, you just don't get ever. The first thing I see when loading up the stream is the Prague donut. Delicious. Yeah, this is some border gore. But people haven't complained about the Prague donut as much as they've complained about the Milan in Hungary. Ooh, which they released. They released as Eastern Banat. So when we fight Milan, we'll probably just try and transfer that. Very cool. You need vacant slots so they promote? Yeah. Will you ever come back to Vic 3? Yes. Yes, of course. This big push is for, like, release. I wanted to try and get, like, kind of a foothold. Because I have no EU4 content, so, like, I wanted to kind of establish a little bit of something for EU5. Which country on average underperforms most compared to its historical outcome? Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, right now, actually probably England. England has a really rough start because they start out with a law that's like actually it's a good law, but it's actively bad early game. So it might be England. I think England's a decent shout. Do medicaments actually do anything against the plague? Not especially. Like, building more medicaments isn't helpful. If I recall correctly, they are an input for hospitals, though. Yeah. So if you don't have any medicaments, your hospital won't be as effective. What countries do you recommend to go through from rags to rich? Europe seems easy to play compared to Africa, Middle East, Asia. Ethiopia is fun. I imagine Kilwa's fun. I haven't played Kilwa, though. Mali's kind of got its own thing, but that's not really rags to riches. That's riches to rags to riches. Brandenburg generally performs bad. AI Brandenburg sometimes pops off. I think it's really variance-based. Based on, like, if they have that -20 control malice or not. Because they get a flavor like minus... Oh, it's just -10 now? But yeah, you see the Robber Baron's Malice where it's -10. It used to be -20. Or maybe they have a different... Maybe they have Robber Barons plus another one. In either case, they just have like this crippling thing. Do you know why it's so hard to royal marriage as Ottomans? This has gotten patched today. Royal marriages are easier to get now. Thank you for the guides and info of the game. I'm new to the game and to help you a lot. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. How do I get another Union CB on France as England? Another? You don't get another. If you're in the 100 Years' War, you just wait, and it will... Eventually you'll get a CB that you can... The Force in the Union one. Or claim the throne of France. But, like, if you've already done that, and it bricks, then you're just kind of done. Your podcast with OPB and Lady Saffron, which I really liked, even though EU5 is out, I'd like to see more. You talked about consumption being not keeping up with the game. Is that still the case? Yes. How big an issue is that? It's kind of not that big an issue. It's not an issue at all from, like, a gameplay perspective for, like, someone... It's more a simulation perspective thing, and for someone with, like, under several hundred hours, it probably, like, just, like, is something you could completely ignore and not even care. Yeah. Weird siege. But yeah, we generally want to kind of clean up the map too. Taking all stuff from, like, one area is generally a lot more yeah, it gives you just a big antagonism bomb in that area that you have to do something about. It's like Scion and Poland care a lot. Checking the spy network. We're gonna forget that we have that spy network, though. I wish there was... Actually, can we? Robert Baron's modifier is now more in line. Yeah, that makes sense. It was that patch today. It was like minus 20% control is just so backbreaking. I'm a bit lost when different goods and our products are used. In Vic 3, you can always track both PMs through one window. Like, I don't know what is a rule of thumb for construction. Well, like, you're less concerned with, like, the construction loop. It's just crashing the prices of the construction. But when you look at buildings, when you look to produce them, it's going to tell you what their production method is, and then also what's used to produce them. So masonry and lumber are used to produce, and this is what the building actually uses itself. We'd love to annex Bahar. Can we? I think they're disloyal. No? Alright. Hopefully that's not too many annexations. I think we're just annexing 3 right now. Let's take a look at the one... I think it's De Grata Rex now. This is the one we kind of want to vote for. Looks like we can't start the vote. We like the antagonism reduction. Especially because we're stacking it. We don't necessarily need to refill garrison if we're just gonna sit here. Or near here. We could come down and do something about the enemy stacks, though. Wouldn't it be an option to solve, to change some output to throughput, though? Most consumption buildings... Well, like... Throughput as a modifier makes more sense when you have wages. Right? Because it makes you more efficient per worker. And that's something that's particularly valuable with wages. If you don't have wages, it's a little bit less of a factor, right? Or it makes like a little bit less sense as something to emphasize. If that makes sense. We haven't seen any of their stacks. And the units move a lot faster now. You just uber doom stacking was super important on earlier patches because battles would happen like in less than a day or a single day. And so you could never ever reinforce. But now we could probably reinforce, so splitting the stacks is probably not as bad. Does Spy Network give siege ability? I'm not sure. I know it did in EU4, but I don't know about here. There's a guy in the comment section under your FAQ video wondering what informs levy size change and recovery. I'll tell you explain it real quick. So a big throttle of it is going to be, so the flat value is like informed by your pops, and the pops you have at a location, right? So like this, and whatever a modifier or flat modifier for whatever particular levies you have for eligible pops that you have. So let's find a levy tech. That's printing press. So here we have matchlock levy. Oh, is that more clear now than it was? I think that this is actually out of burgers, not out of the other type of pops. But it'll raise 1% of eligible pops as this. So it's opaque which ones are the valid pops. But this means that you will get these these levies in terms of the flat amount, and then the flat amount is applied. The multipliers are applied on top of that. Let's actually check another levy, see if that actually. No, it's just all gold. Yeah. Oh wait, that means they're regulars. Is there gold? No, plated knights. So plated knights, the valid pops are nobles, and so this would be a bit of a thing. Like peasant levies, like one of the things about men-at-arms is it has much higher percent valid pops, but I also think men-at-arms is raised out of, I think this is raised out of burghers, if I'm not mistaken, and so you'll get peasant levies and men-at-arms. So let's see if we can find an enemy stack, because we don't have that researched. How'd you get behind enemy lines here? Jesus. If we take a look here, we will see that they have both men-at-arms and peasant levies in here. So the peasant levies, I think, are raised from the peasants, and the men-at-arms from here. I think actually maybe we could see what raises to what if we come to a location. Let's do Prague. Let's check it out. No one ever gets that joke. And then military, I forget where it is here where we show the levy that could be raised out of Prague. Let's look at Vienna. Maybe we can only see what we could raise here. Okay. They can't raise any because they've already raised it. Got it. That's fair. So let's find a location here, and we will get a breakdown. So we can raise mailed knights, footman levies, and feudal levies. And you see the footman levy gets raised from the burghers. So if I'm not mistaken, as we upgrade the tech, we'll raise a different unit type, right? And so... But the footman levies, the eligible pop is burghers. Right? And 5% are getting raised as footmen. And we take a look, we can see the stat line and stuff of this, so it's 5% damage reduction. And so we might, this age, for example, want to get matchlock levies, which will... But here's the rub for me, what I can't tell, what I would like to be able to tell, is they still have 1k max strength, and this is the substantive difference age to age for regulars. It's 1k max strength for those guys, 1k max strength for footmen. Is this actually just downgrading your unit by going matchlock levies? Or are you adding footmen on top of it? I guess we could research it and double check. For the England one, you get less eligible pops. And that's something I've, like, needed to test or wanted to test. I guess we could test things out this run rather than, like, trying to play tight. Especially because levies are so important now. A lot of the time we were trying to figure stuff out, we, like, didn't take a look at, a lot of the information because it was a lot less... We didn't take a look at a lot of information because there was 4 levies, because levies sucked ass super hard in earlier patches. So let's actually kind of take a look here. So currently we have mailed knights, which I think aren't as good And let's come in here. Oops. And this is what percent? 10%. So if we, I think they're actually not as good as the cav, the other cav in here, aristocracy, the plated knights, because I think these do like 50% damage instead of 25%. Yeah, or minus 50% taken. So let's add this to our research. But I think it's just going to replace the old knights with the new knights, and let's cancel some of these other ones so that it'll be next in the queue. And we could take a look. So right now it's 4th, so we gotta find a couple more other things. We have to make that number 2. You don't want to switch text because it bricks your research. So there's 2, so now it should be 2. Yeah. So we'll figure that out. We'll come back to that. What RGOs do you build cities over? Low value, yeah. Well, it's both. You consider multiple things. Like, this hard and fast rule, there's, like, less hard and fast rule type of thing. You still have 1337 hours, should be at least 1338 by now. You know, that's the meme number. Hey, does anyone know which map mode lets me see locations in my country at once are cores, and which ones aren't? The integration map mode. There you go. Can regulars be better than levies early game? I mean, they could be if game balance was different. Are you asking, is there a way for you as the player with the current game balance to do that? No. Chat? Someone? Bueller? True. Alright, I've downloaded the game. Gonna start playing tonight. Who should I start playing, and why do you think it should be Ethiopia? I think Ethiopia is fun. Just make sure the Mamluks don't bop you. How much is production efficiency bonus for having RGO and PM in one province? 10%. How do you quit EU5 if you don't? Hotel California. What about levy recovery? Not WAD. Working as designed right now. Oh no. Let's see if we can make it there in time. Did we not rebalance our army? No. Looks like we don't make it here in time. Let's retreat onto here. And just come back. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Attack this? Balance unit. Yeah, I think we're okay here. We do want to do our parliament. So our fishing village is supposed to be built on fish RGOs. You want to build fishing villages where you... Villages in general, you want to build in areas you don't think you're going to upgrade to urban. Because otherwise that bricks your villages. I don't think you want to build fishing villages on fish RGOs, because you want to upgrade all your fish RGOs to urban generally. Sponsor Noble Arts for the recovery is probably the best we could do right now. Increase ties to subject. If we were microing super hard, microing our brains out, taking locations from our subjects, that might be good, because you could steal locations with seize territory. At a certain point, that's not worth the diplomat, but early it is. But I think we're just going to support Noble Arts here. It's going to give us a lot more recovery on the nobles. And then we're probably just going to click this and then click additional taxes, to be honest. And then call it a parliament. Call it a day. Would you say the minimum 16 gig RAM is enough to play, or should I upgrade to 32? I mean, I think it's enough to play. Is there an information tab for provinces? Like, check how many props there are, what religions they are? For provincial view? I mean, you could use the province map mode, and it kind of gives you a little bit of a breakdown. It doesn't tell you religion. You can use the religion and culture map modes to check that stuff. I don't know. So throughput 10% is just 10% more less money, right? It's less valuable because it takes away less space, but whatever, okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes the building slot more valuable. And there's a building slot limit. Like, you could change stuff to being throughput bonuses. If you're trying to, like, ground the economy, right now the economy's not, like, super grounded relative to, like, Big 3. If you're trying to ground it, making output bonuses throughput bonuses would be one way you could approach it. It would make output bonuses way worse, because output bonuses are just absolutely insane. We are beginning to culture convert. He's beginning to believe. I think that we're kind of digging the guys just incorporating the culture for us. I think we might do that with Nograd here too. Enforce culture. We can enable scootage first though. I think in general I kind of like that. If we're gonna enforce culture on someone, just enabling scootage on them. So they don't, because they get super disloyal when you enforce culture. And that way they're not joining wars. How do you decide where you want to create breadbasket settlements? Usually it's in a place with a good food RGO, a river that I don't want for infrastructure, and those tend to be good. To some extent this is going to be a breadbasket location though, because it's not very good to upgrade to urban, and I don't think there's a river flowing through it. There's a river flowing through here, so this is maybe a good example. We don't really want to make this urban. It's mountain forest, so it's not going to ever have that much dev. And at the same time, we can stack all the modifiers from the wheat and the irrigation and the farming village. And also, do we have laborers here? We could also build the kind of... we can build this. We will build that. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have any other... Because it's not... We can't in forests build the sheep thing. So in general, forests are, to some extent, a little bit worse because you can't stack as many multipliers because you can't build the sheep farms there, but not that big a deal. The forest, it bricks us. Is there an event for Brandenburg? Yeah, there is, but when I played Brandenburg, it felt super RNG heavy. A lot of other people left feedback for Brandenburg, so I'm expecting Brandenburg to get changed. But, like, the general consensus was it kind of sucks to play. Let's click this. Are there any burger things that we are specifically trying to push? So I'm deciding whether or not to click this to get a peek. Let's click it to get a peek at the other thing in terms of pushing values. Alright, we'll just request additional taxes here. Don't really need the CB. We are playing super tight. We might want the CB to be able to expand somewhere else, like way far away, but I think we're just going to leave it alone for now. We probably do want to start thinking about what peace deal we want here. Because he's probably super into piecing out, actually. And might be willing to give us the type of piece we'd be interested in anyways. Is that a Mallorca release for us? Can't remember if that's a Mallorca core. We're thinking of decking on Milan sometime soon. So I guess we could improve relations with Milan a little bit before we do that. I think it might be after this war though, so that kind of feels stupid. Padua would be okay. Kind of okay with feeding this. I don't know why there's not more releases here. Is this part of the patch? Why there's not more releasables? I'm confused. Normally there's like a lot more countries for him to release. There's all these countries up here. It's not like we released them all. I'm not sure how much control affects RGO. Is it worth building RGO in low control province? It's often worth if the RGO is an output for or an input for something that you're building. Like you build wool, it'll make your cloth stuff more valuable. If you have any amount of control, it will also add to the tax base. If you have stone 0, it doesn't add anything to the tax base, but it's generally not bad. Generally, you can still get situations where it is bad. Does excess food give pop growth? Yes, but there's an upper limit. There's an upper limit for it. Hi, where do you define the AI military behavior for your subjects? Where? Where do we do this? Manage subjects, this top bar right here. Why are European peasants obsessed with rice? Because they see it. In your opinion, what is the best build trading office? Stacking them in market centers or spreading them out? They're really good for getting maritime presence. To that extent, it's good. But spreading out if you want to patrol yourself. Great answers to streaming. Thank you. Thank you. Do you play Native American tribes? I haven't. Any advice on faster annexing? 50% culture versus stat. How can I increase cultural influence? Libraries and also universities, but also being way bigger than the person you're annexing is really good. See, we're bigger than Mantua, so we get plus 125%. And this is the bigger modifier, so annexing smaller people first and releasing vassals in smaller bites. Worth considering. Also, they get more cabinet actions, so they'll be better at doing stuff like converting culture for you. We probably want humiliation. Papal states we could separate peace. I mean, it looks like they just have one of our subjects like full occupied here. Brescia. Oh, would we want to just feed Parma to... Oh, these guys never get annexed in time. It's not letting us take over subjects right now, but we could get Parma off map if we go down there and occupy them. And same with Brescia, which is maybe worth. It's quite a bit more micro here. Countries lose course now if they do not exist. They disappear after some time period. Oh man. Hussite heresy. To arm men of faith. We gain Hussite heresy. Why do we get the heresy? To arms men of faith. Alright. How does this work? I think we'll take the prestige, thank you. We're fighting both these guys in a war, that's cute. I don't even remember Poland being in this war. That actually changes what we are going to do a little bit. In terms of peace deal. I think they have imperial territory. I must be tired if I didn't notice Poland was in the war. Jesus. Looks like we also need to rake back some of these. Can we invite to the HRE? Well, we don't have diplomats right now, so we can't do anything. Is there any mechanic you feel is totally missing, or did the dream game? I did already ask. I didn't skip it. I answered the question. I said not really, but there's some mechanics I feel are under-fleshed out, and that I talked about wanting auto-expand. I have a food stockpile monthly surplus, but in the economy tab I'm still spending money on buying food. Yeah, so if you have... I don't think we care about losing support. Care about taking the 7 stab hit, though. And we don't care about the 300 gold. I guess we'll take the prestige hit. You're still spending money on buying food. Well... As long as you have provinces with negative food, you will be spending money on buying food. It is just way less. It is way, way less when the food price is 0.01, and then that's kind of whatever. And so all these locations are going to be ones where there's negative food. And then on some of them you will have positive food and it'll be plus, but if... So best practice for minimizing that is actually making sure all your provinces are net positive. Will help out a little bit, but it'll just be like a little bit. Can you explain how food supply from navies works? Navies can store food. They can store food contingent upon what type of unit they have. So if we take a look at the COG... is this the food storage one? So they could carry 1 per level. And they're going to be better than the Carrick, which can only carry 0.2. So transports are going to be better at carrying food, just generally. Denmark still exists. If Denmark didn't exist, we'd maybe want to take something to release Denmark. God, we're making so much money now. We started the episode with like 700 margin. Oh no, wait, we did increase max taxes. That's part why. Yeah, never mind. Just kidding. I was gonna make some song and dance about it being insane for books and stuff. Lost 2/3 of my pop is Portugal. The plaque Beth struggling to grow pop back. Yep, that's how it goes. A little water shortage action. We somehow lost a whole bunch of war score. Did they take the... No, they didn't take the war goal. What happened? Oh, we didn't? With 16%, they're really letting us take a 68% peace deal. I mean... I think our alliances all just got bricked anyways, so we're not as concerned about breaking the threshold anymore. Because this is not a group that can fight us, so we probably just actually want to get out of the war. Pavia, we could give some land. Yeah, just feeding from a bunch of different locations, kind of really setting us up nicely. That'll kind of put the screws on Portugal even more. Or not Portugal, Poland. You can see they're really struggling to develop control. They also have a privilege that gives them -10 control on the burghers, so that's why they have actual 1s and 0s in a bunch of places. So Poland's like a complete paper tiger at this point. They don't get that many levies. Nice and spread out, I think, with this peace deal. We could go for something in the north here more, a little bit. I think that we're not going to. I think we kind of like this. We'd like to get a humiliate down, but that's so greedy. I think that we're just like... would rather get out. I feel like we're losing a lot of troops just per battle or something like this. So let's maybe... I mean, we could take gold here. Yeah, the antagonism is starting to get a little bit high. I think we just go for this. This is fine. Nope, can't go that way. Don't go that way. You get trapped. And then we'll integrate Prague. For this guy, we will make this guy the head of our cabinet. The reason why we're choosing this idiot is because he is crown power character, so it's going to give 25% crown power. We could go for another 10%. Well, no, none of these buttons we really want to click, or they're too marginal. But we should actually be developing at a decent clip now this authority, because we've returned most of the things, at least over here to the HRE in the east. I'm kind of off topic. While I love playing meta's good, I wonder if I will have less fun because of that. Then maybe I could have someone erase all my memories from Vic 3. Well, like, yeah, I mean, I would have way more fun in this game if I was, like, completely fresh to it. I like figuring out games and this type of thing. At game launch, should I prioritize RGOs and roads that make me money, or should I focus on collapsing prices? It depends how easy it is to collapse prices. So you can come in here and you can look at lumber, and if there's a bunch of imports from the burghers, you're not gonna be able to collapse prices very easily. So that's usually the case in Venice. Look, they're importing 51 lumber. So you would have to build like 60 lumber to actually collapse the price of lumber in Venice, and that's super not worth. So it kind of depends. But look at us here. We have control of the Lubeck market, the Prague market, and the Vienna market. Now, the Prague market, to be fair, did eat into the Vienna market a little bit, but everywhere just has more market access now, so that is kind of nice. We could have taken Krakow at some point as well, but... And then we're kind of interested in being done with this war. But I think we'll just stay in. We can select all the armies by right-clicking this, so here, let's show this. We right-click, we can select all, and then we're going to right-click here to disband all the levies. Let's up the speed a little. Well, we want to spend money now. We have so much money. And Parliament didn't give us a discount. So let's take a look at our proximity, how we're getting through here. So from up to here, we're in that line. I don't think we have urbanization up to there. But coming down through here, when we turn, we are going to be using this. And the prices has collapsed, so let's actually city some of these so we can pound lock. And then we're gonna go through the infrastructure bit by bit, and then go through what we can upgrade bit by bit. So this will actually be kind of a long-ish build. We maybe could go speed 3 while we're doing it, just to go faster. I think Bog Iron Smelter, we haven't been pushing. I think we're going to start pushing it, especially because we have coal. A lot of places you don't have access to coal on the RGO. We have access to coal. Not like a ton of coal, so we will have to produce coal ourselves. Maybe we could import coal, actually. Yeah, we have like a surplus of 8. So we're going to get rid of our least profitable few trades. And see if we can import coal. Do have to be a little bit concerned about the food, actually. But I think that that's just by virtue of the markets kind of reorganizing. Because the Prague market is now a lot bigger. And we can import a little bit of coal from Kiev. So we're going to do that. That'll give us 2 units of coal, not a ton. And then we're going to put Bog Iron Smelters, which are going to turn coal into iron. And we're going to put some of those down. Looks like the AI doesn't love building them. We can build those close to the lakes. You can also build them on wetlands. What's the best way to get prestige? Kind of easy way to get prestige is to humiliate. What's the best way to build up a stockpile of good? Have a surplus. They sell off all your gold? Yep, because it's really profitable. I would recommend just trying to get more gold or build more gold. Some places you have a really hard time just establishing a gold surplus to build some of those government buildings. That's just kind of a thing. There's not much you can do about it. You can try importing. Can markets be destroyed? Yes, they can. What's the best way to get prestige? Here, we could just show it real quick. You right-click, you can destroy market. You could also right-click here to open that same context menu. When I click to build in the same location, more buildings, sometimes 2 be done at the same time. Other times they go in sequential order and have negative days. What's with that is normal behavior. So there's construction capacity for locations. Well, the thing being negative is not normal, but cities have construction capacity that is higher. Can we get the pop-up for what a city does? Just hovering. But you can see towards the bottom, construction capacity +1. So that's why you're getting multiples. I think we will upgrade this to a city at this point. So that's like 3.5K spent. How does one use a padlock canal? It has to be on a river, and it has to be in a city, and it's really strong because it decreases proximity costs. And so you notice how we have a bunch of cities in a row? That's because we went out of our way to pull population there so we could turn them into cities, and the reason we're doing them in a row is because there's a vein of river that kind of passes through here, and also easy terrain. So the easy terrain plus river makes it so that it's really good for us pushing control, which is why we have a really, really wide proximity spread and like not as good a north-south proximity spread. Let's look at some areas we don't think we're going to upgrade to urban. We pop-wise, how good are we? Well, we don't think we're going to upgrade the wool. Do we own that location? But we're not going to own that location for long. We're going to give it away. This location, I think, is just out of peasants, but... yeah. Could maybe push a few of these in the wool. Pretty marginal. Okay, sand pit. We put these in places where we have lumber. Just upgrading them a little bit. Do want to make sure we keep the sand price low. Sawmill, let's get rid of this. And no locations to mass build small mill. Are you kidding me, Smalls? AI doesn't like, or the macro builder decision maker doesn't like shift building there. We just kind of want to get them down. Even if they're not optimal. They're probably not optimal, which is probably why it's not liking it. Yeah, we've built all of ours of these. We'll go to basic industry. We looked at tools a moment ago, but what we're looking for is places where it's obvious that we've chosen to build there, and they're not yet at their max level. And then we're just going to max out the level. And so, paper, we're kind of doing a different thing with paper. But I suppose we can maybe take a look at some of the locations we have it now. We're going to mainly focus on around the capital, but yeah, we can upgrade this. Do some of that. A lot of these places just need qualifications at this point, though. And they're going to be throttled by that. We could use... Did they buff? I don't even think we have the cabinet action to increase urbanization, but it was just for one province. If they buffed it to an area, that'd actually be worth us using right now. Because we have, like, complete lack of promotions in this region near the capital. It is a little bit of a squeeze for us. Yeah. Nothing too crazy for us here. Naval supplies are going to be in a much higher demand shortly. Do we have fiber crops anywhere? We do. In the capital even. Alright, fair. Let's do some naval supply there. Firearms, I think we have decent production of. Could add a little bit more. Cannons. Consumer goods. Leave the books alone for now. Is that 3 getting a production efficiency bonus? It's not. Let's leave it alone. Kind of ignoring the other markets here. That's not what we should really be doing. Okay. This is a location with wool, so let's expand this out. I'm not sure we fully collapsed prices here, actually, even. Yeah, we have. We finally have. Okay. So let's expand that out here as well. Because these opportunities are actually reasonably profitable, or we expect them to be. I think these are the same province? They are. We'll do similar stuff over here as well. Don't have a lot of control, so the kind of potential downside is we're expanding supply of this in the market, which might be importing it from the Austria market, and that's kind of like maybe medium, but yeah. Is there any way to grow your population during the Renaissance? The biggest thing for driving up your population early on is going to be maxing out prosperity faster. And so in Renaissance, there's bureaucracy tech, and getting that and doing decentralized is going to help that. Are you going to colonize? Yes. That's why we started this spy network on Morocco, is because we want to get maps in West Africa. There's a rivers map mode. You have to assign it to a hotkey. What's the levy's base damage? 1, but it's multiplied by the number of guys in the unit, and there's 1,000 guys in the unit, but then it's also multiplied by this levy factor, and levy's also get minus 10% discipline, but it's still multiplied by 1,000, whereas like the regulars, there's only 100 guys in the unit. And so it's a little bit rough. I saw your Castile video and was thinking it's better to release the whole of south of Spain as subjects. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, eventually you want to reintegrate them, and so it's a pain to reintegrate them if you do that. You could do that. I don't think it's good. But your thought is, like, not insane. I watched FAQ. You mentioned boats hang out in the province to move up maritime. Is the blockade ports the same thing? Yes. They just go there and AFK. Speaking of, we should push up maritime here. So we will. After looking at Japan for 2 seconds, I already have a new question. Most premium buildings use 1 production bonuses and for fine cloth, jewelry, and tools, right? Stone and clay is valuable for masonry. What is sand used for? Sand is used in tanneries and also for glass. For any reason you want to grant Fondaco routes to another nation? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Is there a way to move banks out of your territory? Playing as Milan, 2 banks have really high antagonists. Nope, they're immortal and they're kind of annoying. They cannot be stopped. Can you vassalize banks diplomatically? Is it worth it? Oh, you might be able to diplo-vassal them. We've vassalized one in a war before, and I don't know. I don't think that was WAD. We left a bug report about it, and it seems you can't vassalize them now. I'm not entirely sure. But we didn't build the infrastructure, we just got as far as the consumer goods. So let's try and build civilian infrastructure here. We're just gonna shift click and build counting houses where they think they're good, as long as the price is collapsed, which I think is like 200. Yeah. We don't necessarily need to max them out. We're running out of gold here anyways. Do you want to make sure we have temples everywhere? Temples are like the best building. Oh, did we urbanize? We urbanized a couple locations down here. I think our thought was building docks for the sailors. We don't have many sailors. Where is this? Copenhagen. I don't think we have any control up there. Trade on the outskirts is generally kind of good. Open market, because you have poor market access, but trade centers don't care about market access, so generally a little bit more effective. And we have 700. I don't think we need to necessarily spend that down. Could go for a little bit more road action. Yeah, let's get roads down where we don't currently have, where there aren't roads, because it helps for getting those places a little bit more dev growth by a lot, so I guess a lot more dev growth. I think we already established a march with these guys. We already put scutage. These guys have scutage. I think we enforce culture in Transylvania and make them to convert our culture or to our culture, because we're not integrating them anytime soon, and that'll help us a little bit towards getting all this to Danube, Bavarian. Aquileia is not going to be happy enough with us for us to annex them for a long time, so we probably want to force them to be Danube as well, and then that will improve relations with them. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Well, actually, answer some questions first. Yeah, cavalry do more damage base, but there's cavalry units are half as big, so it looks like it's 4x, but it's actually just 2x because they're half the size in terms of the units. How do you get back from being excommunicated? You die. Send your ruler on a boat into nowhere, and he usually dies more, or put him in charge of an army. What does ask them to become state bank do? I'm not sure exactly. I think it makes it easier for you to take loans, or the loans are better, but the loans are bad anyway, so you don't want them. It's not possible to see maintenance costs for roads. There's a small maintenance cost. It's you just ignore it, honestly. Maintenance cost for roads is like nobody pays for it, but it's just a small amount of demand for, I think, sand and masonry in your market, and it's like inconsequential, and it actually just might be that good because it's stimulating your economy, and nobody pays for it. Be right back. What do you guys think is a better title for a video? How to handle urbanization or location archetypes? Maybe use chat for this. How to handle urbanization is a very common question. And I think, boy, have I thought through, like, that as a topic, like, so much. And at this point, like, I have actually notes for a video on this. But in my head, it, like... This is the problem with playing 1400 hours before the game releases, or just playing 1400 hours in general, is I forget what it's like to not know the things. And so in my head, like, what to do is somewhat, like, self-evident. But that's because I have 1400 hours, and this is, like... When I'm poring over and, like, doing this, while everyone else is playing Speed 5, this is the type of thing I'm thinking about. And, yeah, at this point, it seems like it's one of the most common questions. Everyone seems to not really know which places they should urbanize. It's the same video, but, like, you could just phrase it in a different way. What the fuck is an archetype? That's true. That's true. Don't make these urbanization mistakes. Even better. Don't make these beginner urbanization mistakes. Or top 5 beginner urbanization mistakes. Something like this. Our parliament's about to end. I don't think there's a chance we want to click autonomy. The decentralization boop is, like, too much. Would love for Naples to end this war. We're still gaining a decent amount of sailors. I don't think we really care about maritime presence, except to the extent that it gives us control over the Venice market, which we already have, okay. We barely have enough trade advantage to have control, though. Cool. Do we actually want it in Lubeck? Probably. Lubeck's probably fine. Lubeck is probably fine. Thinking about moving this market over a little bit. 10 things urbanizers don't want you to know in EU5, basically. EU5 and self-evident should not be used in the same sentence. No, I'm not saying it is self-evident. I'm saying it feels like it's, like, obvious, but it's not obvious. YouTube market seems flooded with how-to guide location archetype. Might splash smaller initially and be relevant for longer. I could run an A/B test where, like, for half of people it gives them one title and the other half it gives another, and whichever gets the most click-through rate eventually becomes the thing. Try to do a little bit more. 10 things urbanizers don't want you to know. How do I go Navy, go around and spread control? They, you patrol, and it seems like they're doing nothing, but they are doing something. So you do patrol the seas, and you kind of, you pick where you want them to patrol, and again, it feels like they're not doing anything, but if you open the Maritime Presence map mode, they're gonna sit in a sea province until every location in that sea province is up. And a sea province is going to be bigger than a location. So you see this is a sea province. It's got like 8 or so locations, 7 locations. And so this navy, if we put them to patrol, would sit there and look like it's doing nothing until all those places have 100 maritime. I feel like you explained it really good in your videos. Not that you shouldn't do a video about that, but people still focus a lot better on information when it's the entire purpose of the video. Yeah. If you want a topic for a video, I want an in-depth guide on how to manage trade. We could do that. The thing is I worked on the official, like, tutorial videos, or the, like, that are, like, on the official channel, and so I feel like I've already covered that, because it's in the, like, economic video that's going to be coming out. I wish there was a game for inadvertently founding, independently figuring out institutions if the groundwork was there. To some extent there is. If a lot of institutions, if it could have spawned in your location, you get a huge bonus towards, getting it. Urban development, no hordes allowed. Dark truth, just ahead on the road. How do I get better roads? There's different texts. There's one in Age of Discovery, one in Age of Absolutism, one in Revolutions. Colonization guide's also not easy to find. An upcoming, England video I talk about it a lot. Almost all the guides focus on the early game? Yeah. I couldn't find the objective button? Yeah. It is here. Could you, if you answer a question regarding cultural opinion, how do you improve that? So, you getting more cultural influence will improve your offense, and getting more cultural tradition will improve your defense. You don't really care about the offense, you just kind of only care about the defense. And so what you get that from is libraries and universities, generally speaking, are kind of the big buildings for that. And what it will do is, it'll give you a flat amount, and then you have equilibrium decay minus X%, and so as long as the flat amount is pushing you above that, you will just slowly gain it. And so here you can see we have a big chunk of cultural influence, and we're also gaining, this looks bugged. Gaining 39? What is this? Why is it so big? Oh, this is showing us the total gain, not the net. The net is 2 a month, right? 39 minus the decay, which is 37. That sounds about right. And what it does is it compares your influence score versus their tradition score. So our work's really good for getting tradition. You notice most of our tradition score is actually coming from Austria. That's because that's going to be where all of our works of art are. We don't have that hotkeyed because it's not very important. But we've stolen a lot of art from a lot of places, and we've produced a little bit of art, but a lot of it we've just stolen. Gives a little bit of bonuses, but the bonuses are just kind of super whatever. I'm leaving, but I have to say good day to you, sir. That's true. Thank you for every bit of knowledge you share with us. Have a nice rest of the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. How do you use trade companies? I don't know the trade company interaction that well. I was hoping to get kind of a deeper into the Venice run, this type of thing, but like honestly, I haven't been able to record on the Venice run recently. Just doing a lot of the stream stuff. We have to give out a lot of this territory. Kind of hoping Naples finishes this war up soon. Kind of interesting if they give us territory over there, but I don't think they will. I think they still have claims. They don't have claims on Sicily anymore. Interesting. Yeah, the people losing cores is going to be a huge impact on expansion. Because currently, right now, we expand primarily through cores that are held. And so that might just be kind of like just a massive nerf cabinet lax member for the way we're playing. Or it's probably going to be. Let's put this guy in. Look at them stats. Look at that body. Because we're going to integrate and finish that relatively fast, and then we're going to want to do stuff. General market's out of food. Doesn't sound like our problem, not our tempo. What's this flame notification? Wait, what? I don't even know what that does. Eggs Benedict Cumber Snatch? Craigasm? What is that? I don't know what the flame icon on Twitch is in my like feed thing. Plague is Molly got bubonic plague after the first wave, so no situation. Isolate. What am I doing something wrong? Nope, that happens sometimes. The bubonic plague that comes that way is generally not as strong, but yeah, there's not much you can do. If the bubonic plague misses you the first time around, you're very likely to spike it at some point later, and you don't get access to the stuff. Just kind of normal. Should I annex vassals with Portugal and Maghreb? Or will the control situation be too bad? Once you get a decent amount of maritime, your control will actually be decent. Rip my poor peasants, cheers, basically. Let's see what you guys think. Overwhelmingly, it's how to urbanize an E5. Okay. Overwhelmingly. I feel like I'm getting that question a lot, and I had notes for a video on that. The land guide in the whatever video is effectively that. I'm of the mind that maybe I should just piece these guys out. Kind of just wanna... What are they waiting for? Maybe they're waiting to, like, subjugate them? I don't know what that is about. I guess we could go speed fly. Is it normal to get executed multiple times with the same ruler? Yeah. Kind of. Wait, with the same ruler? And heir after he died? No, it's not normal. That's strange. Alright, now that we are at peace, we can give out all the things. I'm so glad this doesn't cost a diplomat, because that would suck balls. So, like, you see this guy has cores. We use those cores to fight Poland, right? And to get claims on Poland. If countries that haven't existed for some time lose cores, like within the first 50 years of the game, your ability to release these types of guys to gain a bunch of cores is going to go away. I think we release Hamburg. I'm gonna take a look here. I think we release Hamburg maybe as a march, though. Wait, what? Holy. Yeah, that's super bricks, that way of playing. Hamburg we can't release as a historic nation. That kind of... I don't know how I feel about this. That kind of blows. Really thinking of trying to go Muslim? It is strong. How many hours do you think it would take to get the whole 1337 to 1837 stream? I don't think we'll see many of those. I mean, we could do it with this one, in theory, but we've only played like 120 years, and it feels like we've kind of like, at this point, we're really, really strong. Do inputs building have priority when buying them from the market? The places with the higher priority goes to the places that have more market access, independent of whether it is buildings or pop needs. Losing 40% of your levies to attrition fighting in North Africa. It's not the desert, it's the malaria. Is there a way to check what your building cap is and how far you are over it? Yes. I don't know what we're gonna do though. I mean, I guess someone doesn't like the way we're expanding. Someone might have watched a little bit of the stream. But this is the building cap here. It gets upped by a ton when you build when you make something a city. Maybe someone's been watching the stream a little and doesn't like all these free CBs nonsense. That's fair enough. The Reconquest CB is really, really good. I forget exactly what you need to do to threaten war. What the requirement is. But threaten war is really strong, gives you a really good CB. Do we like this chat where you just like can't make historical subjects after the first 50 years, I guess is probably it. How do we feel about that? Should I pay any mind to the slightly mixed reviews on Steam, or is this a banger? New here? I think it's kind of a banger, but like I have 1,400 hours, it's hard for me to be like grounded in a newer player orientation at this point anymore. Is it possible to cut off the enemy army supply? For example, if they stand between their army and a supply point? You need to eliminate, like, I think you need to... It's about controlling, like, an entire province between where their supply is coming from. An army. But also, if they occupy any locations of the province they're in, very often they could just peel enough food out of the province to not need to care. What's up with that England? France got after him. So being at 292 buildings with a cap of 172 is why it's 1,500 ducats to build something in Milan? Yeah, exactly. So you want to try and... That's one reason why you have to spread out your buildings and stuff. Can't make historical subjects, or the core is decayed, right? Yeah, the core is decayed. I think that it's like probably 50 years or 100 years or something like that. And so this means like being able to release historic things just after a certain point after game start is just gone. I think most bad reviews of people who didn't expect this level of granularity, that's possible. I mean, I think there's a lot of EU4 players who wanted it to be more like EU4. They wanted EU4 too. I guess this is a cores decaying thing. I wonder how chat feels about this. We're gonna make another poll on YouTube. So the thing is it prevents you from getting really cheap CBs. And so I don't mind it from that perspective as much, but like it like kind of kills RP a little bit. And you can't release anyone with bonuses anymore. Like you can't they're going to be generic .country. They're not going to be like Hamburg with Hamburg bonuses if we release them like this. Is there a release nation as vassal option from your own territory? You can make a custom subject, but then you only release them with one province, and then you have to feed them the rest. But, like, this is what we're gonna do? Oh, just kidding. We're not gonna do this, because that's actually... Oh, that's so obnoxious. Is this the same province? No, it's not the same province. So, that's probably what we're doing. We could also just own Hamburg. I think Hamburg's not insanely, like, I think it's a really good natural harbor. Yeah, it is. I just don't know how we ever get from Vienna to Hamburg and, like, without railroads. Is it 150 years in versus 50 in EU5? Oh, I don't know how many years it is. I'm just guessing. We're only 140 years in, so it would be less than 140. They should have plausible cores of them being released to the game. All of them. I mean, I wouldn't mind if you could. So here's the thing: is like, I would like if you could you release all the historic ones just without cores, right? Like, I'm okay with like eliminating the ability to get like these like repeatedly abusable CVs. So like Moravia here has a bunch of cores, and we're using Moravia to get like good CVs on Bohemia repeatedly, and like that seems fine. But like you can't release countries with like the flavor content. I don't know. You should play as Korea sometime. Goryeo. We're planning on it. Is this patch a vision of how they're going to do it week by week? I'm very excited for the future. I think that's changes that were like kind of on the slate that didn't necessarily get implemented for the release version, because the release version is really important that it's stable. Yeah, it should take like 200 years. I think I like the idea of 100 years. I like the idea, but 100 years too soon. Without mission trees, it should be at least maintained cores. Cores should decay, but much quicker in a place that those not share the primary culture. Yeah. Did you already do your plan on a kind of building tier list? Key building loops in the video in the future. I think I'm gonna do top 10 buildings you should understand or something like this, and just talk about 10 buildings specifically. Without flavor content, so it's so stupid. It's brain dead, dude. They just don't like tag switching. I think you could still tag switch. You can still tag switch. Tag switching's not dead. What's the best way to the Navarra died for the tag switching sins because there's multiple content creators that are just swapping to Navarra because Navarra just had insane content. I think having you lose CBs if you do not demand them in peace deal or pay someone a war score cost to maintain them would be nice. Is there a way to see the price of a good without good in a specific plus minus %? Yeah, there is. Let's take a look. Minus 13%. Cores decaying is the same as in EU4. Should be tied to a cultural mechanic. But the thing is, I want to be able to release the historic country. Like, even without the cores. I want to be able to release Hamburg. This is going to be really annoying because you can only release whole provinces at a time. So if you take an entire province, like if we take, like Lüneburg, if we take a province like up here, I'm pretty sure that's multiple German states. We can only release an entire province. We can't release like individual little locations that were historic. Unless we fight them multiple times and just take one location at a time and release it as a subject repeatedly. And this also means, like, I don't know, we can't release princes. Two-thirds of you guys don't like it. I mean, I'm fine with them, like, doing a way of managing the CB. I guess I just kind of don't like this particular way. Yeah, I don't know. Put Claire in charge of Hamburg. Wait, you can't release princes? Oh shoot, yeah, that makes sense. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah. You make it geography based, like Hamburgs don't lose their core. I think the core should stay, but either the cost should be increased or some other mechanic about restoring ancient tags be added. How do I get rid of female heir? You change your... This changes your succession, or you can change your succession here. I can't give a woman a boat, the truth hurts. Or put them in council, she'll die in a year. But honestly, the entire nation release system should get some love in EU5. It's just an import from EU4 at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm fine with, like, not being able to repeatedly, like, get a claim from Moravia here. Also, like, this kills a lot of our... We're gonna have to rethink how we're expanding here, actually, even. Which is fair. Because I think that we're going to not have claims on this guy anymore, right? Or soon. I guess Bosnia still has claims. A little bit. How big is Venice's fleet? Show me what you got. Just 23 boats is not a lot. You know, 9 of them are heavies, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. 9 heavies. Alright, fair enough. We'll make 10 more heavies, so we'll have 15 heavies. And then I guess we'll try and build some galleys, and then we'll go after Venice. I think Milan is someone we could have decked. And we did have CBs on them before. Because this guy... Oh, this guy still has CBs. He just doesn't have the thing anymore. The entire nation system... Yeah, we already read that. Game looks overwhelming. There's a lot going on. About the Japan capital placement, it looks like Tokyo is a lot closer than most of the premium resources. That changes consideration a little bit. I think Tokyo's not insane. Let's get the... think you really care about the natural harbor, though. Even if you were doing Tokyo, I think you'd actually want it here. Actually, this is good enough natural harbor that you could do it here. I think that's maybe kind of fine to some extent. But then you think about, like, larger macro what's going on. You can't really push overland through Japan there. But on this side, you can really... It's 3 locations. You can push overland through here, so you can bisect Japan and then push to the other side. And so I think that makes over here a lot better. Kawabe, Osaka, I think are probably better. Kyoto makes some sense because you can push through to Suruga, and get to the other side and push maritime. But I think your control on the backside of Japan here is going to be kind of bad. And that even locations over here might make a whole lot of sense because you can push the maritime over here really well and along the top side really well. And so in some sense, this location might actually be closer to the premiums than Tokyo is in terms of like actual practice of getting control there, because you only have to go through like 8 or so naval sea zones. So it's going to be minus 24. Whereas if you have to go through like 5 or 6 over rough terrain, because the terrain there is rough, it might actually end up taking quite a lot to get through that. Like if we look at the topography, mountains and hills, vegetation, forests, and so that's like, even though it's closer, it's like a lot to push through. And you're talking about, you are closer to a lot of the good RGOs. Let's maybe pull that up. But you're like, the gold, the silk, the gold, the gold, the gold, all those you're really close to. But the silk back here, the silk, the gold, the silver, like you're kind of not as close to these as you look. Because you're going through rough terrain to get there. So happy Thursday. I am going to be rereading through it after the stream. I'm going to do a video. Kyoto seems better, yeah. Is there a way to upgrade ships? Yes. You float them into harbor and there's like an upgrade button. Upgrade Navy. We are culture converting this area right now, so the cores are going to slowly start coming in now. We didn't give out all the locations here, let's do that. We're doing this so our subjects integrate stuff for us. They're not our province. And that's the nobles. No! How will we ever give that location away? And that's a market capital, so we're gonna hang on to that, so... Actually gonna build trade centers there. So we can get control of that trade. And trade centers there, so we can get control of that trade. In theory, we kind of want to take Medway, because it is the trade center here. Not too big a deal. How do you go about raising a defending army early game? My Serbia got rolled by 10k Naples troops. So the problem is the resource that you have for... Here, let's... 0 man from 0 regiments. We have levies in one of these, I think, right? Serbia got rolled with 10k Naples troops. So the problem is regular troops really suck ass in this. In the Second Age, I assume you're talking about, regulars are suck really hard and mercs suck really hard. And those are the two things you can get a lot more of. The only thing you can do is try and increase control to increase the amount of levies you get, but you don't have a lot of pop. Even if you had a lot of control everywhere, which is hard as Serbia anyways, because this is low levy size modifiers here. You're still not... I think you just have to outplay them super hard. And make sure that you, like, fight in +2 and +3 zones and try and bob and weave. Or it'd be easier to maybe make a navy and try and prevent Naples from landing. Can you precisely explain how trade works through the medium of interpretive dance? I could. I'd love to explain all the core mechanics, like your Vic 3 Spain beginner series. That would be very hard to do, like, the same way. Because it's very hard to record a one-take video that's 30 minutes long, and then it's harder to do that still while you're both playing and explaining the things. And what you're playing doesn't necessarily correspond to, like, what you're explaining, because a war could come up when you're trying to explain eco, right? And then on top of that, to keep everything on theme and not repeat yourself is very difficult to do. I am not knowledgeable enough about EU5, I think, to do this at that point. Do that at this point. How do you get your states to offer more loans? You shouldn't be taking loans anyways. I'm actually not sure. I think it's based on the size of your tax base. Like, they can loan a certain ratio relative to this. But the real answer is don't take loans. If you're taking loans, you're gonna have a bad time. I mean, I guess. Let's see this situation. What are the requirements here? Curious. Do we have... It's time to steal maps. They might have nerfed steal a map. I kind of think it's low-key insane. It's not been nerfed. It's time to start stealing maps. Art's just terrible. It's too far. Maybe colonize over here. I think we just, like, can't really colonize until we get the institution. I'm kind of curious about checking this out. So the question is just turn everything from... I don't think it adds plated levies, I just think it turns all of our noble levies into plated levies. And currently we have around 3.5k in milk. What is it in the capital? Let's check it in the capital in terms of what we're getting. Alright, our total levies is 3.5k in the capital, and we see 67, 55, 46. So the top three, roughly speaking, 167. So we'll try and keep that number in mind. Loans are the biggest meta shift from EU4. Flory must be devastated. To the extent, having loans is really bad. It still might be worth it to take loans, just because bankruptcy seems not that bad. But if you're taking loans, you're doing it with the intention of bankrupting yourself. Satisfaction is killing your potential. Any advice? Get more... keep your satisfaction to these guys or satisfaction to your locations. I assume you mean these guys. Hand out estate privileges slower and don't click as many buttons in Parliament. Early Renaissance with 5k levies I had. I think you should be able to beat a 2-to-1 thing ratio. Surely you can stack interest reduction modifiers enough for loans to be viable. I think even if it's 0% interest, they might not be any good. Like, honest to God. Because the loans give you a crown power malice. It might be if you could get enough crown power, then you can leverage loans, and this is some type of thing. But, like, if there was 0 interest, they might still be bad. Still haven't flipped Carthage? Not like this. Carthage is, or sorry, Tarkus is judging me. Tarkus and Carthage are phonetically kind of similar. Gotta claim throne CB on England as Portugal? Your PUs are different? Yes. They're not your subject, and it can break up. It's probably worth more trouble than... Yeah. Bankruptcy seems stupid OP. For how long will you stream today? I don't know. Maybe 4 or 5 hours. Depends. If there were somehow, like, if there were a ton of people in, I would go 10 plus hours. I told myself that if there was 400 plus people, we'll just go 10 hours every day, but we're getting like 200-ish. PUs need to go back to EU4 PUs? I disagree. Think if the ruler somehow doesn't stay the same, the PUs should just break up. Making kind of decent money here. So we get plated knight levies, so let's see what happened in our capital. So expecting it to be the same number, it's just now plated knights. Yeah. I wish it was more clear which were the potential guys. So I think the feudal levies, we could upgrade these to peasant levies. But it's unclear to me. Yeah. So these guys are marginally a little bit better, but I don't think they're, like, way better. We have a really high aristocracy, so in theory we actually should have a decent amount of, like, good levies, but we're not even... We're trying to avoid conscripting up everyone right now anyways, so it's probably not worth it for us to go for those types of things. Clearly Swedish bias, basically. Been enjoying playing Denmark. Surprisingly fun. Danish culture has, like, 0 influence. Womp womp. They shouldn't be turbo OP like EU4. EU4 was... I remember... I did World Conquest run on EU4. Like, one tag, one faith. Like, quite some time ago. And I remember it just feeling really, really silly. Let's get trade capacity in here. And, building costs. We should research this and swap off of decentralized bureaucracy. This is actually probably one of the better Catholic texts. But honestly, despite my saying we're gonna stay Catholic, I kind of don't want to stay Catholic, chat. Peasant to state satisfaction equilibrium, also kind of nice. Catholic has some nice text, though. To be fair, it's not like all bad. It's pretty bad, though. Do my 40 tulpas count as viewers? Maybe. What's a tulpa? You recommend this game for someone that's never played EU4 but likes history? Yeah, I think you have to like strategy games that are relatively, like, have a lot going on at the very least. I think just liking history is not enough. Yeah. PUs will obviously get better developed at the moment. The most obvious problem is constant voting, insane state opinion penalty from voting the wrong side. Maybe. Protestant OP. Protestant's real good. The thing is, like, what you get from Catholic is, like, the ability to, like, use all the text still. Clip it out of context despite getting Catholic. I don't want to be Catholic. Not like this. How good are the different tech trees? How much does it matter? Well, the one for Sunni is real good. We could show it a little bit, actually, here. We could talk through this. Right? Talk through some of the better ones. Now, some of these, like this, is only going to be available to Hungary, so that's something to keep in mind. The Croatian trading post, only Hungary. All these ones at the start, I do believe, are only a few nations, right? And then it gets into just the generic ones. So cultural traditions, no good. The stab's kind of okay. The monthly army tradition, it's kind of okay. Clergy estate equilibrium, not the best. Cost of court is kind of solid. Prestige, it's kind of whatever. Conquistadors is Iberian specific. Cultural influence is kind of okay, but in age 3, it's medium, and by age 4, it's not very good at all, because once you have a certain threshold of cultural influence, marginal additional cultural influence is kind of not very useful. Peasant estate satisfaction equilibrium is solid, though. And then I don't remember, research this late is kind of bad, or it's like you maybe grab it, but it's not very good. Conversion's kind of okay. True faith, True faith is not as good as heretic. One diplo rep's kind of okay, but this is like really late. Legislative efficiency is a little bit nice on the reduction for antagonism, but again, this is like super late. And then you get a few gov reforms. None of them are insane. And by none of them are insane, I think they're all kind of bad. This one's nice, but this one's just for Austria. So we'll lose this if we flip. 10% max literacy and 10% whatever. And then we can look at like Sunni. Or Islam, just in general. How do you switch Muslim? You could change your game rule. Like, if we switch, you could change your game rules so that you could swap to any religion. If we did that, we could swap, like, Shinto right now, but... part of me wants to ask if EU5 has enough new content to warrant more than a 3 out of 2 review. I don't know if I'm that much of a jerk, though. Throwing shade at Tarkus. The mods are fighting, chat. I hate it when my mods fight. Mom and Dad are fighting. Not bitter about the CK3 review or anything? Okay. Did you say, Tarkus, did he say the new one was bad? What was the thing? But if you have the basic game rules, you have to have 40% of a religion to be able to swap. Unless it's a heretical one, in which case you can swap anytime you want. Is there a way to reliably flip people to your culture fast? Yeah. We're using subjects to flip it for us, and you can use the cabinet action yourself. And then beyond using the cabinet action yourself, you can assimilate areas really strong if you become the cultural hegemon. Mods ban anyone that likes All Under Heaven. Really? Okay, so let's take a little bit of a look. These, again, are kind of kicking things off, I believe, with stuff that is, going to be specific to specific countries, so we're just kind of ignore that. Some of these are quite strong, but this is effectively Morocco flavor, right? 10% proximity cost, very, very good, but this is Morocco flavor, not Islam flavor, right? And so... Arabia is almost Islam flavor. A lot of these are kind of geographic, and some of these are very strong, but let's kind of try and skip over the ones that are geographic. Geographic and language, Gujarati, Canada. To be fair, last time we evaluated this, we might have just kind of counted some of these that we had no business counting, just because they're reliant on particular things. But yeah, this is effectively... flavor for, Wait, who does have this? And some of these are pretty good. So this is if you, like, flip as Southern India. Alright, fair enough. Let's get started with the a lion's share of things. So you, first of all, you get Tolerance of True Faith 1 just at the very beginning. Should you enforce culture on your vassals? Probably sometimes. It's kind of cheesy. I don't know. It's gonna make them dev province less. They use cabinet actions in a somewhat reasonable way, and if you have small vassals, which we have relatively small vassals, this ends up giving you effectively a lot of free cabinet actions, and they will culture flip stuff for you. But already, like, you see, like, Catholic, like, they have, like, age 3, Tolerance of True Faith 0.5. Monthly legitimacy, just flat legitimacy, is really, really good. Way better than cost of court reduction. Trade range used over land is solid enough. There's, like, cultural influence percent in age 3 for Catholic. You get age 2 for Muslim. Pop food consumption is going to be decent for solving food problems. Trade ranges are used overseas. This modifier gets better and better the more of it you have. I actually think this modifier is really, if I'm understanding how this works correctly, effectively giving yourself 11% more trades on top of you get additional trade capacity modifier. Like, you just end up having a lot more trades. 161 viewers and only 47 upvotes. Come on, says Yankees fan. Thank you, thank you. He missed my Lord of the Rings references earlier. Shame on him. Not like this. He said it was crap and no one should buy it under any circumstances. The people should be fired for that DLC, allegedly. Is that the China one, or is that the one before the China one? Tolerance of Heathens is way better. Way better than Tolerance of True Faith, in my opinion. Because I think that you don't want to really... I think tolerating people is better than converting them. What should be my professional soldiers? Arquebusiers, or musketmen, or heavy infantry, heavy cav? I think heavy infantry and heavy cav. I think initiative is real bad right now. The initiative is real weak in the current balance. You have cultures capacity, strong modifier, allowing you to accept more cultures. Artillery maintenance cost, decent. And then trade range, 10%, very nice. Trade maintenance is kind of not that strong. It makes things strong at the margin. And then this is just like a very, very strong eco modifier. Max RGO size. I thought it was output. Max RGO size is okay. At this point, you're gonna have a lot of it. Tax efficiency is insanely good though. So this is a very strong tech. Manpower 5% is nice. Tolerance of heretical beliefs is kind of okay. I still think heathen's better. And okay, you have this, but then on top of all this, you have, if you control a province with pepper, you can get 10% max tax on the burgers, which is very doable. And then which is very strong as well. And then you also get access to, like, 3 points of heretic or heathen tolerance from the Dhimmi estate. So the Dhimmi estate's really strong. This is not something you have to worry about unless you're playing Delhi. Mamluk Barracks has got nerfed. Iqta law is nice. It's nicer than laws that you get from Catholic, where you can get 5% tax efficiency for estate satisfaction, or you can, and this is really good in the early game, this is just if you're playing Delhi. In the early game, you could get prosperity, which is very nice, to max that out. And also, if you have really good RGOs, this one is decent enough. Progress towards centralization, nice again in the early game. Ufundak is going to be like additional market capacity, but also stockpile capacities kind of smooths things out. And if you have a ton of these, like it's from a play perspective, it's very nice because you just like have massive stockpiles and nothing ever changes your prices basically. All right, but here, this is the one we were talking about. Max tax for Burgers Estate. Everyone can gain access to this. They're, of course, responsible for the trade of error, which is everyone's favorite trade. Tax farming, my beloved. And max tax is just kind of insane. The China one. Oh man. I heard he hates Japan and anime. Maybe I need to watch that. I was thinking of doing that. He's definitely pronouncing Delhi on mispronouncing Delhi on purpose. Is it Delhi or Delhi? Delhi. Alright, Delhi. The Jane one was good in the past, but I don't think it's that good. This is also, like, solid enough max literacy, and it's available at GameStart. That one's bad. Here's one of your sources of heathen beliefs. This is India only, but there's, like, an Abrahamic one as well. Yeah. Which is, like, the same thing. You know what's funny, though, is you could get both of these... Which is kind of silly, because one of these is Abrahamic beliefs and the other one is Dharmic. And you just, like, you can get, like, 6 or 7 tolerance of heathens. This also scales 5 to 10%, but it's... You have to control the stuff in there. So, just a lot stronger. Game gives France an event to attack England, but the CB is specific for a 100 Years' War, which won't... wants it to control the capital, even though it says wants supremacy. I start with no navy, unplayable. Yeah, you wait for them to deck on you. That way you don't have to grab their capital. This is the way. But yeah, also a lot of those, a lot of the good stuff from Sunni is tied to you, like, being in here or a specific culture or this type of thing. Flipping Morocco for 10% proximity just seems attractive, though. We only get 5% as Austria, and we have to deal with this hellscape. Kind of fine giving our subjects a little bit of money. They'll make more money in the future. Continue to get cores here. Which is gonna be nice. It's gonna be plus 15 control in these locations. So I don't think we're anywhere near... Yeah, we're nowhere near getting full control over Transdanubia here. But this is where we're culture converting. We could embrace New World. We might wait for it to spread to a couple more locations. Is there something we really want before we do New World stuff? Kinda not really. We really want the burgers tax. We really want curtail the burgers anyways. Are these... So it's 10% pops, so it replaces it at normal, and these guys have a worse stat line than the current noble levies we have. So it's by virtue of it being... As far as I can tell in UI, there's nothing that shows us that an age 3 levy is better than a previous age levy. For regulars, it doubles the amount of units you have, so it becomes way, way better, but for levies, it's not the case, and so... I maybe need to at Johan and ask him that specifically. You said it was basically empty of all the things you'd want to do, if I recall, regarding the Asia one. We would like to trade range, but we kind of just aren't going to have very good trade range. We could go colonial charters. Do we actually even want the colonization stuff right now? We want to spend our Diplo, though. Who we have bad antagonism with. Let's just let stuff tick a little bit. Just nothing too crazy on the speed. Trying to make us get a little bit more years per session. And we got the best stuff from this tree, to be honest. Really like higher Merc premium cost if it actually worked. As far as I could tell, that modifier doesn't apply at the moment. Do we actually have any of it? Can we double check, see if it's actually been fixed? No, we don't have any of it. I mean, I guess we're gonna get that eventually and see if it applies or does anything. So we have another source of it here. So we have minus 30%. So this, in theory, I think this is actually something that may be cracked for Austria. I think we actually want the assimilation speed here, though. And promote institutions. Once you have that, you're kind of like fixed for the rest of the game in terms of institutions. I guess we kind of do want Lancers and the new cannons. Kind of. We have so much owned land, and a lot of our trade does go over it. We kind of want flute here and merchant quarters in the gov reform slot. RGO size in rural wouldn't be insane either. Best way to increase trade capacity? I can't build any overseas offices. I don't know, marketplaces. Urbanize more. It's kind of the big ones. If you're urbanized and you've done it all the way, you could build, yeah, I mean, marketplace is the most straightforward way to increase it. If you've already done that, already built the overseas places, and already built, like, market villages, then there's not much you can do. Tarkus does have amazing hair. Indeed he does. Feudal levies have a modifier. Minus 10% strike damage done, which peasant levies do not have. I assume it's a replacement. Yeah, but the... That is the replacement, just here. Cavaliers. And maybe I just don't have eyes, right? The stat line, 4, 5, 200%, 25%, 25%, one frontage in this versus the just strictly better. If there's not a bonus which is opaque that we can't look like, the strictly better played at night. Which is 4, 5, 200%, 50%, minus 50% damage taken. Right? And then 1, 2. Do I integrate, convert, assimilate? You don't need to convert to get cores anymore. Is it worth it to enforce cultures sometimes? I answered this question already. I said sometimes. It'll make them disloyal. Really disloyal. But then they will start converting for you. Sometimes they just flip back anyways. But you can get some culture conversion like we've gotten here. How does local crown power work? So all of your crown power and estate power get added up in one giant pie to make your overall thing. So if you have in every single location local plus 33% crown power, then you would have effectively plus 33% crown power here, even though it doesn't show up. But in particular, the counting house, it's in urban locations. Urban locations often have much higher contribution to crown power, and so generally speaking, you will be, it's disproportionate. If you build counting houses everywhere, it's kind of like getting 20%, 25%, and this is roughly speaking, it obviously depends on your nation, but it's kind of similar to getting 25% crown power as a modifier, which is pretty nice. Which route do you think is better, dumping Wittelbach investment or trying to collect enough to finish it? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know these twos. Real Autarchus isn't wrong. They basically added admin government to the rest of it, called it fresh. That doesn't sound very fresh. Starting a Morocco game, goals to kidnap Iberians? Hell yeah, brother. And get them working the grubby economy. Should I aim to keep them as slaves, or should I allow them to convert? It's kind of a weird thing, because if you have a ton, you kind of are polarized with how you view the dhimmi. You either want very few dhimmi or a ton of dhimmi, I think. Because if you have a lot of dhimmi, you only have to worry about taxing them. And if you have none, you don't have to worry about taxing them at all. But if you have a medium amount, then you have to tax everyone. But taxing everyone's okay too. I think it's hard to get a ton of max dhimmi tax. Unless you're playing Kilwa. Kilwa is like the only country that gets a big fat source of it. Tyrols. God, we're never gonna culture convert that. We already accept it, so it doesn't matter, but... What is this? Danzig, what are you doing? Actually, we only need one of those guys, to be honest. The other can stay back and drill. The Tomb of the First Emperor. Death of the Holy Roman Empire marked an end of his era, but the legacy lives on with the emperor he tried to unite his memory, etc. Cathedral in Wien. Tomb of the Emperor, it's 6k. So do we want to pay 6k for 10 prestige is the question, because art sucks. I don't think so. We might be able to do the first government reform. We could have been cheesing this, just to be clear, we could be uber cheesing this like all throughout. Wait, doesn't it require 50 juice? Did they change that? I was trying to wait for 50 juice. It used to cost 50 juice to change these things. Oh, maybe it still costs 50 juice for some of these. Oh, it doesn't. Alright, well, we're gonna start trying to pass stuff. I'm not sure we could even get that through, though. So, my understanding is it now correctly kind of displays this, or does it? Yeah. How do I grow your pops? Do I need a food surplus? Food surplus is good. The two biggest things are available space, which isn't something you have much agency over, and the other one is making sure you have high prosperity. So basically the thing you can control is making sure you have a big enough prosperity trend that you can reasonably cap out prosperity. And that's kind of the biggest thing you can do. Well, this looks fine enough for us. Right? This just passes. Yes? Art sucks? Yeah, basically. We can do 8 laws at once. Not sure what you mean. We have to do them linearly. We might have to wait 5 years, in which case we just kind of wasted a whole bunch of time. It used to cost 5 to make a change, though. Now it doesn't. In order to learn better, it's better to just play speed 1 to 2 and micro everything and trial error, or automate most things. Probably just automate and play at a decent pace. I don't. I'm not sure though. Wait, do we have... Oh, we need to get these guys before we can hand over the location. Yeah. We want to hand it over to these other guys, but we can't. Oh no, we're starving. Shoot. Don't attach to this army. It doesn't know what it's doing. I thought we could automate it and it would try to do stuff intelligently, but it didn't. It did not. It's kind of a cute fort. This fort is bricking us from marching through. Like, we can't march. We can't march up through here and over here. So it breaks our ability to get to this. Kind of feels like we shouldn't be bricked. That's cute, though. I mean, we don't have access through Poland, so we don't have access through Poland. Favorite situation? Probably the Ottoman one, but it's been a while since we played. Is plutocracy generally better than aristocracy? So plutocracy itself is probably better, but the cost to go plutocracy is higher. I think the two are really close, though. I forget which conclusion I have in my values tier list. I have a values tier list that I haven't released yet, and I don't remember what my overall conclusion was. Is there a core map mode? Not sure what... Oh, you mean integration? This shows if something's cored versus integrated versus conquered. Control is the only answer to levy size other than estate privileges? Kinda, yeah. I mean, there's some privs, but there's like one. There's like one more levies one, and then there's like a few that take away levies, and obviously just don't get those, but... What's the deal with core decay, by the way? Do cores become a periphery based on proximity or something? So the way it works is, like, I don't know if it's 50 or 100 years, but it makes it so you can't release nations, and so this prevents kind of like the cheeky expansion you get from releasing nations for their CVs, which we've abused this run. But also, like, I don't know, it kind of breaks like a lot of RP stuff. I wish you could release the historic nations just without the cores. Like, that'd be so much better. Aristocracy's all the way. We heckin' love the discipline. That's fair. That's fair, that's fair. Target's confirmed. Generalist best friend. So here's the thing. The problem with aristocracy... The expected cost of court's really not a big deal, because you get up to 20% cost of court anyways. Like, from GP. I don't like the GP scaling, honestly, with cost of court. Because baseline's 10%, right? And this just doubles it. And it makes the balance of all cost of court modifiers so whack. Because they're insanely good if you're not a GP. But if you're a GP, they're half as good as they are. So it's like, how the hell am I supposed to evaluate this thing? Right? But okay. The value of plutocracy. Trade efficiency really isn't that good. And expected cost of court, nah. But the overall demands created by this amount of burghers is going to be greater than the nobles, unless you run out of peasants. And it will also smooth out your building expands by a lot by allowing you to have a lot more potential burghers. And so that's nice. So it's more stimulus, but also your parliaments just get way better, because the burghers are generally better to cater to. But you know what? As the game goes on, you stop wanting to have parliaments that are getting 50 or like 100 support, and 150 support, it like really falls off. I guess maybe now a lot less because you're actually going to be using Parliament for CB more because you're not going to be adding as much Reconquest CB. But overall, a big value of it is your parliaments are easier. I have some RP videos planned, but I actually have COVID. Womp womp. Rip the dream. Rip the dream arena. So... forget which one. This is the low antagonism one. So we'll vote for that in our next big war. I guess we go for Venice here. Oh, we could co-belligerate Milan. I like that. Let's follow through on threat from Bosnia. Co-belligerate Milan. And we get a couple fights with a couple other cats. What are we researching right now? Every time I go to war, I wish I had more military stuff, but I'm just probably just supposed to, like, actually levy up more. And fight with two armies. Maybe we finish this first and then declare the war. We gotta figure out where to put our diplomats. We need to discover your capital. We need, I demand, a strawberry. Turkish, I think, is gonna actually have, how much do we get? Counter-espionage 5%. Counter-espionage, someone who has really bad counter-espionage. Is there a way to sort by... Can we sort by antagonism? We can. Then we can do Brabant, I guess. But currently don't actually have that much antagonism on us. I'm gonna record this Denmark gameplay, for, at least for an RP video. I love pho when I'm sick. Bro, pho sounds so good right now. I'm vaccinated, so it's not like it's doing a whole lot. It's just a bit draining. Yeah, I mean, like, the timing is annoying. I'd be so... I mean, I would probably be streaming, but I'd be so annoyed if I had COVID. Alright, so now we can go after this, and then go after Venice, Milan. Yeah, I think we actually just conscript up a lot more. We've just... I think we're trying to get away with not using conscripts at age 3, and I just think that that's actually not how you're supposed to play. Kind of unfortunate, because that's how we want to play, but yeah, it is what it is. We're also not drilled up. The AI kind of drills up, and we have been neglecting that. That makes your armies a lot more defensive, as they have a lot more damage reduction. Control map is going to start popping off here a little bit. These places got upgraded to city. Let's actually up the Padlock Canal. And let's see if we can just immediately turn around and do another vote. I mean, we have the legitimacy and the whatever. Can we just do another one? No, we gotta wait a year. Alright, fair. Looks like the AI has built some padlock canals for us. Hell yeah, brother. Or our state privileges. Chur wants to be an elector. I don't think so. Magdeburg wants to be an elector. We get a malice if we have the elector as a subject, I think, right? They're a personal union of ours. We could ask them to become a fiefdom. We were planning on doing this, like, diplomatically. Wait, why is this... Oh, this is just way cheaper because... Yeah, okay, because the personal union thing. I think there's an HRE modifier that makes it really hard to diplo get people. We also have subjects with limited diplomacy modifier here. But the fiefdom... Yeah, for the fiefdom, they need to be, like, personal union-ish adjacent. I mean, I guess we could just take the subject for free. That's kind of cute. Magdeburg doesn't seem like an insane elector, but we were kind of coming through. I think we want more free cities. And maybe we want to stop annexing these boys. Problem is, it's a lot of people to improve relations with. Demand unlawful territory. I don't think France gives it to us. Bohemia would become unified. We want to bestow elector status, right? Kind of want to bestow it on, I think, Munster. Just because we're least likely to have Munster really mad at us. How do you tech push outside of Europe, or you have to wait to get it through trade? You can kind of push it through the Maldives, like outside of India a little bit, by getting control of that and pulling it from Mecca, but that's, you just need to pull it from Europe. Uncomfortable answer. Has anyone tried China? China's like a little bit rougher at the start, because even if you know how to do it, it kind of just feels like waiting to get to be able to be spat out as the China you want to play as. Playing as Yuan is something you can do. It's a little bit rough. Delhi dies so cleanly on the last patch. I've seen Delhi just like struggle generally. Game feels similar to Stellaris. That's crazy. When are you going to become a kingdom? I don't know exactly how we do that. Because we have the modifier that prevents us. We have cannot become a kingdom. Apparently we can become an archduchy, but I don't know how the content for that works. Someone was saying like we had missed an event, but I don't know if that's the case. How much influence are we getting? Oh, we did use 40. We did use 40 imperial authority. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I thought it consumed a lot. Yeah, I think next age we start fighting other people. Can we demand unlawful territory through them? No available targets? What do you mean? Is this like semi-bricked because we don't have... They don't have cores there? Oh, that's stupid. Because here we can demand unlawful. We could get following through on threat, which is gonna... it's a cheap CB, so that is useful. And we could use it to cut people kind of down to size. But we already have a good CB. Where's our... Bro, we got stuck. Not like this. Do we want to co-CB Bulgaria? Probably not. I don't think we have CBs on anyone. Or we might have a CB on Banat. And in which case we declare on Milan first. And then we could co-belligerate Venice. This feels like the same war to us. This feels like the same war. Is it somehow not? I mean, I guess it's who we want the leader to be. I guess we'd rather deal with Milan as the leader than the other guy. Oh, that's so silly that we can't declare on Milan for the start. Because Milan's the war leader anyways. Namarod, thank you for the follow, big nice. Archduchy is what Austria became historically. No, it is. I don't know how we get that. Is there anywhere I could check the production chains? I don't know what you mean by chain. You mean the production methods? So... If you come through here, and we click on the printer shop, it'll show them, and then we can click this to get a breakdown. And so let's find... If we look through these guys, we will see that there's several different PMs here. That can be used. I haven't played Vic 3 or Vic 2, by the way, but it feels more similar to Starlars than EU4 is what I'm saying. Oh, I'm not very good at comparing to EU4, so I can't do that as much. Is there any way to make Cav automatically go to the flanks without editing every army? No, it's really tedious. This is like something that's like pretty high on my like if you're gonna make it matter, like, make it not suck super hard to manually change this type of thing, and it's kind of just does suck. We have these new cities, so we probably, these two, want to expand out what they can do here. I think we didn't have good bonuses here. Yeah, there's not really good stuff we can build. Why don't we just max out the tools? I think we just generally don't have a lot of tools there. And then here, yeah, we kind of could do some of that. Do you recommend building when first starting out? I'm kind of struggling to figure it out. The RGOs that are expensive, I think that when you're just starting out, the really simple heuristic of just sorting by what makes you the most money, and then doing that for buildings and then doing that for RGOs, I think that that's probably just a good shout. Because usually, if it's not the best decision, it'll usually be okay. You gonna make a colonization guide, or is that baked in the Castile video? It's gonna be kind of somewhat baked into England guide, but maybe I'll make a colonization video specifically because people have been asking for it. I'm gonna write that down. Colonization video. Colonization and urbanization have been kind of two things people have been asking about. Best country for feeling OP, eco and tech-wise? France feels real strong. Eco and tech specifically, though? Probably Castile. At some point they become a kingdom, so title King of Austria also existed. Only the Emperor can give away the titles? AI probably doesn't do that. Well, the problem is we are the Emperor. Why can't we just give it to ourselves, dog? The Dubious is his name. I think we want to actually culture flip this guy. Actually, maybe not, because he's going to get occupied in these wars, I think. We could assimilate area on Croatia, that's probably fine. We could end this by demanding Bohemia flip Catholic. You've been trying Mali out and been struggling with where to place my markets. That's not Jalift to get access to Europe. Have to go naval with so much inland feels bad. I think you don't. I think you go land. I think you can place a market in Beardun though. Is probably where you give it. You see if you can give it to a random NBC? No, we can't. There's no... This is what we can give out. Or we could elevate to a duchy. We can't elevate ourselves. And we had good relations with Bohemia for like forever. We could support putting an heir on our an heir of ours on the throne. We have to declare on the knots. I think this is good war for us. Oh, this guy. I forgot we hadn't finished all of our ships. A little bit of a yikes. I guess we finished enough though. I wish there was some way to like change the heuristic for where the levy's raised from? Because there's like some areas we don't really want to raise levies from. I guess here's now kind of okay, but... we don't want them to get randomly waxed en route. But it doesn't look like they're that liable to get waxed. Getting someone on Venice early seems good. Looks like we stopped, but our subjects are gonna figure that out. Our tiny little hamburger. Yeah, just a concession that, like, the levies are so much stronger here. We're gonna split into 2 equal armies, and then we can operate in 2 areas. We might use a little bit of automation here to make this work, rather than micro, but we did assign to control groups our 2 armies, so that's gonna be nice. Let's get 1 army over here, and then merge the other 2. Sorry, not the other 2. So we have 130 stack of levies. Oh. We forgot to not raise that. We have 130 stack of levies. We're just gonna... we merge them all up. We're just gonna split them in half between the 2 units. And send them 1 each way. So 2 20k stacks that are mostly levies now. We're just gonna auto-balance, and then I guess we're gonna do formation and put the cavalry on the edges that are in reserves, but I think other than that, we're not going to overstack. We'll keep 1 in reserve, that's fine. Actually, we'll put him on the flank. And we'll send this guy down this way, and then this guy we will merge up. God damn it, dude. When merging, it doesn't keep my freaking control groups, that's frustrating. Let's send 1 guy to the middle and then send the cavalry from the middle out to the flank to have a somewhat balanced thing. So, similar unit, and we'll send them down this way. Have them deal with Milan. So the bigger stack's more concerned about the Bulgaria guy. And we have control groups. I know you handle your workshop needs. Do you use trades or purely RGOs? RGOs are better generally if you can produce them. I don't think Molly's a starter drug. What the hell are you guys talking about in chat? What the hell? Anyone know how to become an elector? I think you can request it, but you have to like have good timing with that. Maybe you take out someone who's get good relations with the emperor, take out someone who is an elector, and then do this type of thing. Sorry this covered a Castile playthrough, but I have 3 markets in Spain I control now. Should I delete 2 of them or leave them be? Kind of... I think that Iberia, the entirety of Iberia, you kind of only want 4 markets in. 4 is kind of the saturation level. And so you want one kind of over here somewhere, whether it's Barcelona or somewhere else, one in the south, one in Lisbon. You could maybe delete the Lisbon one, and one in the northern capital. Lisbon being the most like, okay, maybe you delete it type of one. I haven't experimented with it. I think it's probably okay to delete. I think that it's... Well, it's maybe okay. I don't really know, but I'm leaning towards, I think you don't delete it, but it's probably not a huge decision to delete it. You know, honestly, having more or less markets is going to be phasic whether or not it's good. So it's going to be good at some phases of the game and bad at others, I think, and so it's kind of hard to make that type of call. Is there just not zone of control for me to get in there? Oh, okay. Do you use the ledger much? You don't seem to use it all that much? Not a ton. What would I use it for? Look at which dynasties have the most power. I don't know. I could look at which of these are the biggest. Wow, shocker that we don't have the biggest market. Now, to be fair, Paris market's enormous, and we have... Yeah, I mean, Paris is strong, though. Yeah, that's fair. Tlemchen, what are you doing, Stapatunis? Has anyone found the game quite confusing following the tutorial? I don't know. I haven't, but I have a lot of hours. So are we gonna get more parliament agendas, or do I have to wait for the next parliament? You gotta wait till the next one. I watched almost all generalist content and had to ask them 20 questions, yeah. Mostly because UI and tooltips is confusing. Yeah, my most asked questions were regarding UI. So I could not have, like, possibly predicted that, I think, in terms of what people needed. That's not a video I had made ahead of time, but kind of banged it out fast-ish. Let's do that, and at this point, let's go for this. Oh, they have a decent number of heavies. We should have looked at that beforehand. We can think about what we want from Venice. We're gonna separate piece them. Liberate Catalonia from Venice? I don't think so. We could transfer some of their subjects. We could liberate Catalonia. Do we actually have just Barcelona? Hey, look at the AI grabbing the good stuff. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Market capital is good to grab. Tutorials a lot? Alright. That makes some sense. I guess I would've liked Vic 3's stats in the ledger. There's not like, yeah, there's not a ton of stuff in there that I feel the need to like consult. Like, the map modes seem like much more the thing. Like, Vic 3 is like more abstracted, and so the macro stuff, like the macro information is more important, but like locations and what's going on in the ground is like way more important in EU5, so like I consult separate map modes quite a lot. Maybe annex that guy once he's loyal. I think he's not loyal. Those hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. Just kind of waiting. Were we at war with all? What are we researching now? Assimilation and building costs? Yeah, that seems fine. We need to spend money soon. I imagine in long term we want that as a pound lock canal. Not sure exactly where the veins cut through though. Like when we're going to places. It's like might be some various locations. Yeah. Well, cutting through here. There's a yeah, there's not gonna be too many things. So I think we could urbanize this. And we can city this. A little bit pricey right now. Freiburg's fallen. The in-game tutorial was pretty simple, says Red Monkey. What's your favorite thing to do in EU5? Favorite thing to do? I don't know, get more control. I don't know, I kind of like just there being a lot of systems on top of each other, which is less of a favorite thing and more of a like all the things type of thing. Favorite thing to do individually? I kind of like doing Parliament, to be honest. I think Parliament's interesting. I think it's only interesting in the beginning though. You're trying to think through the macro decision and you're like, what do I do here? Yeah, I'm not microing this very well in this war. The second you're fighting two fronts, it like just becomes way harder to play everything correctly. Dev the interior is attractive. I think we're going to go paved road network, and we have 17k. Oh baby, it's discount time. So do we have a price collapse here? We have a full price collapse in this market. We have a price collapse in that market. I think we don't. We have a full one in that market too. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go, baby. So, let's get it to there, to there, to there. Munchen. I think we might just go to like every urban area here. Now. We don't know if it's cheap over here. We don't know if we have a good price collapse here. It's good everywhere. Let's go. Alright. And then... where's our market cap here? Okay. That's a big portion of the spend. Let's connect to Graz and the two silvers. I think we already connected to the silvers. There's already one down to the south. Tagging up urban areas now. not sure if we want from Günzburg this to be our market capital, but if we do, we can kind of build down this way. And get some of these places kicking on some more development. Let's get to the silver. We definitely want the silver devon up, so... whether or not we own it, we assume we will eventually. Something like that. And this is a pretty big commitment financially, so we're probably in on our current setup in terms of where the markets are. We did it to the silver there. I think we will also just every location in Transdanubia. I think we might have done this, but yeah, we already did this. Every location in Transdanubia. Oh, no, not every location in Transdanubia. And then, where are we likely to assimilate next? I think Croatia, maybe. Slovakia? We're like 2 annexes from being able to work Slovakia here. We're currently working Bahar. Bahar's almost annexed. Currently working Bahar. There's 2 reasons to build, by the way, the reason we're building for multiple locations, there's 2 reasons to build roads. One is for the control, and the other's for market access. And so the ones coming out from the market are for market access reasons. But we're getting this place. The thing is, we need to annex both these other guys now to convert any of it. I think we just take a look at where the golden stuff is, and we just kind of get it in there. And then from here, we build from there to get to the gold. Looks like we maybe already kind of thought that through. I guess maybe not. And then let's just come from here and just like work our way out. Whoa, holy shit. DJ, or DG, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated, my guy. Now we get to see who's lurking. Hot damn. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. We out of money? I think this gets us just a large amount of control and stuff in places we want. I think we're like, now we're like at the point where yeah, we got our full spend down. We bought the roads. So this is why you don't necessarily want to just completely spend a whole bunch on roads right when you get all the roads, or just like turbo spend on it, because eventually you can get a discount. So the most important roads early. EU5 easily one of Paradox's the best initial release since OE2. I think, yeah, I mean, like, there's a ton of issues with so many things, but, like, also it doesn't matter and the game is fun. Like, is, like, kind of how I feel about it. I tried to, yeah. People were, like, so big stressing over it. Advice is generally to focus on money first, yes. When you are using this road building map mode, is it building from its current shortest route? Okay, so using this map mode here, if we build from here, it's going to, from this location, build for one of these things, and we have it set to proximity. Now, to be fair, proximity is different than market access. Market access, you actually care about... We are using the proximity builder, and honestly, this is actually a bit of a mistake. We should do it based on, when we're building for markets, we should do it based on travel time. This one's probably better. Because market access tends to be a little bit more, like, here is the control, the proximity, and here's the market access. And these two tend to be a little bit different because you care more about going over fewer locations. We could cancel all these and make it better. I was just, yeah. To explain the way it's working, though, is whatever one of these you have selected is going to build based on that. And so we care about market access. In the other places, we care about control coming from the capital. And generally, yeah, we can maybe show what we mean, but a lot of these look straight line-ish. It's when you're going around weird terrain that it might get a little bit different. We're just gonna keep that in mind for next time. I don't want to cancel all these roads and make a whole bunch of new roads and this type of thing. And it's not like it's somewhat marginal, but yeah, in theory we should be switching those up. And will completing one set of roads potentially change what route it should have taken? It won't, except for if you're. No, it won't. It won't. The roads aren't very good at showing you where you should build via gaining proximity through maritime. So they don't interact with maritime very well, and that is something that is annoying, is you can't build roads around maritime or an assumption of 100 maritime presence. Although buildings, in my experience, quote profit line that they don't have access to the materials, so just be aware of that. Usually it'll figure it out. Where is the button you were getting to the AI to follow you during a war? So there's two, thank you so much again, DG. There's two things that get them to follow you. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. The attachment allows them to attach, and then in diplomacy, manage subjects. This will change their behavior, and so you could change them to mainly support you and try and select up, generally speaking. England having a disadvantage in the second French, disadvantage in the second French and English wars, kind of intended. I was given advice that Morocco, I should promote all your tribesmen. Is this good advice? I wouldn't promote every single one of them, because you want to maintain access to the estate. But I don't know how good actively promoting the tribesmen is. I don't have experience really trying to actively promote tribesmen, to be honest. But they are going to be like a large segment of your pop. And if you can't use, if you run out of peasants, honestly, just playing for promotions, I think, promotes tribesmen out, as long as you just don't have them blocked. I don't know how much I would focus on that. I don't really know. I don't know, so... I was thinking one road is complete, it might make the other road faster, making the parallel roads superfluous. No, it's smart on that one. Playing Milan and having a literacy of 59... and only 60% of your pops are peasants, I feel like I'm playing Vic 3. Also, thanks for the info. You're very, very welcome. The Archduchy of Austria? Someone forgot, found our forgery of documents, apparently. Truth hurts. Let's siege that. I've been told the jewelry building will be the most profitable building to build and has no access to gold. For a lot of countries, it's going to be the textiles. It's going to vary from country to country, though. Whoever told you that jewelry is going to be the best probably isn't a country that has gold and silver in their market, would be my guess. I think we're just clicking request taxes. The taxes be good. Well, why are we making no money? Craziness. It's because this has to fill up. Don't think we would want to build this. Paying a lot for some prestige, basically. Let's maybe save this other guy. And then we are just sieging with Milan. Oh, but we have no food. Damn it. See, it's like so tedious to reorganize your army that it's so frustrating when you want to split up the army for whatever reason. So we're doing this so that we gain control of a province, so that we can be full along. So this is going to help us out with the food situation. So we'll just annex Milan. Oh, what's the Milanese market looking like? Is there no food stores anywhere? No, there's food stores. Fascinating. That does it. Usually you just don't have to worry about it, and you kind of ignore it as a mechanic. It's something I'd taken a closer look at some time ago, but now I just, like, don't pay attention to it. We'll get ourselves a little bit of a battle here that we can take a look at. Music is outstanding. The music is insane. Hello, do roads need to be built individually from provinces, or can I extend a road to reach a new province? You could extend them to reach a province, and that's generally how we build roads, or how I'm building roads, is I'm picking a location and I'm just pushing it out from there. To be fair, though, we actually should be using travel time for the market access-oriented roads. I hadn't really fully thought that through until now. Looks like we're doing good here, and it looks like he's going to collapse on the flank. A little bit of low on the width, but yeah, okay. We just should have been using more levies. Yeah. We are getting too cute with it. Hate it when we do that. Alright. Let's unsiege our subject a little bit here. I've only played Holland in 3 games now, make it 15 years a game because I keep restarting because I learned something new. That's important. France is apparently really big spooky. We're actually releasing a Holland... Did I release my Holland video this morning? I think I did, right? It should have dropped at like 6 a.m. Did it not? Did I accidentally schedule it for tomorrow? No, I accidentally scheduled it for tomorrow. It's supposed to go at 6 a.m. today. I guess I'll just publish it. Assuming multiplayer, can France compete for colonization versus England and Castile? They can to some extent. You're going to be able to gimp people navally, which actually has a decent impact, I think, mechanically. But it hasn't come up often enough that the AI is, like, gimping us navally. That we're, like... that I feel that I have my finger on how that works that well. We'd maybe assault this if it has, like, nobody in it. Sometimes they leave no one in it, especially if they have no levies. No, there's 250 guys in it. Alright, fair. Fair, fair, fair. We finished integrating Lubeck. I think we have one more integration. No, because we didn't want to integrate Pavia, we wanted to hand that out. So, can we change societal values? I don't think there's a societal value we can reasonably push, but we kind of wanted to push humanist. I don't know, there's like not a way for us to push it like far, unless we just hold that guy on there, but that's kind of bad practice. You're actually quite confused with the road building technique? Okay. Let's maybe back up and talk about it. So the road building is going to have several options, and they're going to build for different ways. From your location you are sitting in, when you use this, it is going to attempt to build the road in order to do one of 4 things based on how you use it. The default one is based on proximity, and so if we do use this, what it will do is try and reduce the proximity cost between locations as much as possible. And so this is important that this is not, or one of the ways in which this is going to be different is proximity cost, for example, doesn't go very well through the mountains. But units can go decently well through the mountains. They don't move much slower through the mountains, but proximity cost really hates going through mountains. You can see it's even adjusting. So this segment is 26 going through a mountain, and the segment coming out from the capital here is 6, right? So it's like 5x. And it's nowhere near 5x the speed to go between a mountain segment in terms of marching your army. And so when you build a road for proximity, it's going to look for these areas where you have like grassland, flatland, and try and build around the mountains and hills and this type of thing. When you build for, and we can maybe even show this, when you build for travel time, it's going to, for the most part, go in a straight line. So currently, let's see if we can find one that's different. So you see here, instead of going from here to here to here, it's going from here to here to here in terms of how it's calculating, but it's really a lot closer than I thought it would be. Here's maybe a better example. It preferred going this low route and going up to just going in a straight line here, in terms of getting proximity, but for getting just to that location as quickly as possible with the unit, it's going to use this. And then if you do cost, what it will do is it'll really build in a straight line, I think. Oh well, this one we already have. No, it's like you're already building a road there, dude. You're not gonna build it. And then build time, it's just gonna build the road as quickly as possible, which will hyper ignore going through the mountains. It's like never gonna touch a mountain ever because it takes a long time to build in the mountains. You think it's better to take Aquitaine as a subject or Concord as France? I think you have cores in it starting out. But it's more antagonism to take stuff than it is to subjugate people, or transfer subjects. And so, if you're ever gonna not be taking the maximum because of antagonism in kind of like a near future type of way, it's better to transfer. I think it's better to transfer. England with good navy seems OP. No one can land on their island. Yeah, England's, I think, is really good in MP. Other than, I think that, here's the thing is, I think you're going to get a lot of RP dudes, like, just trying to, like, come at me, bro, you, with France. And you're not into Like, you're into being left alone in MP. Please release the video. Casually, I'll just publish it. I mean, it's bad for the stream, but I had meant to publish it at like 6 a.m. I don't think it's intended behavior, but Goryeo sucks because some of their unique texts are locked behind Institute, so you can't reach it until you... I think it is intended. That their good texts are behind institutions. I think Korea is really strong. Korea's real strong. Although maybe we should, because we released a video, maybe we should be looking to end the stream relatively soon, to be fair. We did say we were going to go 4 hours and we wanted to record some stuff. How many years did we play, though? I want to play at least 10 years. We can't not play 10 years. I think we started in 71. Yeah, we're going to play a little bit longer just so we can get more years in. But now our proximity should be getting much better into these mountainous areas because we're actually building roads into there. And so that should look quite a bit better. Oh, we didn't even refill the garrison. What are we doing with our life? Well, that's risky business. Not refilling the garrison. I guess we're gonna start annexing these guys in the north. Just kidding. Royal marriage from England, sure, dog. Do we actually get proximity out? Maybe we will once we get roads. Do you think Maghreb is a really strong region in multiplayer? I think Iberia just kind of claps your cheeks, yeah. I don't know. So, like, if I was to play Maghreb... First of all, I would not want to play Maghreb if there was a Tunis player and a Morocco player. Like, I would want to, like, have a setup where I'm probably getting both. I don't really know where the capital goes then, and I would try and convince whoever's playing the Mamluks to back me up against, the Christians. I don't know. Do you think Maghreb... Yeah. Kind of a simple question, but I couldn't find it. How do I increase maritime presence in the sea zone? You park a navy there. And you park a navy that has a lot of this stat. Where is the stat? A lot of this. And they slowly build it up. And it's going to look like they're doing nothing. You can set patrol, and then they will automatically patrol the areas. And it's going to look like they're doing nothing. So don't be concerned. What you want to do is you want to look at the maritime map mode in order to see what's happening. And it's going to slowly go up. It's going to slowly go up if you do that. And having one there, the reason we have a 0 is because our navy was parked in port because we were just letting it recover up because we just wanted to win the fights. And Venice was clapping our cheeks there. And the blockade is very painful. Blockades are very painful. I do want to flip Pavia over to someone else. Whoa, 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 what's this? Let's actually... Wait, why are they retreat... Why are they losing battles here? What? They're retreating. What is this? They're retreating and then... They just... Wait, what's going on? Alright, I guess we're gonna fight this. Where should you place bailiffs? Should you use them all? You absolutely should use them. You generally want to place them on the areas you're keeping rural, because the upfront... They can only be built in rural locations, so if you upgrade them, the bailiff gets deleted. And in areas where you have poor proximity, and you're not expecting to get better proximity anytime soon. So here, this has 20 proximity. That's from the bailiff that's there. It has gems. It has really rough terrain getting into it. Not expecting to develop any proximity there anytime soon. So that's why we have there a bailiff. And to be fair, building a road through the mountains in this way is probably not worth, but we did. Is that not our subjects? What happened here? Piedmont and Montferrat are our subjects. Okay, okay. Let's maybe help them out down there. Where are you going, dude? Why is he retreating like this? That's crazy work, bro. Alright, I think after that we maybe try and siege to there, so we'll come that way. And then this guy's running, as he kind of should. Oh, we're not utilizing our diplomats. No! We'll come here and then over to Venice, and then we'll improve relations with people. Who can we improve cultural opinion with? Them? Okay, that makes sense. If we were to full annex Venice, or we can't show what taking Venice looks like. Let's say we take a lot of this off of Venice, which this isn't how we would do it. Actually, feeding that to Croatia maybe makes some sense. Who's getting really pissed at us? Bohemia, Volgast. I think we're already improving relations with these guys. I guess not. And then Milan can't improve relations. Naugard, Plock. Okay, so that should help things out. And then we maybe can spend, yeah, diplomat here. Covert actions, steel maps. Looking to steal down to Mali. Or, not Mali, but, oh. No, we need Old Manding or Old Mandeg or something. It's Old something is the map we're looking for so that we can do the same to Mali and steal maps from there. That's what I did. I parked a Navy and they're not doing anything, like you said. Yeah, that was in my FAQ because so many people are asking about I can't patrol, what's going on, and they're just sitting there, and it's literally that's what they do. Yeah. I was that's an example of a question that I was surprised to be getting, or I had not anticipated. I'm glad I didn't try and do an FAQ ahead of time, and actually waited. Is it Epirus is in this war? Crazy, bro. Alright, we have food there. This guy's fine. We got a couple annexations coming through. Oh, this guy no, this guy finishes soon. So we did separate peace Venice. We're almost certainly taking Venice itself, so that we lock in the... Generally taking... In terms of dirt that I like taking directly, market capitals is the #1 thing, so... We could also take over the market capital from them rather than take the location, but that's so much war score. Because their trade income is massive, so... I don't think that that's worth... We'd feed that to Spoleto. And I think we don't feed that, because that's actually the core. Yeah. This keeps us potentially getting another CB. We would take this for ourselves, because I think that's where... Dubrovik, yeah. And then feed this to Croatia. So this is kind of the peace deal we're looking at for them. Bohemia gets big pissed. Ragus is gone. Corsica is a guy. Alright. We live in a economy. Just break Cusco again, because I took a market center at a peace deal, which gave me prio to buy 400 corns every winter. Womp womp. I read somewhere that granting parliament seat is bad. Is that true? I don't think so. I grant it 100% of the time. There's no context in which I'm not granting parliament seat. I wonder why that person thinks it's bad. I think 25% extra power to burghers is inconsequential considering how many privileges you should give out to the burghers, where they're going to have like plus 600% anyways, because mathematically speaking, the more privileges you give out, the less damage additional power modifiers will do to your crown power. And I think just like the burger satisfaction is like kind of like worth more or whatever. Also, in some cases, you want to host your parliament in other locations so that you can increase the dev if you have a lot of centralization, and getting more options is actually value. Fiefdom or vassal generalist, which do you prefer? My understanding is vassal you can use to spread institutions a little bit, and fiefdom they integrate provinces faster, but the real thing is just half and half. Everyone likes a little half and half, you know what I mean? And so the reason for that is that they have two separate pools for their loyalty relative to Overlord. Wow, do we really not spike that? Power relative to Overlord? And because they have two separate pools, country of all X relative to Overlord, you can maximize the amount of total subjects you can take by doing both. Is making peace deals not available for all CBs? Is taking market? Yeah, there's some things that are not available for certain CBs. Like if you do like a religious cleanse heresy CB, for example, there's a lot of things you can't take. It's available for a lot. You have to have a location in that market though to be able to take it, which happened to us yesterday. I couldn't figure out why. Tarkus let me know. I mean, I was aware that you have to control a location of the market, but I thought I had one, and then Tarkus suggested I didn't, and I in fact didn't. By God, what you have, I'd automate everything already and declared wars and just clicked on Comet event. By what you have now, I'd automate everything. Yeah. What's your favorite beginner nation and favorite nation to play as now that you have more experience? Well, I think good for beginners, maybe like England. I really kind of want to play as Majapahit right now, but I don't think it would do well content-wise, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to. 2k or 15 prestige? Kind of low-key want the 15 prestige. Low-key. Hopefully that doesn't break our food. Our food situation here is fine. But we're actually going to set this guy to make sure that they're sending food to Venice. I wonder if we have the blockade bonus. We don't have any light ships, so I imagine there's a decent chance we don't have the blockade bonus. Well, we don't have a penalty. So yeah, we do have the as good as we can do. And so we continue our reign of terror. We didn't even look to see what we maybe would want to downgrade. There's nothing we wanted to downgrade. But for these other guys, let's actually look. Downgrading that we's probably no good. Trieste, I know these guys we looked before. Generally speaking, yeah, we're kind of okay with the something that high a pop just staying urban. Novgorod, I think we couldn't annex before because they're disloyal, and they're disloyal because we flipped their culture. So that's fine enough, but we'll annex them as soon as we're able. Is Box? Are they eligible? They're disloyal. These guys I think are eligible. So I think we go for them. We're gonna culture convert them not as fast as we'd maybe like, but we can get some amount of proximity down there, so we'll have some amount of control. So we'll go for that, I think. Kind of expanding a lot here. Random question, which CB circumstance can you take another country as a vassal? I think the thing is you have to, like, for example, we can't take a lot of guys as vassals. I believe you have to have a higher country rank, and the CB matters. The Parliament CB, I believe you can, but we can't in a lot of cases because, I think you have to have either a higher rank or the same rank. I forget which it is, but when you're low ranked, it's, like, harder. And it saves you, like, war score and antagonism. Like, it is nice to just subjugate to annex. Yeah. We can't upgrade our country rank unless we were to, like, leave the HRE. So... kind of feels bad, man. We're getting to the point, though, where we could clap France. And maybe we just leave by annexing everyone. I don't know. There's like an interaction for it. I can't remember if it's diplomatic or what, but... I'm not sure if we want to peel stuff off of Bulgaria. I think we want to think through this Venice peace deal first, because they're not the main guy. My main go. And I think we want this plus Venice proper, so... How to run as Flanders, and now accept cabinet, how accept cabinet can one increase liberty desire? Just getting stronger than your overlord. Making your overlord weaker. But I haven't played too much as a subject, so I'm not... Or I haven't played at all as a subject, allow me to rephrase. So I don't really have, a strong understanding of the best way to go about that. How did they... We refilled that garrison, my guy. What's going on there? We could probably separate piece this guy at this point, and maybe we want to. But is he outside the HRE? No, he's part of the HRE. He's not big enough for us to grab. Maybe feed one of his locations to, like, a subject of ours? I kind of like the idea of taking one location or something. This kind of connects some things up. The thing is we'll accumulate a little bit of antagonism here. And they are co-CB, but, and we'll get closer to be able to just subjugate them, but that antagonism, getting a little bit more right here is nice, because I don't think we're getting a lot here, just in general. We might take a little bit more off of these guys so we can release Mets, but here also lets us get there, like by walking there, which I think we're into. Milan gets pretty upset with this. We're gonna make Milan really upset with our war anyways, though. And we might be in, like, a little bit of turn and burn mode where we're gonna deal with Milan and then annex Milan. And so with Milan specifically, we kind of just probably shouldn't care how they're feeling, because I don't think we're getting subjects anymore. Oh, just kidding. Let's not do that. Alright, just kidding. This guy doesn't want to end it yet. We do want to get the humiliate, though. Whatever happens here. Alright. So 2 territories and a humiliate. It's gonna be nice. We don't really need the money. We'll take that. And then we'll look to feed it to our subject there. And so now we can march an army all the way from home to over there. And also our subjects don't have to deal with them anymore. For this guy, it's gonna be the same deal. Humiliate Burgundy, and then... do they have a release a subject thing? Walton. So we would like to release this guy ourselves, I think. So we could do this. 25's a lot. Okay. Let's pump the brakes. 28's a lot of antagonism. We're really not looking to spike that. That's unfortunate. We could just release Walton without. Just humiliate, release him. They're kingdoms, so we can subjugate this other guy. We can't subjugate Burgundy. My understanding is because they are kingdom rank, and they are higher rank than us. Yeah, I think I like this. Just kneecap him a little bit. Get some more reps. Not a lot of it, because we don't want to make a bunch of little guys, but this is probably fine. We guess we don't do war reps. They're out of it now. And so things will now get a little bit more straightforward for us. Take that guy out. We should be using our hotkeys, that's why we set them up. Ever creators playing Europe, I would be watching the Maja pot run if there was one available. We have a Mali run, I think it's coming out tomorrow. Assuming players are both England and France, does England stand any chance? I think you can prevent them from landing you. I don't know, if I'm playing MP and I'm either one of them, I'm trying to work something out. Can you show your accepted cultures? Yeah, sure. We're accepting the German ones, just generally, and trying to convert the other ones. Here, let's do culture breakdown. Sorry, I was AFK for a minute. What I'm saying is, what I said about the jewelry was the most profitable. I mean, the game told me the jewelry building was the most profitable one to build. Yeah, you have to double check, though, where it's saying where you build it, because where you build it really matters. It can matter... It depends... Depends who you're playing, though, yeah, if it's going to be best or not. Despite not having access to raw materials. Well, you can import them. I only have 4 VRAM, but to play the game I need 6. How do I fix this? I want to play the game already, and I buy it already. I'm not really good with the hardware questions, but, like, if you don't have the minimum requirements, you might not be able to play it. I would ask, like, on the forums, or actually I'd go on the Discord, the official Discord, and ask if that's possible. I don't know if it is. You know there's a way to assign non-historical vassals to your administrative control network? They aren't paying me dividends when I release them. I might be blind, but I can't find it. Well, we have a lot of vassals released, and they pay us through here. In fact, they're paying us a whole lot. They're paying us more than... Oh no, they're not paying us more than we're paying in Diplo spending. We are paying to maintain this. As a Victoria 3 player, I'm loving this post-war peace negotiation process. Yeah. Where it's not just enforce all. Does the amount of antagonism scale with your aggressive expansion? Antagonism is aggressive expansion. What's the best way to get pop growth up? You really need to... Having a bunch of pop capacity, but that's not something you have agency over, and also prosperity, which means you have to make sure you have some amount of prosperity gain. Generally, people are going to have a combination of market fares and the base value, and I think that's a little bit less than what you would ideally want, so one additional source somewhere. I just want to say I love your videos, keep up the good work, thank you, thank you. It is possible to play with lower than required, it is fine. He might need a little bit of help. It's sounding like he's saying he can't boot the game. We could use some bailiffs. Because we have 0 proximity in these locations. So let's actually stop a little bit to build some bailiffs. Do we want to upgrade this livestock, do we think? It's not on a river. Probably... Well, maybe it's not. We're not going to upgrade it. Let's just build a bailiff there. That's going to be our main source of proximity down here is bailiffs. Oh, we do want a bailiff here. Oh, we want a bailiff there so bad. Because now we can build a road into there. Oh, supply. Supply that sweet, sweet infrastructure. Give it to them, baby. Alright, that's enough of that. Lower than required, you can play paper-only map mode. Yeah, so then I would do that. So we just want to take Venice itself. They really hate that. There's no way we could just full annex Venice, right? Yeah, this is a 92 peace deal. There's no way. I don't even think we have, like, humiliate in there. Yeah. Alright, so let's march down off of here and try and figure this out. Going after Milan again. Who's getting real pissed at this, though? Volgast, which I think we were improving relations with anyways. Ragusa we're annexing, so they're not gonna care. I mean, they'll care, but they're not gonna care. Bank of Prusy. Is gonna be one we're gonna have to deal with. The stupid, silly banks. Actually, we don't care about the banks anymore. They joined a coalition. Well, they're annoying because they joined the coalition, but stupid immortal banks do be immortal. Oh, I guess we actually look to save our guy first. Let's come in here. Do we need a month tick for this? Do we feel like we just win this? What's going on here? They don't have much cav. Cavalry just generally has a better stat line. We could diagnose much more granularly than just saying they don't have a lot of cav, but they have one cavalryman. Oh, and some of them are auxiliaries, and then they have 11 levies and 1 regular on the footman side of things. And what do we have? We have 16 levies, a lot of regulars. We could peel off the month tick and then probably just be a little bit more in here. To be fair, artillery is super butt at this point in fights, especially because we only have H2 artillery. They could also just abandon their allies. That works too. That works too. Okay, we take those. We take those. They're about willing to give it up. Give up targeting it. I think we need to take this to walk through, and then we'll be able to just kind of occupy a huge swath of land / go for the capital, Bulgaria. I don't think we're really peeling much off of Bulgaria. Wow, this is not going very good for us. Yeah, with the regulars, we really don't like rough terrain. Even though we have the dice advantage, this is something that's just so killer. We have dice advantage, but regulars are so bad per unit, and we have a lot of regulars that we just are probably actually gonna we're gonna win the battle, I think, but I think we're gonna get waxed on a per unit basis. I guess maybe not. With 2-to-1 guys, we probably should do better than like 3-to-1 in terms of casualties, but that is what it is. We're gonna head this way and get ready to help siege that because we have cannons they don't. Do you know? Do you by default know everything about other countries, or do you need to build a spy network in them? You just information's not opaque in that way. Yeah, you just kind of know for the most part. If you discover them, you don't need to build it. Well, you don't have a view of their map. There's fog of war. It doesn't reveal fog of war. I guess that's part of the things. We're gonna wait, but that's gonna be probably something we go for like next. We're gonna peel off the month tick and then come in here. Peeling off the month tick so we can get some recovery on our guys. We'll do that. They're about ready, yeah, to call it quits. So let's see what we're gonna get. We're gonna get Bohemia, Volgast, and Milan all joining in. I think we have a truce still with Boho. Why is Volgast? We freed him from the ashes. Okay, we haven't even started improving relations with him. Fair. So with that being the state of affairs, I think we're gonna piece them out here and take the stuff. And now we control the Venice market. So we get to see how this one shifts. But this will take... It'll eat into the Vienna market. So we're probably going to move the Venice market somewhere. I just don't have an idea where we want it. I think there's a world where you move the Genoa market to like Nice and the Venice market like inland here. And that's maybe the world we live in. That'll also give less pressure on this market, which is... interesting. We might delete that market though. And then we have this guy who we were changing values with. We'll backslide on the values and then we will integrate Venice because we want to hang on to that because that is trade capital. And like if you feed to your subjects the markets, the other subjects are attacked into your markets rather than your subjects market, and it like ruins their market access, makes them make a lot less money. Hi, thank you for your videos. Love you. Love you too, bro. I commented in your French video about the surprise rebels you had. You may not have realized it. It seems due to the fact that estate satisfaction could go below 0, translated into rebels percent. Oh, interesting. Estate satisfaction can go below 0? Okay. Bohemia joins. Our first coalition. We can't improve him out, but we'll just keep attacking him. What do we even want from him? I think we want Jawar off the map. So making Jawar vassal is attractive. Yeah, so we can take his subjects, but we couldn't take other people's subjects because he's a duchy and we're a duchy. So let's see which we have more kind of leeway in. Strength of vassals is 21, and I think our strength of fiefdoms is a lot. Yeah, so we want vassals. So we take these two. Looks like we could take some more stuff too. Ideally, we want to take subjugations. They are cheaper. It looks like we can't really afford more though. And I think we want to humiliate in there. And so now we're getting kind of close to max cost on the peace deal. I don't know, chat. I don't know what we want now. Maybe we just don't take anything. Do you think gameplay is quite slow? My pace of play? I'm answering a lot of questions. But yeah, I do think it's slow. You mean just like in the abstract, do I think it's slow? Kind of. I think you can play really fast if you want. I know some other players are playing just super, super fast. I'm just kind of agonizing the decisions a little bit here. I kind of like the idea of taking some of this to feed our subject. Because that puts antagonism in Bulgaria, but that's not going to be as much of a problem because we haven't accumulated a lot of antagonism there so far, like in this region. So maybe that's actually where we look to resolve this. Is Persia, classic Vic 3 states. We could do something like this, which is not putting Bulgaria in there with us, but would be a lot of stuff we could feed this guy. I do think that this is a march, and we have to keep that in mind, which means we're not gonna like ever annex him without like releasing him or doing funny business. Wait, Bohemia could join a coalition? That means we could actually deck on Bohemia right now. So we're almost certainly supposed to deck him the same month we do the peace deal, or the exact same time we do the peace deal, so no one else has a chance to join. So we have to stay paused after this peace deal and do a lot of our micromanagement stuff. But I think we just take stuff over there, because we already have stuff, like, over here that we're kind of doing. I guess we could maybe feed a little bit. No, there's nothing to feed to anyone. We could release Cremona, I guess, and get cores. Yeah, I guess that's something we can do. Usually you want to take at least 2 locations. Okay, now it's -7. A lot more people are upset in the region. Let's just take less of this, I guess. This kind of works. Kind of into this. Is there a good way to increase control in locations pre-1500? Yeah, pushing a lot of... There's a lot of different sources of proximity cost reduction, and you kind of want to get all of them. Here, we can hover them and then answer some questions. But you can see here there's land, itinerant court, centralization. You want to push all these things pretty hard. Some guy on Reddit found out about even faster way, something about chaining a debug file that apparently increases the tick speed by a lot. I think I saw that. Making 3 update looking good. Nice. Proper campaign is Georgia, having a great time. Very nice. Guaranteed alliance with the Mamluks does a lot of heavy lifting. I bet it does. You know, that's actually probably why we see AI Georgia perform well, is because they get an alliance with the Mamluks. That's probably it. Okay, so we're going to look and see what we have that's not integrated and look to sort that out. So with this guy, we're not wanting to give that up, so we're going to have to seed location instead of seed province. We'll do that. And then for this, we'll feed this all to Bosnia. But we're making sure to keep that. They have Scootage. For this, we're going to feed this to Croatia. We don't want to feed the province, because we saw it included that, which is a market capital. And then we'll seed that location as well. For Montferrat, we will seed Pavia province to you. Did we make a mistake? No, we didn't accidentally give away Genoa. I had like a mini... I think we will release as a vassal. Cremona. And a prince is restored. We gain some authority. That's the easiest way to gain authority, by abusing that. But that FAQ tip to select all armies when raising levies is so nice. I know, right? Will you colonize the Americas? Generalist feed or consume? Not like this. We're kind of... Not the Americas. We're probably going to do some stuff with Mali. We're not going to steal the map right now, though. Let's see. Control F. Who are we feeding that to? Oh, I guess this guy. I'm just having trouble identifying here. Where's our subject that we were going to feed this to? Oh, it's this guy? Alright. Okay. And then one more location. Ooh, I think I've messed up. I think this was a releasable. You don't want to release a place with one location because it could get bricked by a rev. We've had that happen like one too many times now, so... And then we're just keeping Venice and the other trade capital. So Dubrovnik. Which, I'm thinking we actually just end up moving down here at some point in time. But not, I guess, soon, so... That's all that. We have everything managed. And so now, before people can join the coalition that Bohemia is a part of, we'll follow through on threat. And deck on them, which requires us to de-raise our levies, which is kind of annoying. We're not even near him anyways. Because this, where's the antagonism map mode? This is the state of affairs here. And there's a couple other people who would join, so we're gonna do this. And then, I guess we're gonna send these guys up, and then we're gonna need to re-raise all of our levies. And we're gonna not raise them from faraway places. Wait, what happened here? Okay, they just don't have levies down there. I was like, what? I think we're gonna leave the Italian ones alone. We don't really have a lot of levies here. It's gonna take them longer to get to the front. And we have, yeah, levies up there we're not raising. Let's also not raise them in Praha, huh? It's kind of, they're just all basically gonna get clipped there. What would you move your capital to Castile? If so, at one point, maybe 100, 150 years in, once you really establish a lot of maritime presence, and also once you kind of have some of North Africa, I think moving it to Sevilla makes sense. But not so much before. So... Yeah, so now here, we can right-click on this and select everything and just move all these guys to Vienna. Which we will. And then we will divide up the army. Let's check the antagonism map mode. Yeah. Bohemia is the problem one. Nice. Oh, I forgot to ask... I forgot to do the Pope Man thing. We had wanted to... I wanted to do palpable... Oh, I guess it was maybe not even eligible for decreased antagonism. Is there a way to get more plutocracy? I'm trying to form a republic government, but the parliament does not give me new issues, allows me to raise it. I'm at 75. You gotta... you gotta use parliament in events. Godspeed. It just takes a while, like 150 years or something, to swap republic. Do countries like Prussia, some other, have good military unit bonuses? Prussia has a couple. They're not insane, though. I think if we form Germany, we get one, like, military bonus. We don't get any from forming the HRE, but I think one of these is a military bonus. Proximity cost is quite good. We're happy about that. Trade maintenance, and then I think this one a military one? I guess not. There is military bonuses, though, on Prussia. I just don't think they're very good. Well, they're not insane. I don't think Prussia has, like, the strongest military in the game or anything like this. Looks like the select all button might not have selected all. Looks like that might have been fake news, chat. So, I think we're gonna do 2 armies again, even though this is much more contained. They have no allies. Kind of rough for them. Think through what we maybe want to take off of them. Probably just a lot. And so they joined a coalition, but they didn't join the war. And so we'll just improve relations with them and look to get them out. We didn't want to get to a position where we were letting people get in and then improving relations to get them out, but at this point we had no allies, and Naples, we passed the threshold of 50, where we would have the ability to improve cultural opinion again. I think we did it once already. So I think we're done with allies. We're done with friends. We don't need to anymore. Ask Brittany to improve cultural opinion. They can't because they don't have a good opinion on my culture. What am I missing? Can't because they don't have a good opinion on your culture. That's something that's gone back and forth on development. I'm not sure if that's you used to not be able to improve relation with someone who has a bad opinion, and then you could, and now maybe you can't again. Are you sure they don't have a good? It's not the good relation of you. They might need a good relation with you that they don't have, but. You also can't improve past a certain point. You might be so good already. I don't know who you're playing and what it is with Brittany. Is that sugar-free iced tea? No. This is similar, I guess. It is Flavor Aid. And I think this flavor is the Jamaica flavor. You think world conquest is possible? Yeah, I think the people who are trying to world conquest are going about it the wrong way, though. I'm not going to say how I think you could do it, because I'm considering taking a crack at it. But just because people want to see it. Honestly, that seems like probably actually a stupid decision, considering I'll probably feel super burnt out if I do that. It would be so tedious with like 30,000 locations. We'll consolidate these guys. We'll split them in half. And then we'll... That's probably stupid for me to do world conquest. I think that the way people are thinking of doing it, well, actually, I think the way that they were thinking of doing it doesn't even work. Even if they didn't nerf Navarra, which Navarra's now been nerfed, so now like it really probably isn't it. Can we put a unit on balance? Or hotkey on balance? Honestly? Kind of low-key want a hotkey on balance unit. Can we do that? It's really finicky about saving settings, but... Might not stick. I wish there was a search bar for this, but there's not. I didn't see balance unit in here. The thing is, like, when you merge guys, you have to rebalance everything. It's like, it's just kind of really annoying. Allow attachments delete, embark, shattered retreat. I thought we had shattered retreat on Shift G. We did, it must not have saved properly. Well, alright. Pretty sure it's possible. More time, it doesn't have to be harder as the EU4 devs claim. G Fuel, creator code Generalist, all caps, hell yeah. Except, I kind of don't like G Fuel's branding. They brand it like it's not just like an energy drink, right? Something more. It's like, I don't know. Kind of feeling embracing the institution here. I guess we could chase down his stack with ours. I think we just siege way faster than he does, but he's not sieging forts. But we have cannons, a lot more cannons than he does. Oh yeah, we got this guy as a subject, so now we don't have to improve relations with him. So... But we're gonna be looking to get Boho off map. I'm pretty sure this isn't the antagonism one. I think De Grata Rex is. I don't know why we can't vote for it. No, it's not. Unless it's already active. Oh wow, he has a capital that doesn't have a fort. Hot damn. Easy war, easy clap. Let's refill the garrison and then head over to the capital. And so here we can't, we won't be able to swap over Brescia or this other guy because he is a kingdom rank and we are less than kingdom. Suppress Hasidism. We can't force convert him. I think we don't care about those four though. We're just gonna take him off the map, dog. Ooh, we're starting to get disloyal guys. Oh no, wait, no, this is because we forced culture on them. Yeah, just kidding. How's that coming along anyways? Is this guy converting to Danube yet? He is a little bit. I don't know if he's actively converting. This is converting pretty well. That's his capital though. Oh, Flying Duchy! Oh, I missed Flying Duchy's right. No! No! I missed the baboo. Flying Duchy, if you're still here, thank you for the raid, my guy. Is I in the bathroom or something? I'll have to message him. Input bindings never saved? Yeah, you have to, like... I don't know. I reported this before release. I'm kind of miffed about it. But you have to do the things, then save them, then close, then save the game, then exit to menu, then exit out from there. World Conquest Theory Crafting video. I might try and do a proof of concept. I'm France, they said their culture's not kindred, and I want to change it. You know what? If you're France, that cooldown might not be worth using there, because they're French culture group. Is culture group a map mode? Oh, they're not French culture group. Oh, well, improving cultural relations with someone in your culture group's often not worth it, but I thought they were French culture group. I guess not. Egypt's naval hedge. We can get that if we really want it. Don't know what Boho is exactly doing. I think we got a lot of antagonism down in Italy, so we actually won't go for any of it here, I think. I think maybe we do, like, something like that. So we'll get improving on some of these relations. Just come to Attic in here. Damn. The truth hurts. Which countries should we play in the two-people land party? Two-people land party, what do you play? I mean, that really that depends so much on, like, what type of run you want to have, I think. I'm, like, trying to think, like, what's a really good two-person land party play, and I'm... Nothing, like, comes to mind is like, oh, you gotta play, like, these two and these two work really well together. Depends from a macro perspective what goals you want. You could play, like, Netherlands and someone else in the HRE that, like, is going for Emperor or something, like Netherlands Brandenburg. I don't. Or are you looking to play Allied or PvP? I assume you're looking to play together. The river's so good over here, especially because we got all those roads down. G Fuel informs our decision making when it comes to hydration maxing. Is Bordeaux more in EU5 than EU4? Depends who's playing. If I'm playing, the Bordeaux is going to be bad. Is it worth it to repay their loans early? Yes, usually. Love an EU5 at the moment, same. There's so much in this game to learn, and the only way to do it is play the game. Yeah. One of the best Paradox releases. I'm happy that people are really enjoying it. I was of the opinion that people are gonna have a lot of fun, but also, like, I have so many hours that, like, my opinion is, like, probably, like, worth less, like, considerably, because I'm so far removed from, like, having significantly less hours that, like, I have to try and remember what it was like rather than, like, actually knowing what it was like at this point. Hey, Saf, how's it going? Important question. How do I get good? You just, like, I like to close my eyes, click some map mode buttons, and then look closely at the map. That way chat thinks I'm good. It's much better than actually getting good. This is the strategy. You just have to appear good. You just, like, switch some map modes, you go, interesting. And then explain nothing. What would be the good way of thinking through getting good, though? The fastest way to get good? I think it's just, like, reps. Probably focus on one thing at a time and try and really understand it. After you've kind of got a baseline understanding of a lot of different things. It's not a two-person land party, that's two people land date, basically. My brain read debate initially, which is a different type of date, I suppose. England versus France. That's what my first thought was. England versus France would actually probably be fun, but it's fun for an hour maybe, and then you start a new one, right? You go next pretty quick on that. Yeah, Lady Saf has been, I think, streaming EU5 a bit recently, if people wanted to check her out as well. As her name implies, she is a VTuber. Norway and Sweden could be fun for a 2-person MP. Also, we have a podcast. Podcast with Tarkus, too. Tarkus is also in the mix. 79% on Steam? Oh, baby. Almost at 80%. Biz Auto? Oh my god. The, like, what is it? Enemies to lovers storyline. Biz Auto actually would be cool, because you can... Auto can expand one direction, Biz the other. You kind of brick Auto's, like, flavor to some extent, but that's kind of whatever. You could just do... And then they kissed. There's a few people disappointed with the simulation over arcade style. Yeah, I mean... But it's okay to be wrong. No, I get it. I mean, it's definitely not EU4 too. So Brevity, thank you for the follow, big nice. The Playmaker strategy? Which one's that? For World Conquest? Delete forts and declare bankruptcy? Deleting forts is a big one. I've got Norse zealots in Sweden. Is the Norse faith any good? It lets you raid for slaves, so yes. Anything that lets you raid for slaves is just... I think people don't appreciate how good it is yet, and it's just actually just cracked. Because, like, the first time someone makes a video where they're playing the Mamluks, and they occupy provinces in China, and they drag back, kicking and screaming 50,000 Chinamen a province, is gonna be... chef's kiss. Yes, they kiss, basically. Enemies to lovers. I heckin' love podcasts. Hell yeah, brother. I'm thinking I might try to ask Playmaker to do one on balance. Because I didn't want to do it for a while because I was working... I couldn't mention that I had the nightly version of the game. I was not allowed to. And so, like, talking about balance when, like, the balance is already changed for, like, when we're on 2 different versions just doesn't make any sense. I think... Yeah, we already have good relations. It's because we culture flipped them. Does Serbia-Bulgaria work? Yeah, that probably works. That's probably good. You can carve up, like, Serbia gets one side, you get the other side, this type of thing. You're next to each other. Don't recommend Sweden, Norway. I would not recommend that, yeah. I would recommend playing nations that are reasonably, like, well-sized. Someone in Italy and, like, France, or someone in Italy and, like, Castile or something like this probably go pretty well. Or someone in Italy and someone in Germany. Someone should play Italy is what I'm trying to say. Mamma mia. I don't know what we want from this war. Byzantium x Ottoman, 20,000 were enemies and lovers, basically. Only 20,000? Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up. Gotta pump those numbers up. Some of those have insane word count numbers. $20,000, not even a full novel. What's I think a novel like at the lower levels is 70,000 words. We will improve cultural opinion. Another 2-player setup could be a small nation bank or Pope Knights. I kind of don't like the bank playstyle very much, but if someone like is into that, then yeah, you could do that. Like Hansa over bank, but yeah, Hansa and someone else could go hard. We love the free antagonism game. I don't think this is a... Yeah, that's not a provincial capital. Wow, this war is super easy when you have 2 units. Alright, I think now we're going to... Now that we've got the tech that we want, we're going to embrace. And it's not as much of a stab hit. And then we're going to... chat probably wants us to do the wrong decision. Let's do the wrong decision. We're gonna go for exploring ability to find the new world first, yeah? And then after that, we're gonna make the right decision and go for curtail the burgers. And that'll be okay. That'll be decent. Pop promotion speed, diplo range, trading hub. Trading hub kind of is appealing. We also have the naval proximity stuff, but that doesn't matter to us because we don't have any proximity in the water. Because we're awful at that-ish anyways. So kind of want trading hub. Honestly, we control so many trade centers that just seems kind of good. Do you think Japan needs a rework slash working? Last time we take a look at it, it was a little bit rough. Like, it was just my favorite, but he's completely unhinged. Unhinged how? Oh, he's often very emphatic. I would say that. Slave markets are unprofitable. Does that mean I'm taking too many slaves or too little? Probably that you're taking too many. If the price of slaves is low. If the price is nice, the slaves will suffice, God damn it. They might eat rice. Just gotta feel extra bad when you start doing the rhymes with the slaves. DDR Jake is one of the few I consider strategy royalty at this point. I honestly don't really know who DDR Jake is, but I saw everyone on Reddit was very excited that he endorsed the thing. I think that's some Paradox lore I'm just like less familiar with. Let's go for that. Didn't we embrace the institution? What gives? Oh, we also have meritocracy. Yeah, we could just wait for meritocracy, though. Actually, how cheap was that? 20 stab. I kind of don't want to take a 20 stab hit right now. Some Sonic fanfics have way more than 30,000 words. Come on, that's what I'm trying to say. Look, with the history, look, the Byzantine Empire, right? Come on, it's. I mean, I don't want to comment on a woman's age, but Byzantine Empire at this point, it's got some experience. Obviously, be more than 20,000 words. When you've been around a few centuries. So we get a queen. Wait, we get a queen? Wouldn't she be Duchess? Wait, Queen of Croatia. God damn it. She's a queen of, but we're still a duchy. No. No. Her stats are okay. And we're not in the Holy Roman Empire. Oh, Wallachia in the marriage union. Okay. And then it was still a threat, and the other one. Does it mean we can ask, maybe? To become an archduchy? Maybe? I think this guy hates our guts, though. Hey, this is crazy. And you just met me. But archduchy me, maybe? No, we can't. We checked this already. Hey, bro. Hey! Warhammer Total War content? How's it going? Is that Andy? Are we getting all the content creators in the mix? What's going on? That's crazy. Can you release from somewhere and become Montenegro like in EU4? I think you can play as Monty if you want, if you're determined to. Well, you can ask a bank to become a state bank, and then you get some nice interest decreases. Are there any dynamic banks created after the start? Yeah, there's a few, like, I think no, not Volgas Bank. There's a few, though. Who's our heir anyways now? Mr. Tepes. He sounds very tepid. Let's marry him to someone, though. I guess Lithuania we maybe want as a personal union thing. Maybe Lorraine, actually. Or Milan, I think. Milan we're starting to fight anyways. That will not do it on the age. That will do it. I don't know how the Palatinate doesn't feel in danger here, completely encircled, but... Claim thrown on Naples. What? You mean to say we're not friends anymore? How will the burgers live without tails? You mean Sonic and Tails? Are we talking about the Sonic fanfic? Oh. Wait, didn't we just marry him? No, this guy has less dip. This is a different guy. Queen Joyce. The whole game needs a ton of reworks. What's this, a 1.0 edition? Yeah, crazy. Everything needs changing. I mean, like... I think there are so many, like, system updates that would be really, really nice, like Colonization. I was thinking about this, like, yesterday, about the, like, how to implement the fact that you have the, like, trade triangle mechanic, like, in game terms, like, with the cheaper, like, the more trade volume you have incoming, this somehow makes trade volume outgoing cheaper, but, like, right now, like, as it stands, like, cost of trade's like almost nothing, so you'd have to somehow really increase cost of trade, and so you'd have to have some sort of like emergent like effect, because like the trade is, I don't even know, I can't remember where to even check it, but like do we just look at individual trades? I think we might just look at individual trades. So like this, the trade route maintenance is generally really low. Actually, that trade route maintenance is decent. 0.05, that's not bad. Maybe you could just make this less... I think it's not enough to really drive it. You have to somehow make trade maintenance way more important, and so you have to make trade maintenance way more expensive, and then so somehow you have to maintain trade as like something that's strong while making the maintenance like really rough. I don't know how you do that exactly. Clipped? Oh no. People are saying clipped, not like this. We were from the early EU4 days? Yeah, that makes sense. Veronia's no longer in it. Oh, the league probably just disappeared. Oh, it's because we're not, we were Emperor and now we're... Oh, we were allied with Naples and now we're not. Used to work for Paradox. If you watched the dev clashes from age ago, he was usually the host. Okay. He was also very active with community content and dev clashes. Yeah, in the early days, from the sounds of it, a lot of people wore a lot of different hats. And now a lot of the Paradox internal structure seems a lot more compartmentalized. Although, I guess I shouldn't talk about it in any sort of specific way. Which probably would be a mistake. I guess when you just have 3 sons, you can do 3 marriages. His ruler last name counts as at least 6 words. There, now we're thinking, just put the name every time. Age gap biz autos Yuri, not like this. That's a serious age gap. Oh man. The plot thickens. What are you doing, Step Ottomans? What are you doing, Step Balkans? Step Anatolia? Oh my god, Anatolia? Antatolia. Let's go. Pack it up. We're done here. We figured it out. It doesn't make sense for Ottoman to be the ant, though, does it? Unless it's a younger ant. There we go. I think I'm delving down this rabbit hole too much. Bro has a queen of a duchy. The truth is, God, we're losing a battle too. That's cool. I think we are losing this. We had a general in charge, right? Queen Anna. That's a bug, right? She's not queen of... No, that's just a visual bug. She's not queen of both countries. Oh, do we actually win this? That's crazy, bro. We get our flanking bonus before they do. Get wrecked, idiot. We always knew we were gonna win. Please, do you know if I can play as Montenegro? As far as I know, you can. I imagine that Montenegro's are releasable, but I don't know for sure. You won't get a woman calling her a duchess. That's true. That's true. Yes. But what about an empress? Somehow empress, like, sounds mildly derogatory. Like, in terms of, like, thinking about calling someone in your relationship, oh, she's my empress. Even though it's, like, a strict upgrade, right? Duchess sounds derogatory, too. Is it just queen? Baroness. That sounds kind of neutral. I don't know. How are we ranking those? Though those are scripted. The military part should be changed to use France? Yeah. Micro should be removed. Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine? Reddit would... That's actually such a good April Fool's. That would be such peak perfect April Fool's. Like, oh my god. I could totally see... So, like... Maybe that's a little too much shade even for Johan. Star Slimes, thank you for the follow, big nice. But, like, Johan likes to throw a little bit of shade here and there. And, like, could you imagine EU5 on April Fool's, like, just announces, hey, we're going to be changing the combat system, we're going to be removing... manual unit movement and moving to fronts as a means of doing combat. Just everyone would freak out so hard. The EU4, like, people would just absolutely melt at the notion of, Okay, we want to come back here after we're done. Do you have any tips on annexing France after the unions as England? You got the highest unification integration level, it's still unreasonably long. My tip is probably just to annex everyone else and just kind of let France be France. I think annexing France... I think you're supposed to take the coastlines as England, and then you let France have the interior, and you just kind of keep them around as an ally. Just because the annexation will take forever, and a big thing that makes annexations faster is this you're bigger than them bonus. Yeah. And so you won't really want to have that. XYZ is much smaller. I don't know what population size you need to have France is much smaller, but I imagine it's really big. And so, like, per Diplo, you're going to annex way faster other people. You know what I mean? So I would say probably, like... I don't know, it might feel bad, but, I would say that you probably just annex, like, everything else but France. And we're looking to just kind of deal with this, coalition that we got cooking up. And keep our... Stop, like, letting our Diplo build up too much, and then we feel stupid. If you're not using it, you're losing it. You have to split up a fleet and extend a large area control, or one big fleet. One big fleet works. They'll just move around. Until you get a lot of different sea provinces. Once you have a lot of sea provinces, one won't cut it anymore, but you're probably not at that point. Any tips for starting this country with no towns? Press escape. Click exit, and then exit to main menu, and then click new game. No, you're gonna eventually want to... You play a lot of hoping for the parliament that allows you to upgrade a place to a town for free. Other than that, it's focus mainly on RGOs, build some market villages, and eventually, like, save up to upgrade. Many nations in the HRE like that, takes forever to set up. Yeah, the thing is, like, you could even just save scum your first parliament. You just restart game over and over and over until you get the parliament that gives you a town, but, like... I would recommend just playing something else, like, honestly. I know that's, like, probably a feels bad answer, but, like, that would be... I would recommend engaging with the system of the games as a start that allows you to engage with the systems of the game. Clip text 2, not like this. I don't even know, I'm, like, behind, so I don't even know what you guys are clipping, but it's ominous. The portents have foretold. He who was clipped must fall. Not like this. Was it Generalist video where they go show a Sunni law and Ottoman had Orthodox? That was hilarious. That was video. I was trying to explain something and I was like, wait, that's not. Who put that there? How'd that get in there? Yeah, it's not exactly what I was intending. We could upgrade this to a city. We don't have lumber. You know what? We haven't spent down in a... Let's go lumber, RGO, and then, can we build it out for cheap here? We cannot, because we need tools. Damn it. Do we have tools here? We kind of don't, but I kind of just want to have more lumber here, so we're going to do that. And then we're going to, because we want lumber here to be able to do the things. Yeah. Then we really need tools over there on the other side of things. God, I kind of don't want to build right now. So, let's do that. I think that's in the capital. I don't think we have a lot of iron in this place that also has coverage. I guess this is decent coverage. We're annexing that, so that's probably fine. I don't know. Empress sounds derogatory. It made me laugh IRL. Doesn't it sound mildly derogatory? I swear to God it does. Does it not? Maybe that's just me. It's like, it sounds like it's like some sort of, like, oh, she's controlling. You have any tips for Sicily? I want to flip Merchant Republic and form Carthage, but my nobility's weak, and, my nobility are so strong, my burghers are so weak. So, for that, just in general, a lot of it is kind of massaging to have right privileges and laws, but a really, really big one for getting more plutocratic is going to be your mining law, and moving from, a lot of people start nobility control, moving that to burgher controlled, because that'll give you a 0.2 trend, because you lose the aristocracy trend and gain the plutocracy trend, so that's like probably the biggest, most important one for getting started. Read someone sent a glorious rising queen as a good morning message. That's a good one. I was close to dying from secondhand embarrassment. What do you mean? That's a banger of a line. Secondhand embarrassment? Don't you mean jealousy? Don't you mean jealousy? Glorious rising queen with like the hands emoji? Perfect. Let her rip. Grip it and rip it, a reference no one will get. Grip it and rip it. People are like, is that sexual? It's like, nope. I disembowel myself. My cat is Empress Amanda. As she should be. My cat is definitely cuter though. I will not show cat on stream either. I don't know why I'm full occupying him. I'm getting distracted, Chad. This, like, is probably gratuitous. We're just, like, beating up Bohemia for no reason here. Regal, amazing. Regal's good. I did an IR campaign with automated armies for a challenge. Honestly fun. Have to really focus on... The automated armies is something I want to do. Where we can only automate the armies and we have to try and figure it out. But I think that'll lead to like weird micro where we take it, we tell it to siege provinces, and then we select the exact province that it sieges. So we'll probably need to come up with some kind of rules for that. The problem is you wouldn't be able to capture it the same way in the EU, and it doesn't make sense for the late Middle Ages and whatnot. Yeah, but the point of that April Fool's is not being reasonable. The point is definitely to make everyone very upset. Is it control? Yeah, it's control. Okay, fair. Yeah, like, okay. We can get, like, a big fat peace deal. I don't think we want to... We want to be a little bit careful about what we can generate here. I go with the classic Balmy instead. Yeah, there we go. Respectful, classy, tactful. Mary Marie of Burgundy? Was it? Is it she actually? I had 2 Burgundies earlier, but one of them's been annexed. That's not Mary. What's the main advantage of upgrading a town to city? Pop capacity. Also, you can build 5 more levels of the buildings, which is kind of a big deal. In 2 fronts. 1, you generally get throttled by not being able to build the best thing, and also 2, 1/3 of this production efficiency is from building levels. But like a big part of it is you can't build your best thing anymore, and you're just like, I don't like any of this. Let's upgrade all these as well here. In Vienna. That surely is what we need to do at this point. Let's actually just kind of look around a little bit here. For if we have upgrades, and we do in a lot of places. On this front, basically. That is 11 up there. Alright, wait, we're already upgrading. Perfect. Here we go. Alright, that should get us going a little bit. That's not going to be too much, that's not going to mess with prices too much either, so that's going to feel nice. Oh no, they're going to assault the 4. It's not like this. AI, please, why have you gotten so much stronger? No. Actually, we're just supposed to find our peace deal here. You have a cat? I do have a cat. I don't show her on stream. She doesn't like getting picked up. I leave her alone. I'm not, trying to... I'm not interested in upsetting my cat for the approval of the masses. Generally speaking. Oh, maybe we do need to fight some more. To integrate the other... Talking about Holy combat? Yeah. Generalist doesn't have a cat, he occasionally hires an actor to meow off screen. Bro, I just meow on screen. Oh, we maybe want to take something down here. I think not. Wait, when did Naples join the mix? That changes things a little bit. Is Sicily still alive? They are. When did this happen? I mean, I guess we take something from the south. You know what sounds derogatory? Feline? Does it? Is there any reason to build Palmlock Canal in the capital? Yes, you absolutely want one in the capital. The way that proximity is calculated now, it's from the province you are leaving from rather than the province you're going to. So there's no location you would want to Palmlock Canal more than in the capital. Those borders in Bohemia? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm not sure I catch your meaning. That's okay, I respect it, but what's that empress's name? Well, the Queen Duchess is Anna. She's a queen, but she's really a duchess. You know what I mean? I don't. Can you do claim a throne on Naples as a peace resolution? I don't think so. I think we have to have that different war type. We can liberate the subject. We can liberate Achaia. Or release. So... Oh no, wait, that's not this one. This one's the one we would want to give us claims. So we'll probably take a couple locations there. The wool and the livestock or something. So we can release the subject, release the Kraken, and then... Not sure how we're supposed to play this, man. I guess we could feed Brescia a location or two. Or sorry, Verona. And then we take the rest out of Bohemia. Cheers. Cheers, Pyre. That's a chunky Austria. We are working on it. We are working on it. It do be kind of thick. Thick like a pirate with 7 Cs. The AI uses dev province when they're your subject, just kind of a decent amount. And so making sure that they have complete provinces generally makes that cabinet action a little bit more valuable. Well, we can't ask them to release stuff anymore, so that's something that was like on our radar up here before. Moravia has these claims, but they have a lot of them, so we can feed them some more of their claims. I think that we actually maybe release a new subject with this gold and look to annex them relatively quickly. In which case, giving them all this maybe makes some sense. Still plus 19. And a big chunk of antagonism. Milan really hates it, so we're really just, like... We're keeping everyone else low, but, like, we can't, we're hitting, like, a breaking point here. Walden, I think we're improving relations with. I kind of do like feeding this guy a couple more things. We could grab silver. I don't think we have humiliated the mix right now. We don't. That's maybe okay. Was this just slightly a bridge too far? Maybe that's slightly a bridge too far. We could just look to give the forts. No. Something like this, maybe? Maybe it's only 8. Do we want to somehow take more off of Naples is maybe a question. I think I actually kind of like... Oh, that's too expensive. Naples we don't have what's called like Wargle on. Child dies of the bubonic plague. Music fire, basically. I would follow your instructions, but river map mode not coming up when pressing the key, so it'd be so nice to have. On the settings. So you also, in addition to assigning it and saving in this type of thing with the rivers map mode, because it's only available if you assign it. You have to make sure that nothing else has G as well, because if there's a conflict, it like doesn't really resolve it that well, and you have to like resolve it yourself. So check all the other hotkeys if there's something else on G. Then you gotta nip it in the bud, take it off. Not even 1500 yet? Nope, nope. We're playing slow. Not even that close to 1500. Me is playing slow. Just jump into the game for like 5 minutes and already we're being speed shamed. The truth hurts. Already being speed shamed. You hate to see it. I think I like this. I think we're improving relations with Brabant right now anyways. No, we're not, but we could do that. And then we just juggle Venice, Milan, and Bohemia, but not is our subject. Walden we're improving relations with. This seems fine. Yeah. Looks fine. Alright. So, we want to feed those locations to this guy. Just kidding, we gotta wait for the end of the month. Hey, no more coalition. What do you know? What do you know? We're not being naughty at all. Don't know what you're talking about. Good day, General. Hey, Longstraw Shaw. How's it going, mate? Trying Scotland for your first play? I'm wondering if I'm doing wrong with the economy. I can't seem to push it past 5 gold a month for like by like 1370. I'd have to take a look at Scotland, but you're gonna have a lot of wool in your provinces, so you're probably gonna be pretty good for producing textiles. I would focus on the textiles and the wool. But I think the biggest thing is you really want tax efficiency modifiers. And you really want to give out enough estate privileges that you can tax everyone to the max. And that these two things are really important early on. You don't want to give out so many privileges you tank your satisfaction and your legitimacy, but you're going to want to work towards this just in a general sense. And that... where's the one? One of these is really good. This is the one. 10% tax efficiency. This is like a must slot. And then I think this is the other tax efficiency one. But the two of those are really, really important. Getting your force multiplier and then also just the flat amount up there. Oh, this is gonna go so hard as a long-term subject, or just a subject in general. Because they're gonna dev province the silver gold province. Let's go. Let's go. We will put a woman in charge. Because we cannot utilize women otherwise. Oh, can we put a crown power woman in charge? Yeah, let's do that. Or a crown woman. We're gonna have to rival some bigger people. We're gonna rival Boho. And who's... We could rival Brescia? We're gonna rival Venice. We're not ever really using, like, the rival, like, interactions. Maybe we should be using them more. And then... Is this Bamberg? Yeah. Cede this to Bamberg. Cede this to this guy. Although he had a claim on that, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Cede this to this guy. Then we have this down here. I think that we wanted to release the subjects. Just kidding. I guess we could give this to Cremona here. Cremona's closer than Verona. We're kind of locking Verona out, but I think that that's fine. Pile of Bunnies, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Much appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Follow through on threat on Naples. Not sure how we got that CB on them. Obviously we have a truce, so we can't use it. But... Curious. Got quite a ways. So maybe we're in chill mode? Alright, so... We're starting to get to the point where we're gonna start shift clicking on a lot more things, and making sure we have good wood prices is gonna be one of them. So chat, here it begins. Is it gonna be optimal? No. Is it gonna be okay? Probably not. Do your parents love you? Maybe. And so we're gonna see what we can do here. Because we just want the RGOs to get cheap so that we can mass expand the RGOs and just make everything a lot more comfortable. Just the wool tip is huge. I wasn't sure what I should invest to, but textiles makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you get production efficiency bonuses. And you could maybe try and export to the wood market, or to the London market. Not speed shaming? Okay. I'm sure you're not. Wink wink. As he says as he speed shames. Ooh. Did we... you don't want to massively build right before Parliament, just in case you roll something that is going to help out in that regard. Luckily we don't, so that way we don't feel as stupid as we would if we did. Really, it's just about the vibes. It's very easy to feel stupid when you know something's better and then you don't do it correctly. I think we want to do this for the satisfaction recovery on the nobles. That way we can click a lot of buttons and it's not a big deal. We're pushing conciliatory generally, so I think we don't want to click that button. So I think that's our parliament here. We'll request the taxes and then we will max out the commoner's tax above the threshold. Nice little 800 ducat bink. Can we get 1k ducats by next parliament? We might be able to get 1k ducat by next parliament. That'd go hard. At Flurries, we had a fun discussion about why the AI could be so much better with building management. For example, France built many peasants focusing on farming villages, but it closed it due to it being profitable, but made it starve, and it wasn't upgrading it to RGO. That seems bad. That seems not ideal. Is trade the only way to acquire the institutions? Not the only way. You can spread from something being adjacent, but spreading from adjacency is really slow. So functionally, the way you should look at it, the answer is yes. That's not the real answer, but you should just think of it as a yes. Also, you could have spawned the institution, it spreads to you, but like, just think of it as, yeah, that's the only way you do it. Just give out every burger privilege. Well, one of them is not very good. One of them is like actively bad. Oh, someone get me a towel. We're changing our succession law. This guy's gonna be our new heir. Like, kind of, but like, kind of. Take the vows now. Town demands seat granted. We change towards centralization. Our lands from the banks of the Danube in Lower Austria, the mountains, are diverse and inhabited by people with interest. They will help provide us with... This is a sick event. I guess we should have gone for Tyrol earlier. I assume that this event just pops the first time you run a parliament, once you annex Tyrol. If this pops every single time, that's insane. That can't possibly be how it works, though. That can't possibly be how it works. Honestly, I think we kind of are into just not having to... We don't mind getting pushed towards aristocracy because we like it. We'll just take the 7 stat, or avoid the 7 stat hit with our 50 support here, I think. We're starting to get thick with a few C's. I think we have to annex someone else here. I think Croatia was kind of what we were thinking. Oh, Box is attractive. Croatia's gonna also give us that weird market that we're kind of not into. Verona probably makes a lot of sense. Opadua is gonna make sense too. Oh, this kind of makes sense. I think we actually do have decent proximity up there, because we can project proximity through each other, so let's actually annex that. That's gonna be nice for us. Actually, are they using Dev Province? Just kidding, we didn't mean it. Dev Province goes hard. Hard on the gold. Can even give them the wool or the wheat or whatever. If you have your capital next to a province that's the estuary river, it will project down the river as if you had your capital on the estuary itself. It's based on what location you're coming out of. So if you have to be on the river. What do I do with a random second cousin girl? Alabama question, but I don't know. She was a prodigy, but no one gave her a good education. Now she's adult, useless, womp womp, probably. Keep accidentally pressing tab, and I'm zoomed in on Africa. The tab button, I think people don't understand how it works. Wherever your mouse is at, that's where you zoom into. It's actually like, if you're like microing your brains out, like, this is what you get instead of the minimap, and it actually seems decent. Does marry noble benefit you in any way? You make more characters. You need to be married to make babies. So you get it 500 years, play it. Might be the first EU game I get it. In 100 years, no one's even attacked you. Well, who are you playing? If you're playing someone that's not that attackable, not that punchable. I think that we're also going to want to push tools in a lot of places. Let's kind of come through and just do a little tools sweep. And I think that... Actually, we have cities up here, right? Yeah, let's... You see the woods reasonably collapsed there. We're gonna do this. Sort by that market. I think we can just shift click. Yeah, we're gonna shift click. That's why we're caring about the collapsed wood price, and we're gonna do that in the. Oh, we're not gonna do that in the Vienna price. We don't have any money. Just kidding. We're just gonna keep going. That's a good character. Pike and shot seem to spread to armories. I think there's... I don't think that's the exact requirement. But a lot of places will get spread pike and shot, so... Can you give your subjects territory directly in peace deals? Yes, you just have to transfer the occupation to them. Ooh, speaking of... There you go. We want them to generate claims on Naples. When it comes to food, is it wise to build up every food RGO in a high control prime prox area and sell the excess to the market, or would it be wasted investment? Kind of wasted. Because here's the thing, is you can't look to extract economic benefit out of food because of just like kind of how this works, which is that in a market, if you want to sell food, you have to have a lot of food, right? Oh, the Vienna market, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Why is it like that? Oh, now it's positive. We're still gonna have to get a lot more into that market, but, sorry, I got distracted by the horrors of expensive food. The point we were going to emphasize is if you produce a lot of food, the food price is going to go to 0.01, and you're not going to be able to sell it that well. Exporting food is generally difficult to do, like exporting via trade, and is not that valuable because food tends to not have a base price that is very high at all. The best one being wool, but wool is more of a industrial good that happens to give food rather than a food good itself, and most of them have a market price of 1. Like the cattle stuff is an exception, so you can't really trade it in that way, and you don't really get much intermarket from the sale of food, generally speaking, because if you're selling it, then you have a huge excess of it, and then the price is just bunk, and so focusing on it's not very good. We're gonna focus on it, but just to avoid, you focus on it to avoid buying food. That's really, really expensive, which is kind of what's happening to us here. So we're gonna maybe do some of this action. And then, do we have the livestock fully expanded? Kind of is fully expanded in a lot of areas, but can we build a little irrigation in places that are food producing? Beeswax does produce food, not a lot, but we're just looking to get a little bit more in... Can we maybe go to the Vienna market? Thanks. It's gonna improve food production a little bit. And again, just looking in places that we know have this. And these will take effect kind of immediately once they're finished producing, so this is a fast approach, because there's no... these things employ peasants. Alright. Is it wise to build up every food RGO in high control prox areas and sell the excess? The food, it doesn't really matter where you build it, because the base price is so low you don't care about its contribution to tax base, you just care about its presence in the market, and so you can kind of build it wherever. How many locations do you prefer before building a market? It's not really about locations as much as it's about market access. If you have really bad market access, you should try and figure something out. This is pretty bad in the 50% thing, but it's also really rough terrain, and so there's not much we could figure out here. I think long-term, we would probably want to move the Krakow market down here, though. Because this is a little bit of a dead zone, which frees up this market a little bit. So, just in terms of, like, things we have agency for. But the markets... this market was made by AI, but we made this market. And that's because this side of Hungary is usually a dead zone, and so we have better market access here. If we were in the this other market, which we also moved over because this is a dead zone, we would have a little bit less market access. We'd have 5% less market access, so that means we're going to be getting more from the tax base, kind of in this bottom right corner, but also this was a reason to move this market down here, and we might even move the market more over to the right to free up the Vienna market a little bit. And also the Krakow market, we move it, frees it up a little bit. And the Prague market, I think we would be likely to, or will be likely to, move it a little bit as well. Where's the river? We definitely, well, it's kind of on a nice little crossroads, but we definitely would keep it like along a river. It isn't a river in a clearing. It's kind of in a good location. Maybe we keep the Prague market. We just, Vienna market's actually, or sorry, the Venice market's maybe a good one to move as well. Because we kind of do prefer it on a river. And so the Vienna market to somewhere like here would make a lot of sense. Or even Ferrara. Because being on an estuary is good. Because it gets to move upriver. It would get to move upriver in both these directions. Kind of presses in on the Genova market, but it relieves pressure from the Vienna market, kind of. Because you want to have the markets be a little bit bigger, too. Or, like, you're pushed in two directions. You want the market to be big for some reasons, and you want market access as the reasons why you want it small. Or to have lots of markets. Highway Code, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. We're going to look to, I think, answer the questions, and then probably conclude the stream, because we've gone 15 years now, which is a good amount of time. We're in between wars, so I think it's a good stopping point, and we have a couple videos we want to record, so let's look. Is there an integrated wiki? Because I'm looking for a policy to unlock, and I can't find it anywhere. A policy to unlock. What's the policy? Or we might not get to that. A lot of policies are gated behind laws, or sorry, gated behind texts. And so you could check the text and type in the name of the law, but also some are gated behind age. Oh, we keep forgetting to swap. We need to swap policy things. So a policy we want to swap on is we want to get off Central Council and get onto Confederal Union. So we have to gain quite a bit of, well, we kind of want to get this. We have to gain quite a bit of change, what is it, centralization to be able to make this swap. But something to point out here for Confederal Union is this appears in the current age we're in. So it's an age thing in terms of it appearing. Need to be married to make babies? Sounds like hell. Yep. Have you noticed that my hand-eye coordination sucks? No, it's hard for me to notice that. Try to press Q, your map mode button, and accidentally hit tab. Yeah. Worst timing on the ads. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... With 200 people here, I'm also not going to, like, repeat myself because someone gets ad bopped, because that forces everyone else to, like, get repeated. Or generally, I will prefer not to do that. What would be preferable, having the capital on the estuary of your river, or, on the excellent natural harbor next to the estuary, but not on the river itself? You would probably want it in the you almost certainly want it on the natural harbor itself. But also, capitals don't benefit from being on an estuary. Capitals you actually want upstream. So capitals benefit from being upstream because you gain more proximity reduction when moving downstream. So this segment is a -30 segment because it's going downstream, but it's market access that benefits more from being upstream. So your current, like the setup you start with Alexandria, or with the Mamluks, where Alexandria is here and your capital's here, actually makes a lot of sense and is probably solid enough to just keep it this way, despite your capital being separate, because you get more overall market access by virtue of being on the estuary at the end, and you have more overall control by having your capital upstream. I've been personal unioning everything? Nope, not really. Not doing too much of it. Not enough royal marriages to really feel like we can, like, PU max. We have a few, but we haven't integrated any of our PUs. We have Sox, this guy, and Ferret, and that's kind of it. This has just been expanding via vassals. Let's maybe do this so people can see where we're at, which is slowly going after... We're going after, like, annexing a few people entirely to reduce the antagonism, so we're starting to enter, like, a little bit of a turd and burn sort of thing. What's a good strategy for trading? Generally speaking, using the slider, using letting automated trade take through, and then for strategic reasons, changing the trade. Usually to import inputs for your industries is one thing you could do. Importing from places with institutions in order to pull the institution is another, and importing to resolve the needs of your pops and or industries. Doesn't surplus food speed pop growth? To an extent. There's a couple ways in which this is happening. You're getting some from having a large food storage in the province, and also from having food be cheap, which we don't have right now. But there's a certain point past which you can't collapse it, at which point more additional food doesn't help you grow. And it's usually easy to hit really cheap food, although I'm not sure exactly what caused us to spike having really negative food balance. If it's the armies, we could actually probably should just march our armies away for now to places that actually have more food. I think that would make a little bit of sense. Kind of cute, because they do consume stuff just sitting around. Do I need to be proactively expanding my food or only when there's a deficit? Usually you want to expand it before there's a deficit, so if we're managing a lot of markets right now, and we're not necessarily paying the closest of attention. Usually you want to keep an eye for if something is happening in terms of if you're running down the food balance at all. And if you're starting to run down the food balance, this probably means you want to expand food, just as a general heuristic. Is mill access not bidirectional? Nope. You have to get it each direction. Is there a way to see? Is there a way to see before you declare war if you're able to vassalize the country? I don't think there is a way to look at what you can enforce on them, but I'm pretty sure, not 100%, that you cannot vassalize anyone who is a lower or a higher rank than you. So you lose access to that. But the flip side is you gain access to less war score cost. So there's that. But yeah, you can't do that. And there's certain CBs where you can't do it. I think you just kind of have to do it. I think so, unless you have the military hedge. Oh, yeah, maybe. Are we the military hedge? I think we were. Yeah, we are still. Almost reached 24 hours played, and I've only reached 1555. I actually love the fact that it makes you commit a long time for the campaign. I feel bad for you, though. No, we're Gucci. We do be playing slow, but honestly, like, depending on what people want, this could even be, like, a concluding session on the stream, because we could push stuff more, but we are so caked up right now. I guess maybe people would want to see us rumble with France. But the thing is, in theory, I think we're actually supposed to just wait until the next stage to fight France. Even if we could win, because it's just, the cost of winning is worth less than whatever we would get, and it'd just be better for us to go after Naples, Venice, and Milan, and Bohemia, and just remove them off the map, and then we will have nobody mad at us, and we'll be just quite a bit bigger. Are missions worth building for the Black Plague if you've already maxed out your hospitals? Missions? Do missions get plague resistance? I don't think you build missions in your own territory. Yeah, this isn't own territory building. Are missions worth it, though? I guess if you... Well, that's an interesting one. Yeah, they're probably worth it in high enough pop areas. They have to... You can't build them in your own territory, though, and you have to build them in adjacent territory, right? Or something like this. I'm not sure the plague hits unoccupied provinces, so... Or locations, so it's a bit narrow. But you'd maybe good. Is there a tooltip to see food consumption versus production to avoid overbuilding food? I think if you hover this, you can kind of get a little bit of a thing. Food balance is this, and then there's food imports. And you can kind of get an idea for how much production there is and how much consumption. Maybe if you hover this, you get a better breakdown. No, not really, but this is, you could hover this to kind of see what's going on. Which EU5 leader has the most goonable portrait? Austria at game start. He looks like a mega Chad. Anyone, you know what's funny is on the pre-release version there was like a nudity bug with one of the female rulers, where you could actually see some That bug's been fixed. Can you show your control map mode? Sure. Or maybe you want it a little zoomed in. We could do this. Yeah. So you can see it much better. The glorious weak chin. How's Tbilisi as Georgian capital? Seem like they're doing pretty well. Tbilisi's probably okay. I remember looking at Tbilisi and thinking it's okay, but eventually you probably just want to be on the coast of the Black Sea. Or is the Black Sea the right one? I think it's the right one. Yeah, Black Sea. Why is Paradox hiding the river map mode? It's the most important map mode. Because it looks not very good, I think, is why they're not showing it off. And I think that I haven't talked to them, so I can't, like, regarding why it seems like they are not as interested in showing off the map mode. The map mode just, like, doesn't look very good, but the question, like, why doesn't it look very good? I think that, for the most part, other content creators, in my opinion, like, it didn't seem like I never saw any screenshots of the river map mode from anyone else, other, like, any, like, in the context of playing the game, other than myself. And I never saw anyone reference it. And I would get like, wait, what's that? When I would post like screenshot types of things. So I think that, I think that the people, they're just not like playing with the map mode. So like, why make it look nice is maybe the thing. And then like, I don't know, man. I think it's such an important map. It doesn't look very good. Nothing's hoverable. There's no tooltips. But it's very clear, and it's fast. I like it more than what it looked like when it looked nice, because when it looked nice, it would lag a ton, so. Control's crazy. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We've got a nice little vein traveling through, where we're going from, like, here through here, which is just kind of the Austria special, you know? But we focused on citying as much stuff as possible to get pound lock canals, and even done a little dev province, but the returns on that aren't all that great. Is there a way of CUs on the line of succession? I'm only seeing the heir and ruler. Yeah, we gotta switch off this though. I think you can here. First in line, second in line, third in line, etc. Hey, Generalist, besides royal marriages, are there other good ways of keeping character pool up? Yeah. You can marry you can marry your characters together. So, she's part of the nobility. She's 17. We could have her marry a noble. Who's done a good job? We'll have them marry Mikes. And they'll make kids. We'll actually marry this, because they're younger. And, they will make kids. Yep. Do Ottomans always perform, like, in this playthrough? It's just kind of normalish for the Ottomans. They do an okay job, getting after other people in the Balkans, unless the Jalirids or the... Oh, that's curious. These guys are free? Usually Ottomans is okay at consolidating the peninsula unless either Mamluks or the Jalirids or whatever the court is here has a subject in the other beyliks, which usually often is kind of the stop sign for them in the Anatolia, and they often just run into Bulgaria and don't really fight Bulgaria or beat Bulgaria. I'm not sure what the predictor is here. They have 35k. They also flipped Orthodox, so that's a vibe. They have 35k and like 2k-ish regulars, and these guys have 38k and more regulars. So, oh no, they have levies raised. That's what's going on. And so I think they just don't like the expansion, and so they pick up some stuff in both the Balkans and off of Biz, and then they just don't. I think that it's possible their situation needs a little bit of juice to run through Bulgaria in terms of getting the AI to get where you want it to be. And if the Ottomans really are quick about getting Bulgaria, then they will have like a critical mass where they start doing what France does, where they just start blobbing out, at least versus the people around them. Something like this. Is the slow speed 5 bug fix this patch? I don't think so. No, it's not. Big 3 Dev Diaries and Overbros. I'm gonna record that after this. Where you stay at the map has boobies in it. What a time to be alive, basically. Big 3 will add government corruption with the next DLC. Hell yeah. I would love to see you cover it. Yeah, I'm gonna cover it. I saw Zlewik use it. The river map mode. That's a good one. That doesn't surprise me. Zlewik seems like one of the better ones. It's like breeding a hamster on human. No, it's like breeding a human on hamster. Nobody is available for marriage at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I think there was something that was updated today where royal marriages are easier. Does eventually become possible to revoke things from the nobles. You have to make the nobles weak. So this generally involves pushing a lot of plutocracy, but there's also a parliament that gives you revoke privilege cost discount, and also communalism does. So you can, if you really need to move in that direction, you can push communalism and try and hit that parliament or keep an eye out for it. It's one of the government parliaments. Should you collapse the input goods for construction or mostly profitable building first? You're not going to like the answer, it depends, but if you have to do one or the other, make sure the inputs are minus 33% first before you start building the buildings. The big exception is going to be what you want to do is, that is your heuristic, except for if their burghers are importing the good, you have to realize that you have to build more than the burghers are importing to actually get the price to collapse in an effective way. So we would have to build 40 wood in Venice to actually get the price to collapse. And so that's difficult. And then that's not worth it. And so you just tolerate the wood price. Orthomans? Yeah, pretty much. Can you tell me how to create my own market in a logical way? I know that I have to decrease my market access by 25%, but it's impossible in Italy. You don't have to get your market access that low. Wait, what? No, you don't have to do that. That makes it cheaper. You might have been looking at it at a time when you didn't have enough money. It's an urban location, or it has at least less than 25%. Oh, wait. It's just very expensive to make a new market. And it's cheaper when you have less market access. That's like a lot more expensive than I remember it, though. Where would be the best place for us to put a market? Just trying to think. Like right here? And then let's see if we have any urban locations out here. Yeah, we do. So let's see. Yeah, we just need more money. So if it has to have below 25% if you want to do it in a rural area, which, like, yeah, that basically is impossible. How's it looking in Holland? Kind of okay. Brabant was huge, so they got busted up at some point. Like, real bad. They were really big. Hey, Bytor75, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hey, Generalist, my computer's up and running. Very nice. Currently reached 1360 with Bohemia, sprucing up Praha market, waiting for institutions. Thanks for the help. Import from Venice. You can probably get fish and furniture and marble to Praha, and that'll spread them faster. How do you get your subjects to make claims? Just wait? Yeah. They do it a little bit better if they're bigger. Because they need to have how quickly you get a spy network is influenced by your influence and their tradition. So they will be really slow if they are very small and don't have a lot of cultural influence, and so this affects things. I guess you could actually convert them to your culture, and that'd probably make them faster at it. That's kind of cute. but that would work. Won't let me push communalism because of state privileges? Yeah. So you maybe have to play around that proactively and be really careful about what you slot in. This is actually probably the thing that's probably going to be difficult for players initially, is understanding which privileges to slot and which ones not to, and when to do it. Because it's hyper-committal, so you can't really undo it very well, and you kind of have to think ahead of time how you want to approach this. Because very often you want to get a really big push towards the thing, and then you spend a bunch of... What is it? You spend a bunch of the trend, effectively, on stuff once you make the thing pushed. So we tried to have nothing pushing towards decentralization early on. That way we can push centralization to like 50 with cabinet action plus the trend. And then we put everything in decentralization. So just knowing what you want to put in is different than like knowing what you want to put in plus the sequencing. I think we do want to get off of this though. Actually. Bank pledges is kind of okay. Dip cap's not that great. But mainly you just want to get 10 more trend towards centralization. Or 0.1, so we could get the 5% proximity cost reduction law in place at some point. I keep forgetting about that, but that one's would be definitely something we're interested in. Would really help out with the control and proximity. What's the base RGO output per level? Base RGO, I think, is like 2 or something. But it's influenced by a whole bunch of stuff. Or base RGO output per level. What's the base? It's just 1 output of 1 unit. Came in chat if someone asked, no one Royal Marrying? You should have responded patch today, fix that, yeah. Traditionalist versus capitalist economy, which one's better? It depends. Early on, traditionalist is going to be better, and it's going to stay better for longer depending on how many resources you have. Where the more good resources you have, the better. And also, the more pops you have, traditional might be better a little bit because it allows you to have more pop capacity. But honestly, if you have a ton of pops, you can urbanize very quickly. So there's that. Yeah, high pop's probably actually better for capital economy. And so it's more a question of at what point does the other one get better. Are you going to do an Ethiopia video? Not anytime soon. Monster thick? Yep. Still a duchy? The truth hurts. Is there a way to see claims in the map mode like EU4? I don't think there's a claims map mode. I don't remember the claims, but I do know that if we look at the ally and the ally has, or the subject, and they have this, then we're probably going to have it. I don't think there's a claims map mode. I mean, the integration map mode shows you cores. The integration map mode shows cores. With the... If you click on whoever's you click on, it's going to show you what cores they have, or what the status on that is. And so, for example, there's cores here. You're importing fish and furniture from both Genoa and Venice, trying to double up institution? That'll do it. How do I scale my income as Holland? It's quite low. You probably want to go capital economy and focus on textiles. You also might want to swap to the Cologne market, but if you do, you probably want to eventually steal it off of them. You start with 7 privileges for the nobility as Ottomans. A lot of people start with so much aristocracy, it's hard to go plutocracy. Rent prices spiked out. Good luck, shortages abound. Okay. How do you decide when to stop building marketplaces? Generally speaking, kind of coming in here and like looking, hey, what are our trades? And at the margin, whatever the least profitable trade is, that's not one we're doing directly, that's how much we can expect the market to be worth, and if that number is low, then we don't build more markets. Any China Great Yuan Ming playthroughs in the future? Not in the near future. I have a bunch of kind of things lined up, and I have it... If you look on my YouTube posts, I posted the tentative schedule, and so a lot of those I already have recorded, and so they're going to be coming out in the next, like, 6 days, a week. And then I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break. Tips for Muscovy start. You can actually diplo-vassalize people pretty easy as Muscovy, and then annex them with the ask to become vassal, because they have a bunch of things going on that are going to, like, they're the same culture, they're happy with you, Same language, all this type of stuff. So it's easy to diplo-vassalize and then annex people really, really aggressively to get kind of your initial expand. And then the Tartar yoke, you could kind of keep an eye on what it looks like in terms of rebellions, because if you deck on them when they have a rebellion, things will be easier, but also if you just expand through a bunch of subjects, that just by diplo-vassalizing people, it's easier. So that's Muscovy, you open with a diplo-vassal. What makes textiles valuable? There's generally a large demand for them with most pops groups and this type of thing. So if we go fine cloth, actually let's not even go fine cloth, let's do it like this. Sort by the total demand in the market. You can see that we have a high demand for paper, and then the next thing is cloth. And the reason the demand's high for paper is because we have the book workshop. We have the higher tier building. So, like, if we exclude that, and we exclude... Well, maybe we don't exclude books and paper, but you're not going to have high books and paper demand early because you don't have all the civilian infrastructure that causes all that demand. Because, like, if we hover here, the amount of... Or actually, we're exporting a ton of it. We're exporting a ton of it, so you don't count this. The needs of the clerics and the burghers here, like, adds up to 20, right? That's not a lot of demand. But if this is a big portion of this cloth paper, but look at the needs of the burghers. 28. Clerics, 8. Some of it's going to the tailor guilds, and then you look at this. Need is like 30. And so, generally speaking, the need of for those goods is really, really high early on. Such that building them is really profitable. Which makes sense. I mean, throughout worlds, it should probably be even more profitable. Throughout world history, like, global economies, just generally speaking, the proportion of the GDP of global economies that was textiles is extraordinarily high. And it's underrepresented here, but the game would be horribly unbalanced towards anyone with a textile thing. It's already unbalanced towards textile. Bonuses are way better than other ones, but it would be even bigger type of thing. I played a Korea campaign. It's so hard to get institutions. Yep, you are almost certainly going to idle institutions. You can try to conquer your way to the Maldives. And from the Maldives, be able to pull institutions from Mecca. Because landing and fighting Vijayanagara is probably hard, because you can pull from their market as well. And then you could... I don't think you start with Vision on the Maldives, but you can try and steel map your way there, but you're not going to have Diplo range past, like, here. So you can't even deck on the Maldives, so you could try and look for... Well, I don't even know how you approach that. Yeah, you probably just kind of are screwed. I think Korea is really strong, but yeah, that is going to be a thing. Why is Portugal weak early game? Because every time I get the economy right, always negative with Castile, and every time declaring rival. That's something that's new. Castile's just super aggressive this patch. Or the aggression is just generally higher this patch. So I would just not play Portugal. Portugal was pretty good otherwise, but regarding your budget, you want to delete all your forts and probably close your cathedrals. Do you think, since Vassal Storm, it's fine to give peasant and fewer levies privilege? Yes. Yes, but you really want to be careful about giving that in kind of the opener. We currently are giving the fewer peasants levies privilege. I think if you think you're going to need your levies, that you don't do that, yeah. I'm tempted to just surround every tile around your capital with cities. Is this a bad idea? No, but it still depends. As France, I forgot. As France, it's probably even more okay, because a majority of your levy power is actually coming from nobles. So as France, I was about to say it might even be better. Can you bring pops from your colonies to grow homelands? Not very easily. You can if you're in the same market as your colony, which is not going to be the case most of the time. But like when Mali colonizes over here, the pops can come back. But yeah, if it's not within the same market, you're not going to get it. So for most starts, it's going to be no. That's one of the strengths of Russia, is you can feed the pops out and then they come back in, right? When you do colonizing as them, so it's one of the ways they can effectively bolster their pop growth. Just start as Holland, 0.73 over your force limit. Is it worth deleting one of them? Or just deal? I think it's, you probably want to delete almost all your forts except the capital fort. Actually, just in general, I think you want to the capital. You get a discount on the capital fort specifically, and your capital getting occupied is bad for you from an enforcement perspective, and also you lose all your works of art that tend to get stored in the capital. But in general, on almost every start, you want to delete every fort that except for the one that's in the capital. On almost everybody, there's exceptions, but I think on almost every start you do that. I think that we did that as Austria. Did we? We might have left a couple, but. Do you have a good town building heuristic? I do, but I'm planning on making a video for it, and I'm planning on probably working on that right now, and I have to really use the restroom. So, we are going to be concluding the stream. Thanks for coming out, everyone. I hope you have a good one. Bye-bye now. Have a good day. See you guys all later.